खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और से को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और टच कर सकते हैं? जी हां, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सैम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind 2026. As we proceed to the halfway point of the grind itself, Group C and D get one last opportunity before they proceed to the big stages. Of course, I'm going to be your host, Salty, and joining alongside is going to be Necro, the man himself. Of course, before we discuss about the proceedings, I want to know your thoughts. Today, the last day of Group C and D, what do you think? Are there going to be some big comebacks?
Look, of course, there's a big chance, but not exactly big comebacks. But I would say teams that are extremely close to breaching inside of that top 8, definitely a chance they can make the comeback, right? Especially as we know, Group C is going to be the one to kick things off this time.
Yep.
And of course, there's going to be the map of Rondo as well. If you're looking for massive comebacks, Rondo is going to be the only opportunity.
I think we have already set the pace with Rondo being the first opportunity for you to get those big numbers on board.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we know that there are multiple teams in the mid-pack who are in extremely close proximities. Position 6, 7 and 8, I guess, is going to be up for grabs for so many teams out there. I guess a good game on the map of Rondo just propels you inside of the top 5, doesn't it?
Without a doubt, of course. And there's still teams like Eggy Gaming sitting outside in the circuit, right? We know Eggy's one of those teams that does pack a lot of punch. They do have that aggression as well. But still, for some reason, Eggy's not able to bring that good performance on the board. And I guess one of the main reasons is that it's because the position points are too low.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just gone aggressive. But two teams have actually done pretty well in both the departments. It will be Team Altitude and Jux Esports. Currently, by the way, they are tied at 122 points, sitting at the 8th and the 9th position respectively. Now, it is going to be a big challenge for them. A wrangle is going to be played twice for these two teams. And of course, they are going to be kicking things off on the map of Rondo itself. I want to know your thoughts, Necro, because in my opinion, Jux Esports have been the better team, but Altitude, they've always maintained the consistency.
I mean, look, both are tied, so it's really tough to say anything, right? In the overall standings, Altitude is doing a good job. Jux Esports as well is doing a pretty decent job as well. The one thing that is sort of similar between these two teams, that's going to be the consistency. And sometimes the consistency is lacking in the performance. In today's day, if all the 3 games are good for any one of these, of course they're going to make the comeback and they will be there in the top 8. For Jux Esports, they're currently sitting on the 8th spot. For Team Altitude, they're right underneath Jux Esports.
Absolutely. Now, a couple of these players from these two lineups are going to be on the limelight. Of course, amazing from Jux Esports. I think he has done some individual brilliance in the matches that we've played initially. And of course, from Altitude, I think it is going to be Clouds. A lot of stress is going to be on that lad if he does bring up those individual performances. But ladies and gentlemen, the head-to-head in front of us, 75 eliminations for Jux Esports versus 70 from Altitude. Even the damage numbers are quite same. The total points are similar. The average survival time is similar. And just like I said, they are tied on the basis of just their positioning. Position points are going to be crucial, Necro.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be extremely important. Jux Esports just having 5 elimination points more, but I don't think it's going to be creating a big contrast in the long picture, right?
Yeah.
It's still pretty much going to be the same. The overall standings pop up as well for Group C. And of course, as I mentioned, Altitude and Jux Esports currently tied in the overall standings. Altitude just 1 spot underneath Jux Esports.
Yeah, but if you do actually look at the Erangel statistics, Jux Esports have the edge, but it's so slight that it doesn't even make a difference. But the rest of the teams, of course, Vasista Esports, I think, will be in the safe regions, for me at least. They are in that sort of yellow region, 145 points. Should be extremely close to that cutoff, but Versatile and Jux Esports are going to be in the danger zone. You've got a couple of these teams pushing up as well. You've got 4Wolf as well as Eggy Gaming, 117 and 101 points respectively. In my opinion, 4Wolves can still have a chance, but for Eggy Gaming, one big game is required.
Even Oishani Esports, yesterday we saw a major comeback from their side too, right? So for Oishani Oishani Esports, they need one massive game on the Rondo. If they're not able to pull that off, then at that point we can just seal the deal and say Oishani Esports can't make a comeback. But for teams like 4 Wolves, Altitude, there's still a massive chance. All they need is one decent game with double digits on the board, and they can instantly propel themselves in the top 8. Now let's be honest and let's be realistic. The only possible slot that's up for grab is the 8th spot itself.
Yeah.
I don't think going for VXT is going to be that easy since they've got 136. It's pretty much like 10 points, I guess, separating each other. So I don't think going for that 7th slot is going to be that easy.
Now see, even if I'm optimistic, we've seen Versatile kind of bomb their games, and if they bomb all 3 games today, then that position can also be up for grabs. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players of Group C are in front of us. Of course, leading the charts will be Termi from Learn from past 47 eliminations, 44 knocks. He's been outright outstanding, by the way. You've got Trace God slowly following up 41 eliminations from that lad. I'm extremely surprised by Oxen and Nobi, by the way, from Troy Tamilan and Versatile. And if Versatile wants to kind of staple that position inside the top 8, Nobi needs to be in top form.
Troy Tamilan Esports' run has been monumental, let's be honest. The way they played on the day 1, performance wasn't exactly there. Day 2 as well, a little bit slacking, but then that day 3 came through, and Troy Tamilan Esports was striking like never before. They got massive games in their hands, and we saw Troy Tamilan Esports from the bottom 4 jump directly in the top 3, which was, of course, a major statement. And since then, Troy Tamilan Esports has been pretty consistent, and I guess that is something that the other teams as well need to start learning. But now, since you've only got 3 games to try and improvise, that just gets a little bit tougher.
This is a do-or-die situation, of course. From Group C, if you consider where do they proceed, if they are inside of the top 8, they move towards round 3, and if they are in the bottom 8, they move towards round 2. That is basically one elimination barrier completely skipped. The maps that they're going to be playing is going to be the map of Rondo, Erangel, and of course another map of Erangel. I think what we have to discuss is Rondo being extremely frag heavy. There's a high chance the teams who are sitting at the top, namely Troy Tamilan, just like you mentioned, or even Revenant Xspark, by the way, they can spoil the games for a couple of these teams in the mid-pack, don't you think so?
Definitely a big chance, right? But since you've got that recall available, so a lot of these teams are going to try to move on around Neox Factory, go for that early game fight. If things don't really work out, instantly go for that recall, get all the players back on the board, and then you will see that passive gameplay approach itself. So I don't really think big teams can stand a chance to spoil anyone's game, especially on this particular map, but on Erangel, definitely there's a big chance.
You know, talking about chances, there's still a chance that Oishani Esports can ride that momentum. And speaking of riding that momentum, even Rivalry Esports, as a matter of fact, both stand at 95.
The problem is that there's only one slot up for grab.
Yeah.
That's the only concern. If there is a chance that VXT bombs all the 3 games, then maybe you can't say even the 7th slot can be up for grab. But still, I don't think that's going to be the concern. VXT will at least get 10 points in 3 games.
You know, talking about predictions itself, let's just understand what the rest of the casters have to say about it. Anki and Spiro going ahead with Eggy Gaming, Ravan going ahead with Jux Esports, Ingenia is favoring Altitude, and then of course you've got IC and Johnny with Eggy each. I went ahead with Aura because I wanted to have a risky pick, by the way, but I'm not really sure if that is going to be happening. And you went ahead with Eggy Gaming. You mentioned already that this team has had an aggressive past in the wild, but I don't see that consistency coming in from Eggy Gaming. Do you think it's going to be coming today?
I guess that's one of the main reasons why the consistency isn't exactly there. They're too aggressive. I feel like they need to start focusing on placement points a little bit more as well. If you're just going to go for the fights over and over again, it's not going to work out that well. You need to bring in that balance. You need to know when to exactly apply the brakes, when to play a little bit passive. And since so many people have went with Eggy, we've also got the spotlight of Eggy on the screen. 101 points currently. Of course, they've got a lot of finishes to rack it up, but the main issue is the placement points.
You know, look at that damage number. It's actually higher than both Jux as well as Team Altitude. They've got almost 17.5k damage across all the maps that they've played, but one stark difference, 82 finishes, but just about 19 position points for Eggy Gaming. Just goes to show that this team has been loving to take those risks early on in the fight. They take those early 1 or 2 fights where they get those eliminations, the average points on board. But today, I guess Eggy himself being the IGL, of course, the rest of the assaulters who are there, they will have to focus on a little bit more positioning. One chicken dinner, Necro. One chicken dinner, I believe, will change the world for Eggy Gaming.
Still too early to say anything, that's what I would say.
Eggy
getting a chicken dinner. Look, Eggy getting a chicken dinner, that's already a rare sight. To be honest, now, one thing you could have said that would have been a little bit right is that Eggy getting 16 eliminations in one game, then maybe there's a chance that Eggy Gaming can still propel themselves, but that too at a cost of having consistency in all the games that they're going to play, which is, of course, quite a rare sight for a team like Eggy.
Now, if we deep dive into what they have been doing, when you've got Troy, Gumla Boy, and players like that in your lineup, you know that this team is going to be hunting for those frags. What generally happens is they get third-party or put themselves in a position in the search of finishes that they cannot recover. And I guess that is the only factor which Eggy needs to improve. But then a lot of speculation around this lineup. I hope they actually perform today.
To be honest, for some reason, I've got a little bit of that itch saying that, yes, they are probably going to make the comeback, right? They're probably going to have that one massive game. Maybe not the chicken dinner, but at least in the top 3 with a lot of elimination points. And as I mentioned, after that, they just need consistency. And as I mentioned, too, there's only one slot up for grab. There's still going to be teams like Altitude Esports, Jux Esports, constantly contesting you down. 4Wolves, recently the performance has been a little bit lackluster. We have been seeing 4Wolves' performance graph just going down slowly and steadily, while teams like Eggy can capitalize onto it and actually make a major comeback.
You know, one thing, since we are talking about Eggy Gaming, one thing which works in their favor is the fact that they've got 2 Erangels to play. And looking at the map standings, Eggy Gaming, they stand at the top 5 of the map leaderboard, by the way. So this is a map which they love. This is a map where they know they can take those fights. It's just they need to convert. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are prepared for the first map of Rondo. It is going to be explosions happening everywhere, a lot of fights. Are you ready? Because we certainly are. Coming across is going to be the map of Rondo.
The plane is in the skies once again for Group C and D, and this time particularly for Group C. And then since we are in the map of Rondo, we all know it's going to be an aggressive start, waiting for that bloodshed towards the York factory. And of course, there's going to be those recalls as well, instantly coming through. The plane flat path as well, right on top of Test Track and Neox factory, which means we are up for a major contention.
You know, surprisingly, we just have that one flight path which takes away the eastern and the western flanks of the map. But that is completely fine. Just like you mentioned, majority of the teams like to fight it out in the regions of Jidena City, maybe towards a factory as well. But we do have the map standings, ladies and gentlemen, and it is extremely important. Oishani Esports and 4Wolves, somebody we were considering, can make it inside of the top 8. By the virtue of a bigger Rondo performance, haven't really performed historically, and I guess that just bombs their chances.
It indeed does, right? And especially looking at the latter half of the board in the map standings as well, you've got teams like Eggy right there. If Eggy really wants a chance to actually make a bounce back, this is going to be the map. Eggy needs to rack up a lot of elimination points, and I'm speaking of double digits. 10 or 11 elimination points, and Eggy can instantly actually make it. A massive chance for them. While teams like GLITCHxREBORN and all the teams underneath GLITCHxREBORN can make it. Oishani Esports, once again, an early contention, pretty aggressive. Tamilan Esports, they're there to try and make sure that Oishani Esports is not going to survive to see another day. And as Sparrows, he shuts down both the players off the opponents. Oishani Esports not looking too good.
Absolutely, they can still go in for those recalls, but the recalls have been utilized pretty early on in the game. Troy Tamilan, that was a close call, by the way. Hesperos surviving with just barely a sliver of HP. Now comes down to their main man, Oxen. And it seems like, God for a reason, they are going to be knocking on the doors. Troy Tamilan, they don't really have anything to fear. They have already made it. Seems like, God for a reason, will be looking to halt that confidence, halt that momentum. One nade, if it gets cooked up properly, I guess Oxen might get taken down. This is sailing perfectly, takes a lot of damage. But from the sidelines, God for a reason, they get shut down.
It's unfortunate. Big man getting knocked out. Hexy not there in the game anymore for Gods for a reason. But still, they've got 2 more men standing around Neox Factory. And these 2, they know how to squeeze out maximum performance. And right now, you just need to squeeze out the elimination points. There's also another drop clash between Metal Esports and Revenant Xspark. And I don't think Metal Esports is going to be a competition for Revenant Xspark. Should be an easy wipe, knowing how Metal Esports has been playing. But hold on. What just happened? Somehow one of the men of Metal Esports actually did come out on top against that duel. And Revenant Xspark off to a bad start. Pain is down and dusted. The remaining 3 players of Metal Esports, they're not feeling too good either since they started things off with just a 3-man squad.
Yeah.
But for Revenant Xspark, you can't say things are now even, Steven. It's a proper 3v3 going on. But around this compound, it's just 2 men.
Yeah, Revenant Xspark, they've actually lost 2 players, by the way. You can see it from the DOA status. It's just 2 players, Spunk and NINZA, the ones who are still surviving in Metal Esports. They certainly are looking to capitalize on this opportunity. Man advantage certainly in their favor. Ninja George just all by himself. This nade looks good, but it wasn't cooked properly. Metal Esports they're going to get pushed back a little bit. It's completely fine. I guess Punk needs to come to actually protect his lad. He's going in for the recall down. First knock comes through. Ninja Jord can't really double it up. And that is how Medal Esports are going to find themselves 3 elimination points.
It's unfortunate. Medal Esports on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Revenant Xspark. And who would have saw this coming? No one. A team that's currently struggling on the bottom of the board with only a 3-man squad on the verge of dismantling the entirety of Revenant Xspark. Punk has got his hands on the S12K. Definitely a chance for him to come out on top. But Revenant Xspark, they shut down Medal Esports. All thanks to Ninja. Those 2 crucial knocks that were squeezed in that saved the day. And Revenant Xspark barely surviving by the skin of their teeth. Recalls coming through as well. Ninja's back up on his feet. So now Revenant Xspark, they've got all the 4 players once again on the block. But for Medal Esports, what a bad start it is.
I like the amount of composure that Punk had showed just in that fight. He knew that there's just 1 player surviving. He was confident that he will be able to not just take down that lad, but also then go after the recalls.
I mean, come on. He's got to be confident. He's playing against Medal Esports.
But you don't really know, right, that it was Medal Esports unless and until you wipe out that squad. The squad number as well as all of those statistics don't really come in front of you. To have that confidence in an open terrain, in an unknown fight, it's still brilliant, but then nonetheless, Medal Esports, they get taken down for sure. It is an early exit. The first team to bow out of the map of Rondo, but have a look at this, Versatile and Jux Esports. Now, this is going to be a crucial fight, Necro, because both these teams are battling for survival.
Jux Esports, 2 players a little bit on the back foot. Utilities from the opponents tossed out as well, and that's actually going to find some positive trade. Rebu's knocked out, Super instantly backs away, going for that revival. Dead player making that pounce, and he actually does find the knockout. Both the players done and dusted. Major mistake coming through from the opponents. Jux Esports now starting to pay the price. And look at 4 Wolves. What a major mistake that was. 4 Wolves, a team that stood a chance to make the comeback, but now the game of Rondo, it's down the drain.
Imagine this. It is GLITCHxREBORN's Jax who actually found 4 eliminations. Not just in this fight, but in all the fights that they participated. And of course, AVOG was there to nail the final nail in the coffin. It was brilliant. 4 Wolves, they have been taken out of the picture, which basically means now 1 opportunity to retain that spot, or rather make that comeback, has been gone, has been taken away. Jux Esports, meanwhile, they are getting flyby by the lads of Versatile, who seem to be extremely confident today. They are taking fights wherever they see, and they are finding success in every single one of them. We move back to Factory, ladies and gentlemen, where it is Oishani Esports, the team whom I showed faith upon. Let's see if they can make it work.
They knew they had the man advantage. That's why VXT was just pressing on the matters. Oishani Esports, a little bit of a bad spot they've got. And learn from past. Look at the man, Termi, terminating the opponents. Pushing up the stairs, instantly shutting down both of them. The man's not even breaking a sweat. Learn from past, calm, cool, collected in these type of scenarios. They know they've got the firepower. And their defense, it's been immaculate. For a team like Gods for Reason to make a comeback in the fight now, they got to take a bit of that back step. 2 players, Beast and his teammate. He's knocked out. Tamilan Esports now diverting their attention towards the players learned from past. Termi, the man, softened up a little bit. He needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's doing. There's also another man from Learn From Past, a little bit in the back lines, though. Providing cover to Termi is going to be tough. And Termi hears them approach. S12K from close and personal combat. He's ready, holding the angle. Just waiting for the foes to walk in his crosshairs. But even Tamilan Esports, they're playing this one pretty passive.
And they have to. They understand there is the presence of Gods for a Reason in the backlines. Looking to third party this fight, and Termi, I like this lad already. Gets all the information from the TPP angle, of course. Free fires coming through. Can Termi be successful? Not really. Tamilan Esports, they wipe the floor with Termi. Learn from past, they have been eliminated, if I'm not mistaken. 2 players seems to be surviving. In fact, they are actually. They will get recalled, but have a look at this. Tamilan Esports, they're not stopping. They are going ahead against the fight, against God for a Reason. Beast OG, lovely little angle to work with. Tamilan, by the way, have been extremely clinical in these early fights. They never really fail, do they?
Of course they don't. They know exactly when to apply the brakes, and that's what really separates a good team. But as of now, Gods for a Reason, their firepower as well has been unmatched. You talk about winning fights, and God for a reason, they know what exactly needs to be done. Utils tossed out as of now. Smoke grenade in the front. Gods for reason taking a little bit passive. At this time, Beast is going to be the first man to get caught. Too many players in the front. Hitman was able to find one, but that was the only person on his hit list. He instantly gets knocked out, returned. And now for VXT, they're constantly on the prowl, chasing down the players of GLITCHxREBORN as well. VXT, especially when the head's on the swivel, they do not dial down the aggression. Instead, they get even more aggressive. And now Dead Player, he's in the search of finding the other man. Does get a little bit of that glimmer, knows exactly where that player's positioned to. GLITCHxREBORN just one shot away from being eliminated. And Dead Player's constantly finding those tags and eventually shuts down the last man as well.
GLITCHxREBORN, I kind of feel bad for them. They do have those recalls available. One of their players has been brought back, a versatile. Same can be said for them, but now it is Revenant Xspark who are knocking on the doors. They've got Trace in the backlines, by the way, which is a little surprising. Ninja with the nades has been brilliant so far. Pain joins him in the front lines, and I guess Punk is going to go on the flank. Versatile needs to be aware of this push that comes in, because for them, this game is of utmost importance, Necro.
Wow. Revenant Xspark, that's a lot of guts. The way they're making the push out in the open, in the street, and still somehow finding positive traits. Pain! Utilities on point. VXT, they're already down halfway. Revenant Xspark, 50% of the battle's won. Now they just need to find the one last man, and eventually it seems like even he will be caught. And just like that, you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of VXT, they're done and dusted.
Just too quick on those slam-ins, right? Revenant Xspark, they knew that it was an entire squad that they had to battle. The utility usage was so brilliant. And Pain, of course, with those two nades was so sure of where exactly the player lies. The one bounce nade that comes off, ricochets off the wall and comes back to you. There's barely anything that you can do, right? You don't get time to dodge that bullet, dodge that pellet of the nade, and that is how Revenant Xspark managed to wipe the floor with Versatile. But elsewhere, it is going to be Rivalry Esports, who are also looking for a big game. 3 finishes on the board, one more knocked out. Team Altitude in a world of trouble.
That's unfortunate. Big man down for Altitude. Cloud's not in the game anymore, but they've still got God standing. And we know Gods has kind of been the main playmaker for Altitude recently. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but utilities from Rivalry Esports might just be a little bit more detrimental. Nate's being tossed out from both of them. Cloud's trying to fall back to safety, trying to crawl back to safety. I'm not sure if the man's going to be allowed. Rivalry Esports is going to be desperate to hand out the death blow and get the elimination point secured. And Rivalry Esports is actually wasting through a lot of utils as well.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that at least they're keeping track of how many utilities they use. And what just happened there? Altitude ended up eliminating their own player with that nade.
I'm not really sure what is going wrong with Team Altitude, but something definitely is. As Rivalry Esports, on the back of that finish, are looking to close in the distance. They have that wide spread, which prevents them from all the threat coming in from the nades from the opposition. But it seems like Rivalry Esports are taking a fallback from this fight.
And it makes a lot of sense, too, why Rivalry Esports wanted to press upon the matter, because they had the recalls available.
Yeah.
Rivalry Esports wanted to squeeze in the maximum performance out of that. But unfortunately, they will be denied. The circle, it's shrinking down the stages. It's moving up. And we all know, mid-stage 4, the recall towers will be deactivated, so you cannot get the recalls done, and that's why maybe Rivalry Esports backed away.
Now, once again, this is sort of a hybrid circle, Necro. Every time it shifts towards Mohopan, you know it. There is going to be that river line that kind of separates these two islands. A little bit of cross on over does become a little risky, especially when you are in those shorelines. But talking about Eggy Gaming, they've been the team of the hour for now. Eggy Gaming, that aggression has been toned down. They're looking in for positionings. They're just barely outside the circle. Can potentially find that injection point towards the rivers. But do they have information on where exactly the teams are placed? There are so many teams, by the way, Necro, migrating in from the south, which means that that territory is going to be extremely high traffic.
The moment one fight happens, there's going to be third parties.
Yep.
And that's what's going on between Vasista Esports and Learn From Past. Vasista Esports was able to find one of the players, but Now they themselves are being caught. Beast's position is compromised. He can't stay alive around the rock for too long. His position was known, but still learned from past. Too busy to make that rotate inside of the circle. First, they want to place themselves in a decent spot and then maybe think about the future. But Hector's caught. Too many players in the front. The man's outnumbered. He can't do a lot. That's 12K, and he still strikes down the final player. Salme's cover fire was insane, and that's why Vasista Esports is still in the game.
You know, that was actually a tag team effort in between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports, because Trace took down a couple of those lads, and Vasista Esports, Salme and Hector just showing what they've got, showing their class once again. The south side of the circle is definitely heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Are
you sure it was a tag team effort? You're talking about Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports.
Maybe, let's just say it was your
unfortunate
enemy
team
of
effort.
My enemy is my friend.
No, it was an unfortunate team effort.
It was an unfortunate team effort. Fine, we are going to accept that. But nonetheless, we are going to be witnessing the fight between Revenant Xspark and Vasista in a few while, at least. I can hope so. They are in those close proximities. But for now, there is Oishani Esports, and Nate does sail in, but Salme spots it from a distance, knows exactly how to go away from it. But I guess they do have the better positioning. They have some sort of high ground to work with, and Oishani Esports, they are trapped.
Still a lot of teams around the southern side. Vasista Esports is one of them. Oishani Esports, that player, he's done for. Shockwave cannot make it out. There's no freaking way the man's going to be alive. There's too many shots being taken against him. But Vasista Esports, they need to be careful off the ammunition count. They're running through a lot of bullets. They're burning through too many magazines. You cannot keep on firing like that. Vasista Esports needs to be a little bit more watchful. The circle as well, just centering on up once again. Not a lot of playable terrain available, and Revenant Xspark, they've already got one of the best spots possible. Revenant Xspark is having that big split. While Vasista Esports, if they try to make it inside of the circle, I'm sure Revenant Xspark, they will try to be a thorn.
Yeah. They were just a fraction too late inside of their rotation, by the way. Vasista Esports getting caught by Learn from Past in that fight, forced them to be out in the blue. And now have a look at this. They are looking to make that breach forward. They do have the likes of Revenant Xspark, a couple of those shots to come in. Beast is going to be falling back. Jux Esports, another one of those teams who have a 2-2 split, by the way. 2 players inside the circle. Meanwhile, the rest just looking to follow up. They have got themselves a good position, but it seems like a fight against Rivalry Esports is imminent for them.
Not a big fan of this vehicle. It's smoking. Just a few bullets and it might just get blown up. Entirety of Vasista Esports making that rotation right in front. Oishani Esports now, they're probably going to start a sweat. What can they do? Start counting your options. Eggy next to you, Vasista Esports around the block, Aura right in the center. In a big pinch. And Vasista, they're not going to let go off the tracks of Oishani Esports just like that. They want to constantly press on the matters even more.
Like I said, Oishani Esports, they certainly are trapped at this point. The needs, of course, from Syed will look to find the opening, but Hector, in the midst of that battle, is going to fall as well. As the vehicle explodes, versatile, they come charging in, and Oishani Esports have been wiped out. That is a brilliant fight, by the way, from the sister, but that gives opportunity for Eggy Gaming to capitalize, Necro.
Eggy, that third party could have been insane, but the blue's on the move, and Eggy's taking too much damage. They cannot keep on staying outside in the blue for too long. Eggy's getting dismantled. Rookie mistakes, and Eggy now needs to pay the price for that. Ralph, he's trying to make it out alive, but paint shots, they're too close. But they barely whizzed past him. Eggy's still surviving, but barely on the skin of their teeth. Eggy and Ralph, the final 2 players. A team that could have stood a chance to grab the chicken dinner. Now it's actually stolen away from them.
We talked about how Revenant Xspark had the high ground. We talked about how Team Aura was trapped, and it just came true. Eggy Gaming, they had a lovely timing on that third party, but it was completely nullified by Revenant Xspark and their positioning. All of a sudden, from being a 4-man lineup, Eggy Gaming are just surviving by the skin of their teeth. Ralph and Eggy, they did manage to survive, but it seems like Revenant Xspark are not going to let them slip by.
They won't. And Eggy, they're in such a bad spot. Revenant Xspark knew these are free elimination points, and why would you not want to get your hands onto it? And look at the next circle, favoring the players of Revenant Xspark. Shifting right on top of that little piece of land. It is one of those rare circles that you do not really see happen that often. And if Revenant Xspark gets their hands on the high ground, man, they're up for a feast. So many elimination points can be garnered, it's insane. All the other teams will just start to suffocate to death. And that's what's going on. Rivalry Esports now taking a fight against Jux Esports. And look at that player. He was taking a nap. Likitha Noob jumps up, gets that knock. Man advantage now in the hands of Rivalry Esports as of now. But Jux, with the utility utilization, they're able to at least shut down a few of the players of Rivalry Esports.
I love how they are playing under pressure. It is both these two teams battling for survival inside of the top 8, by the way. Jux Esports, all of a sudden, it seems like they are trapped inside of the compounds. But look at those utility usages. The Rivalry Esports have no idea where these players are coming from. The jump shots from the shotgun. Is he going to connect? Likitha Noob knows he has got those big responsibility on his shoulders. Once again, he's going to bear the brunt of that nade. Jux Esports are not giving up as the shotgun strikes. Likitha Noob goes in for the revive. But I don't think that's a good place to actually go for about it.
It's a fight for the round 3. And Jux Esports, they're barely on the edge on the 8th spot. The rivals, Altitude, they're still inside of the game. And as long as Altitude is there, Jux Esports cannot die. The moment Jux Esports dies, Altitude will stand a chance to take over that slot. So Jux needs to be alive. Rivalry Esports is constantly on their tails, and Rivalry Esports is not going to let go of them. So Jux has to fight no matter what. While Altitude and Revenant Xspark still taking a fight against each other, this is going to be a little bit of a poke-and-go fight.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be proper execution between them.
Look at the DOA status, Necro. They still are almost tied on the overall standing. Jux Esports just barely squeezing past. But this is such an important fight for Team Altitude, by the way, to assert their authority, to make it inside of the top 8. They still have those 3 players up and running, but against Revenant Xspark, it's going to be a little bit of a tough job. But Trace was knocked out. That was the opening for Altitude, but they are sort of in a dip, which prevents them a lot of mobility.
Jux are taking too much damage. Oishani Esports, Ghostface, try to cross on. But the water lines, they're being watched by Gods for a reason. There's one man from G4R in the back, by the way. It's Hitman. And the man's on the flank. Oishani Esports, the moment Hitman peeks around the edge, Oishani's done for. They won't be able to survive for too long. Look at Hitman, just drifting out in the open. Shots were taken against Hitman, but is that man really going to survive? And the answer is going to be yes. Somehow Hitman crosses out in the open, and no one was able to shut him down. This is insane. How it's Gods for a reason, Hitman's still alive. Oishani Esports. This is a daylight robbery against him.
It certainly is, but the fact that Hitman did not take any shots against Oishani sort of gave them a little bit of a lifeline, because Oishani were trapped in that position. Now 2 players still surviving can certainly make it big. They are inching close to that 100-point mark. Have a look at this though. Jux Esports, they are surviving. All 4 players up and alive. 6 finishers on the block. They've done a good job already, but from the distance, it is going to be Revenant Xspark Pain inflicting that knock on Altitude. They've got the high ground. They're making proper use of it. They've got so many eliminations already. 13, and look at the utility barrage that comes across.
Revenant Xspark. 13 finishes so far. This team is an elimination machine. And they're still not stopping. 14th just added. Revenant Xspark spotting out the players of Jux Esports in the front. And Jux Esports is slowly and steadily getting ripped. Altitude as well right around the fray. And I think Revenant Xspark should first focus on eliminating Altitude. If they start taking too many fights at the same time, Revenant Xspark might just lose out.
True.
Jux Esports now focusing on Oishani Esports. And Jux knows those are free elimination points that they want to grab. Luckily enough for Jux, still all the 4 players standing, but how can they make it inside of the circle? The moment they do so, there's also going to be Gods for a reason taking shots. There's also going to be Revenant Xspark taking shots. But Team Altitude, luckily enough, has been eliminated. So now for Jux Esports, their spot will still be maintained.
Exactly, that is a lifeline for Jux Esports, by the way. The fact that Altitude just got taken down allows them the time to push in forward, and that is exactly that they do. They've got themselves the central spot of the circle, but it seems like Trace has spotted it from the distance. Information being found, scouting mission successful. Revenant Xspark, they're going to regroup once again, but they are aware of the threat that lies ahead. High ground advantage for Punk. It is going to be insane. But FS Esports, by the way, they have been lying low, but they have made it to the final circle with all 4 players standing. Do you think they have a chance, Necro?
Too early to say anything. Too early to say anything. And Revenant Xspark, that 1-on-3 split. It might just give them the advantage, but Payne needs to keep his position anonymous. And he needs to be precise.
I think shots have been taken from Jux Esports towards him. Payne's position might just get found, but all he's got to mention is not get knocked in that position. Jux Esports are calling for those covers. They need it desperately. They're in the middle of nowhere, by the way. They have nothing to work with, just a couple of those rocks, and finally they find that dip to work with.
Deployable covers being utilized now. You got to keep on spamming those as long as you've got a solid cover to play with. Gods for a reason. Still around the corner. This is one of those teams that can turn the tides anytime. Everyone's waiting for the circle to shrink even more to find out who is it exactly going to favor. FS Esports spotting out the players of Revenant Xspark, but FS, they need to be careful of the fact that Gods for a Reason is right on their tails. The moment a proper fight happens between Gods for a Reason and FS Esports, Revenant Xspark will be the one to third party. And Jux Esports, they will probably wait it out. But for now, Jux amazing. He gets caught out in the open in a real bad spot. Jux, they can't even do anything to try and save the day for amazing. The man's just done for. Pain with the flank, his position's compromised. It's not a good thing for Revenant Xspark. Pain needs to fall back.
Absolutely, but Trace, 7 eliminations on that lat. 6, pardon me for that. I think Revenant Xspark are on a roll. Yes, you mentioned it right. Pain's position was sort of compromised, but then the smoke's getting deployed right in the nick of time. Just clouds his presence as the nades do come in. Look at that, the players from Revenant Xspark, they're slowly inching on up, closing in on Jux Esports, and Superb is going to go down. Nade from Punk, extremely brutal, and have a look at this.
Told you.
Reboot retaliates, Pain gets taken down.
Pain should have instantly repositioned.
Yeah.
For some reason, the man was too adamant. Did not even reposition. His position was already compromised. Still stayed in that spot, and that's why Pain instantly got eliminated. But it's fine, though. His teammates got his back. But if Pain would have played that a little bit more smarter, he would have been alive right now. And now Revenant Xspark instantly getting pounced on by FS Esports.
What?
FS! Both the players shut down by NINZA! The man's already done more than half of the job. FS Esports, they're in shambles. Such an uncoordinated push. What were they thinking? And NINZA single-handedly just dominates FS. There's still one man alive from FS Esports, but now he's going to try to squeeze in that second spot.
You give him an inch, he's going to take a mile away from you. Revenant Xspark, they are in such a lovely position. But Gods for a Reason, they can restabilize their positioning, needs to heal themselves up. It is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, a 3v3. And the split from Gods for a Reason can certainly do the trick. Revenant Xspark have the high ground, but do they have information where exactly these players are pinned down? Hitman with the smoke is looking to cloud his presence, of course, but G4R, what is going to be the strategy to break this deadlock? Revenant Xspark are on a roll, 24 eliminations. It seems like they are looking to break their own record, by the way.
Gods for a Reason. Those shots, devastating. Revenant Xspark from the high ground. Yeah, they've got the advantage. It's going to be tough to shut down a team like Revenant Xspark. But it's a proper 3-on-3 fight. If Gods for a Reason somehow manage to thread the needle, it can be different. And that can also be the major difference maker. Beast, if this nade actually lands, that can change everything, but it doesn't. Gods for a Reason still desperately trying to find that first initial knock. Another nade tossed out, it's not going to do anything. Revenant Xspark still pretty quick on their feet.
I'm kind of scared for Beast, to be honest, because Punk and his movement, it's actually drawing Beast out of the covers. He's kind of overextended on the flank, and Revenant Xspark are doing a good job in baiting these players out. Those nades will signify where exactly the player is. Beast, of course, is being a little too adamant in this fight. Not keeping himself anonymous, wants to draw attention of Revenant Xspark as well, but can the other player strike when it matters? Spirit is down. Hitman, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. For now, 6 eliminations is all that they got, but if they eliminate this team, 9 points plus the chicken, it's going to be a big game for G4R.
Revenant Xspark. I like that split. But once again, they're relying too much on Punk. If Punk is not able to find even one single knock, this fight's never going to happen. The next stage pops up, and once again, the Blues are on the move. The next one's going to be the final one.
The fact is, G4R, they're actually outside the circle now. The blue zone, when it creeps in, G4R will be the first to give away their covers and come out in the open. That is the chance for Revenant Xspark to make their strike, to make the bounce. Can the Wolves inflict lightning on the map of Rondo? A big question, of course, as one of their players goes out in the open. Beast OG shots against him and he gets knocked out. Trace, a lovely little 1-2 from Monk and Trace, and have a look at this. All their plays have been marked.
Oh no, Gods for Reason. There we go, in the end, just eliminated. Better positioning from the side of Revenant Xspark, and in the end, of course, some solid stuff. But to be honest, for Gods for Reason, as I mentioned, because the positioning wasn't exactly theirs, they could not do a lot. But Revenant Xspark in general, it was just masterclass, let's be honest. The way they were playing the entire game, they knew exactly when they want to prioritize the high ground, they knew exactly which fight they want to take. Pain should have been alive in the final few moments, that's what I think, but that overcommitment towards the players, it was a little bit too much.
I think their coach is actually going to make him hear a few beautiful words because of that overextension. But by the way, Revenant Xspark just set the new record inside of BGIS, the Grind 2026. By the way, the previous record was held by RNTX as well, 32 points, but now they've gotten 37, 27 eliminations, plus 10 points. It is beautiful. And look at this clutch coming in from NINZA. The 1-2, of course, two players disembarking in two different directions and the shotguns just strike. And of course, he did get taken down when the third man landed, but the recovery from Trace God was beautiful. Revenant Xspark, what a coordination coming in from this team.
I know, right? Gods for Reason, though, it's one of those teams that you think does possess a lot of firepower.
Yeah.
But in this game, they did not have a lot of elimination points, which is not exactly do Gods for Reason type of play, right? Gods for Reason, they usually do have a lot of elimination points at the end of the day, but they didn't. Oishani Esports as well, they were seen in the top 6, top 7, but Oishani Esports, the way they were playing, especially around that river, I'm not a big fan of it.
You know what? I feel like for Revenant Xspark and G4R, this game wouldn't really matter because they've gotten so many points for themselves. They've almost solidified their position inside of the top 8. But for Jux Esports, for Altitude, as well as Aura Esports, I feel like this game was so crucial. Aura failed miles ago, but Jux and Altitude, I think they are still going to be in those close quarters, extremely close to each other.
It was an important game for Rivalry Esports as well, and Rivalry Esports, especially that push against Jux Esports, I do understand they did not have any other option, but still that push could have been a little bit better. Rivalry Esports was just constantly chasing them down without utilities. Yes, they were of course wasting a lot of utilities as well and resources in that one particular fight, but Jux Esports, for them, it just felt like it was light work. And Rivalry Esports did have the man advantage for a second. They found the first knock, but they still somehow messed up.
You know, it's not just that team who actually messed up Rivalry Esports. Even Eggy Gaming messed up on their opportunity. That was a brilliant timing on the third party as well. But all of a sudden, just Revenant Xspark comes into this fight. A lot of things to be discussed, ladies and gentlemen, because the first game had so many talking points. But all of those will be covered after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
What a day it has been here, and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here, the grind phase. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Join with me is going to be iSuper Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for today. And just now, Revenant Xspark setting a new record here, for at least for 2026 itself here, with 27 finishes and a chicken dinner. So that's 37 points thus far, the highest till date here for this year.
Exactly, and I mean, along with that, they started off an amazing run of theirs in the grind on Rondo itself, 26 points, but that time they finished second. This time they bring that play to completion, 27 finishes and the chicken dinner, as you said, 37 points. I think it's a big feat that they've accomplished, but let's see if anyone else can match it in the future.
Well, speaking of matching things here, if you guys want to suit up and look good with your squads here, it's time to check out the suits coming from Peaky Blinders as well, because there is a 2 personas in play, and that is going to be the Thomas Shelby persona and also the Arthur Shelby one right now. So be sure to check it out if you want to look cool and look really, really swaggy in your gameplays. But speaking of which as well, now, of course, when it comes to Revenant Xspark, they have pretty much set the benchmark here for 2026.
Yeah.
The closest it has been to the record held last year was by Seoul, 28 finishes and a chicken dinner in the map of Miramar.
Yes.
So, in contrast, do you think this is an impressive feat, or do you think that, oh, it's just Rondo?
That is what I was about to come towards. I mean, everyone's going to think, yeah, it's just Rondo, you have recalls available, but it is still very impressive. Getting all those finishes, every time you run into a team fight, you risk losing your life as well. So again, Revenant Xspark, incredibly done, clean performance in this one. And of course, we have the MVP of the match on our screens. It is going to be Trace with 8 eliminations to his name. But this new player for the side of Revenant Xspark is also phenomenal, and my oh my, I think this is the first time it has happened in 2026. The top players it is just Revenant Xspark.
Yeah, the total damage that has been done between these 4 players is close to 3,400 damage. That is a lot of damage being made thus far by 4 of these players, completely shutting out the entire competition. And interesting enough, Revenant Xspark has been sitting at the tippity top of the leaderboard so far, and with this performance pretty much secured the spot as the #1 team coming in from Group C.
Of course, I mean, Revenant Xspark are going to be the best of the bunch, but following them up, it is going to be gods for reason. They have had an incredible run as well. And even today, this performance on Rondo, I think it's going to be quite helpful in building up the momentum on the 2 wrangles that are there to follow it up. We have Jux Esports, Tamilan, Vasista Esports, FS. These teams have kind of secured a spot inside of the top 8. Jux Esports right there on that 8th position with 134 points. And then you have Altitude Esports at 127 with 4 Wolves. That map of Rondo not really going their way, dropping down to the 10th, 119 points. And then you have Eggy, 103. 2 wrangles, back to back. You are going to need big matches if you want to hold on to the dream of surviving inside of that top 8. This goes for Eggy, this goes for 4 Wolves, and Altitude. I think this might be their time to just drop clash on Jux Esports and try and take them out. Or maybe if you're not going to go for a drop clash, just pray that Jux Esports gets taken out early.
Now, the 2 teams that are kind of not safe for these 2 upcoming matches is going to be Versatile and also Jux. Versatile having a little bit of safety cushion here with at least a 10-point deficit here, but Jux definitely needs to maintain the consistency coming in from this place. Just now, they were able to get a decent amount of points. Despite Revenant Xspark's dominance here, they will still place #3, which is a good start for them, but it's not over yet for Jux Esports. 2 more games to go. 1 massive game coming from Altitude. They are going to be kicked down here. So like I said, 2 more games coming from Group C means 2 more viable slots technically for the teams at the bottom 8 to try and stand a chance.
And for all of the teams that are there in contention in the upcoming 2 maps, I think Jux Esports, they have put up good performances on their wrangles. The aggression is there, but they maintain a good balance with those placement points. So there will be a lot of hope for Jux Esports, but for teams like Versatile, teams like Altitude Esports, they're very inconsistent. Either we're going to see them put up a decent performance where they walk away with like double-digit points total tally, or they're going to get taken out very early. So I think this might be time for them to just lock in, focus on the upcoming game, and for a team like Versatile, very important that somehow they managed to hold on to their position inside the circle, not fight too early. But we are talking about Versatile, and there's a substitution that's happening.
Well, it seems like they have brought in Shreyam out. Shrevam, is that Shreyam or Shrevam? Is that a Y?
Shreyam.
Okay, Shreyam coming up here as well. And then Wixkey is going to be joining in here for Versatile. And considering that Versatile is in a hot seat, they do have the safety cushion. I think giving them the playing time is going to be important. But I feel like if Versatile doesn't get like a consistent 5 points per these 2 games, they might be kicked out here. And of course, that is provided if Altitude and the rest of the pack down below stands a big shot to actually they get a big game and then push themselves up.
My only concern is that we haven't seen Wesky in a while now, so him coming back into the play matches, especially the last 2 games of the day and the last 2 games of this grind for them, the man needs to perform. The team believes in him, and I'm pretty sure Versatile, they're going to try their level best to secure this wrangle, put their name on it. But is that actually going to happen? Time to find it out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, the final 2 matches for Group C is on its way, and this is going to be their second last match, and it is going to be in the map of Erangel. The fight for top 8 for a better seeding in the round stages is on the line here for some of these teams, and in this case, the flight path is going to be starting things off from the southeast corner of Military Base and then ending towards the eastern side of Zarki. A pretty southwestern shift for all these teams. And I wanted to talk a little bit more on the gatekeepers for this overall standings, and that is going to be Jux Esports, because they do have a tendency to head on towards Novo regardless of how the flight path is. And fortunately for them, it is a pretty early start here on this early drop for Jux Esports, especially for them.
I mean, Jux Esports, Tamilan Esports, these 2 teams that start from the southern island are going to be, well, celebrating right now. As you mentioned, the flight path allowing them an easy drop. But surprise, surprise, we have Medal taking an early exit towards the southern shoreline of Military Island. Now, Medal is one of those teams that has been struggling through and through every single day, every single game. And what we just wanted to see was signs of life from Medal, signs of them fixing those mistakes in those 4v4s, in those team fights. That hasn't really happened. Apart from, I have to say, this one thing that happened in previous rondo, you could see the confidence in the players of Medal go up. They realized they had nothing to lose. They were just charging into fights. Unfortunately, the fight they did charge in was against Revenant Xspark, and that's like a difficult team to beat. But it's just the mindset that kind of made me happy. Hopefully, once they end up in round 1, we are going to see their performance go up. Maybe they fix their mistakes. But we have a circle towards the eastern side of the map, centered around Mansion and Shelter. And considering it was a flight path leaning towards the west, at least more than half the circle is going to be empty for the next few moments. A few drop clashes happening. Vasista Esports and GLITCHxREBORN dropping towards Hospital and Georgopol. Can be an early fight there between the 2 sides. And of course, learn from past. Gods for Reason dropping just east of Rozok in the middle of nowhere. There can be a potential conflict between the 2 sides, but both the teams, their priority seems simple. Pick up those vehicles and get towards your preferred starting point inside of this game, which I guess should be Yasnaya.
Well, speaking of Yasnaya, I think Vasista Esports, they do have enough points to pretty much secure themselves in the top 8, right? Like I said, there's only 2 places left, approximately coming from Versatile and Jux that may get kicked off. But even then, Versatile does have at least a 1-game safety cushion, at least in terms of overall points. But for Jux and Altitude, these are the 2 that is the closest to kicking each other out from the top 8 at least here. So in terms of overall performance, well, hold that thought for now, because seems like Learn from Past is on a wild goose chase here as they try and catch off people coming from Gods for a Reason. Honey, just where is all this confidence coming from? He's all by himself. My goodness.
Yeah, it was a race for Yasna and Gods for a Reason. They were on the move early. Learn from past. Now, I think they are going to have to make changes to their game plan on the fly. They can't really push for Yasna anymore, especially if Gods for a Reason start controlling the buildings on the western edge of that Yasnaya city. Then there's going to be a lot of problems for Learn from past, because it's just open fields that you're trying to traverse through. On the other side of things, team Versatile, we spoke about them quite a lot. A slight threat of them getting kicked out of the top 8. 142 for Versatile, sitting on the 7th, and then you have Jux on the 8 with 134 points. 8 points separating the 2 sides. And of course, there's a massive dip after that as well when you look at where the players of Altitude Esports are. But then again, there are 2 matches. A theory, a hypothetical scenario is Versatile taking early exits in both the games, and Altitude and Jux doing just enough to push Versatile all the way towards the 9th spot. There is, of course, priority for finishing in the top 8. You finish in the top 8, you move to round 3. You finish in the bottom 8, you move to round 2. But Metal Esports, it seems like before they head towards round 2 of BGIS, this is going to be a big fight for them, taking on the players of Tamilan Esports. But unfortunately for Metal, Tamilan, they find the upper hand, they find the opener in this fight.
Yep, that's going to be Meadow Esports losing their first casualty in this regards here. But Tamilan Esports, they are very close to Meadow. And they may look to actually hunt them down here because the confidence coming from Oxin and Aiden. They are going to check the ports here. Sprays have been made. Akash gets the first knock here. That's going to be huge for them. However, can Tamilan Esports gets the reset is going to be the question here. Akash is continuing on his push to try and nade them out. Molotovs has been set up as well to try and stop them from picking up Oxin. Tamilan Esports, they are able to get the regroup here, but Akash, he's all by himself. His teammates a little bit far off. Hesperos looking to try and intercept Meadow Esports here while they're busy picking up Oxin. But Hesperos now with the nades, he is going to try and cook them. Doesn't connect though. Tags himself up pretty bad. But Meadow now, they have to make for a little bit of a cheeky position to work with. They are kind of stuck from the sides. Aiden goes for a flank. But Oxin will be the ones that get the knock through. And now, just like that, Meadow, they get wiped off.
Brilliant work coming through from Tamilan Esports. The reset, the positioning of Oxen, they sent him towards the northern side of these warehouses. He found those gaps and managed to catch the players of Metal Esports off guard. And Metal Esports, though, again, valiant effort. They were down 2 players, chose to fight 2 versus 4 against the side of Tamilan. But then again, I mean, coordination issues, I guess, visible, weren't really able to decide which side they wanted to engage from, the side of the ocean or the side of the warehouses. On the other side of things, though, Altitude, mid-rotation, gets spotted out by the players of GLITCHxREBORN. And it seems like neither of these teams are willing to take this fight. Both of them moving in the opposite direction. Altitude, for some reason, moving westward, and GLITCHxREBORN towards the east. They're looking to push for the center of the circle, I believe.
I think Altitude wants to rotate all the way past Georgiable Bridge and then come in from the north side from 70. So that's a very, very huge rotation coming from Altitude. But at the same time, they've got 4 players in a vehicle. So that means if they drive in the wrong direction, they are all going to get completely sprayed out. However, if they decide to crash onto 1 point, well, it's 4 versus 1 most likely when they immediately go in for the crash. And Jux Esports, they are going to be setting up their ambush point on top of the bridge down towards the southeast corner. Gives them advantage, but they're not exactly in zone yet. So it's 2 very different approaches coming from Altitude and Jux Esports right now.
Look at the Finnish leaders, man. I mean, it shows you how incredible Revenant Xspark have been throughout their journey in the grind so far. The entire team makes it into the list of the top 10 players of this group. There's Trace with 49, Pain with 42. NINZA is also there with 37. He's there on the 6th position, and for some reason, I just felt like the performance from NINZA is not the same as it used to be. I apologize, my man. He's still the same old lad, the same phenomenal player. And of course, there was Punk as well in the list of the top performing players. The IGL does not want to be left behind by the rest of this the squad.
Well, speaking of damage leaders here, this is going to be a little bit of contrast here. Thermi was the highest finished leader, but in terms of damage department here, Oxen has been popping off here coming from Tamilan Esports. And on top of it all, Trace has consistently been placed in both damage leaderboards and also finish leaderboard for top 2 itself. So there is a very, very big contrast of styles on how they've been playing here. Oxen, he is the guy that starts the fight, but when it comes to confirming finishes, Thermi is just the better one.
Yeah.
In terms of stealing finish points.
I think it's not just stealing. I mean, Thermi has been quite incredible all this time. I mean, yesterday's performance was phenomenal. Today as well. I think off to a great start, but let's see where they end up on our screens. So we do see the players of Vasista Esports again, starting all the way from Georgiapol City and Containers. They are looking to push towards the center of the circle, but as soon as they reach the play zone itself makes a shift towards the eastern side. Now it's completely centered towards that mansion area. There was absolutely no one in Lipovka early, so that city is going to be up for contention. And we do see the players of 4 Wolves and Rivalry Esports make their rotation towards Lipovka. Although I'm extremely worried about all the teams that are trying to play the center. GLITCHxREBORN, Aura, Rivalry Esports, For Wolves again, also moving for the center. It's an open position. The terrain is a little bit weird as well. You can get spotted out and shot at from very awkward angles in your surroundings. But Vasista Esports against Versatile, a fight of the heavyweights.
Now, speaking of fighting heavyweights as well, the circle seems to be, including Prison in play as well. We might see a Prison endgame. We might see Lipovka as an endgame as well, which is something that they have to actually consider. But while rotating in this game as well, you know what you need to do? You gotta look cool in your brand new Porsche. You gotta check it out. They've got 4 models in stock right now. If you're lucky, you can get it. And best part, if you can't afford a Porsche in real life, you can definitely afford it inside BGMI.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to get a Porsche is going to be in BGMI. You can do a lot more than just drive it around, drive it into battle. Drive into battle in style, basically. But Vasista Esports, I think for them, driving into battle is not a concern. It's surviving the battle that has become the problem over the last few days. And especially against a side like Revenant Xspark, I think we are going to see where these two teams end up in their journey overall in BGIS 2026. But with how the teams have placed themselves inside of this play zone, it's quite interesting. Everyone is focused on the center in a straight line from the northern edge to the southern edge. Right along the diameter is where everyone is. They have left the edges of the circle towards the west completely empty. And the eastern edge is not even accessible to anyone. But on our screens right now, we do see the players of Revenant Xspark, and it seems like Trace has spotted out the players of FS Esports, but they don't see him yet. Finally, he peeks from behind the rock, secures the opener, and now FS Esports are going to be made aware by his presence. But this might be a little too late. Revenant Xspark, they have already found the opening for themselves in this fight.
Now with the nades being cooked up as well, that is going to be a little bit of chip damage on the way on FS Esports. They're trying to pick Superman up, but Trace, he is going to go for the second nade. He is going to connect it as well, gets the second knock. FS, they are in a lot of trouble. The rest of Revenant Xspark are going to be coming in from the flank here to try and go for this as well. The third nade comes in, and it is going to do enough damage. And it is going to be Punk that actually goes in for the finish, but Revenant Xspark, they go in for the push from the sides, and just like that, they clean out everyone from FS Esports.
I mean, there was a still from a movie, a Zamboni chasing a guy. That's what it feels like, being run over by a hovercraft. It happens in slow motion and you hate every single second of it. Revenant Xspark, though, what a play coming through from Trace. Waited till the perfect time, and FS Esports did not even see what hit them until it was too late. Is it going to be the same for GLITCHxREBORN? Simple answer, no. They just keep driving along their merry way, get themselves into a safer position, and Eggy Gaming, Troy, it seems like all those rounds were committed for nothing. On the other side of things, this is also another kind of rivalry. We've seen these two teams clash against each other a lot. Altitude, quite close to the players of Aura Esports, but as they climb the hill, could be a conflict against the players of 4 Wolves as well.
Clouds is pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place here. He's getting surrounded. Eventually gets tapped off. That's going to be Clouds getting taken out. Meanwhile, the rest of Altitude, in this case, has pretty much bailed out on him as they are looking to try and find a better position inside the zone. And like I said as well, Altitude, they are the team that is in contention for the top 8. You can see they are running for their dear lives to trying to secure some position points or some sort of a safety net to work with. And it seems like they will dock into his Lipovka itself, trying to secure this one vehicle that they have been traveling throughout the entirety of the map here. Has to move on with just 3 players. And seems like north side of Lipovka, we are going to be expecting company as well as Versatile comes in. And little did they know, Beast OG is pretty much stuck all by himself as well inside Lipovka. That's going to be a problem for them. But outside the zone, Vasista Esports pushes outside and gets scouted out by Oishani, losing Beast in the process.
Hector and Some still left standing, circling the players of Oishani. And it was looking like a decent spray from Some, but he doesn't really succeed in securing the knock. Hector, on the run for his life, is getting chased by Ghostface right now. Shayan in the back lines is going to try and protect his IGL, but Ghostface gets into a safer spot to try and lob that nade to try and secure that extra finish for his team. And Hector, he gets a little bit of a punish going, secures a knock against Scream. But now he's left his teammate in a 1 versus 3. And Shayan, he's under pressure from the blue as well. This is not looking like the fight that Vasista Esports were hoping for, and especially against Oishani. A team that was struggling, taking on a team that is quite safe inside of the top 8.
Oh boy, Vasista Esports. They're pretty much surrounded and stranded as well. Shayan, last man standing. Oishani did a fantastic job, but they're still inside this, well, in this case, inside the blue zone. And with the next circle about to shift into a stage 4, they have to make a break for this. Shayan is going to go for a couple tags in. Oishani, they are going to try and clean him up first before they make the exit. Nades are coming in. Molotov's on point, and Shayan, he is burning, and he is going to go down. But he actually goes down to the play zone and not from the tick of the Molotov, so no points for Oishani here for the final one.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate, but I think they are still going to be happy with the 3 that they were actually able to secure. But look at this zone, man. So much open space, and for so many teams already moving into the city of Lipovka. Exit options are going to be limited. You will have to fight your way out of it.
Uh-oh.
And Versatile are already in an engagement against the players of Gods for a reason, where Hitman is the last player left alive. Nobi looking to move in. The dead player right behind him. Hitman needs to be cautious. He needs to be locked in for this fight. Does not really have his teammates to support him. Goes towards the ledge. The jump shot. Both the players present in the same room. This is not an ideal fight, but he still gets one. Looking for the second. Before the knock, he goes for the finish confirmation. And now it's down to a 1v1, but Altitude, they show up in the back lines looking for a third party, with Oishani moving in from that eastern edge. Hitman gets finished off, and it is going to be Gods that takes away that finish. Versatile, they might be upset about that point that they missed on, but they don't have time to be upset anymore. There is another team that has made its approach from the other side, Oishani Esports, as we saw them approach a few moments ago.
Well, Altitude, they were able to get a cover fire as well because Ghostface was shooting from outside, gets traded off. And now this is prime time for Altitude to try and sneak into top 8 here. Jux Esports has been taken out, so that means the entry point towards the top 8 is so much closer for Altitude, but only if they survive longer and much, much longer. And as of yet, now we're going to be taking a little bit of a picture here where Revenant Xspark is. They are going to be in from the south side, and they are getting shot from across the map as well. And on the southwest corner here, Tamilan Esports, mid-rotation, gets caught off by Learn From Pass. They were able to take down one of the players, but they are stranded out in the open. Termi from afar still providing those cover fire to try and stop Tamilan Esports. But unfortunately, Oxin has got up close. Termi needs to make a bail out of it, and he is going to skedaddle out of there.
These two have been very impressive so far in their run in the grind, Tamilan Esports, and Learn From Past. And I can't wait to see what they will be able to accomplish round 3 onwards. Because, well, they're quite safe in the top 8 so far. A fight in the middle of nowhere, happening towards the southwestern edge of the circle. And as Learn From Past try to evade, they run into the arms of Eggy Gaming. Gamla Boy kicks things off, and well, in a blink, Learn From Past are going to be eliminated from this match. A third party on that last player, as Termi gets finished off at the hands of Revenant Xspark. And this is what I wanted to see, that someone was constantly taking shots at the hovercraft that Revenant Xspark had towards that cliff side. And I believe it was the side of Eggy Gaming. Did not really want that vehicle to be there for the side of Revenant Xspark. It would have been a nuisance to deal with towards the end game, but Eggy Gaming, this is the team that I felt was going to be able to make a comeback today, but so far, not really the performance that we were hoping for.
Well, speaking of performance, look at what Eggy is doing here. That small little shack where Troy is an okay-ish spot. Usually one shack is not great for everyone here, but they've actually sent Eggy all the way towards the far east, which in this case is outside the circle, but does have a very, very good, decent vantage point to look through towards the teams coming from Lipovka itself. So they are trying to get a pincer attack here on towards the teams coming out with Lipovka, hoping to get a massive game. And again, if Eggy is able to get like 10 finishes and a chicken dinner, they should be also in the running for the top 8 here. So it's going to be very, very close. A very, very tall order to achieve, but it's not impossible, especially when there's still 33 players still alive here. -4, that will be 29 points up for grabs.
Well, let's see. I mean, the opportunity is going to be there for them, and if they want to qualify right off of this match itself, they need a 20 bomb or 20 finish chicken dinner performance. Otherwise, as you said, 10 finishes, a chicken dinner, it sets Eggy Gaming up for the next game, which is going to be their last match of the grind. but we have always seen this. If it comes down to the last game, majority of the times teams end up failing. On the other side of things, though, a team that is knocking on the door of top 8 for Group C, Altitude, they are looking to pick a fight against the players of Oishani Esports, who are getting third-partied, I believe, by 4 Wolves, is where the shots came from. And Altitude, they don't need to do a lot of heavy lifting. They need 6 points to equalize with Jux Esports, and of course 7 to find themselves on that 8th position itself. But they need those points. On the other side, Rivalry Esports taking on Tamilan. 2 players knocked out. The trade comes through, but FlexJaw takes a lot of unnecessary damage as he was cooking up that nade. But Tamilan, Hesperos getting knocked down by Likitha Noob, does swing this fight completely in the favor of Rivalry Esports. Aiden running into that Molotov isn't really going to be helpful. Skeleton still on his knees. But Flex, he finds that knock, the finish conversion as well. And it was chaotic, but Rivalry Esports do end up getting that squad wipe onto the players of Tamilan.
Well, seems like it is going to be a fight for the top from the bottom itself here. Revenant Xspark, the only top dog in this lobby left, whereas everybody else in the bottom here is fighting for some points here to stand a chance to sneak into top 8. It seems like BotArmyEsports Esports, they are going to be looking to try and stand a chance themselves as they comes in, knocking in, going in for the third party, hoping to wipe off Rivalry Esports. And guess what? Seems like Syed has accidentally knocked his teammate there as Shockwave gets picked off. And now it comes down to the 3v3 situation, or in this case a 2v3 actually, as Rivalry Esports may have just lost one of their players. Skeleton and Franklin remains now as they are boxed in from the side of BotArmyEsports Esports. Now the nades comes in and they are going to look for the knock, and Franklin gets knocked off. Great nade there coming from Zin. And Skeleton is just running around inside the house, and they did spot him as well. And they know exactly where he is, and they do get the confirmation as well. BotArmyEsports Esports, they wiped the floor with Rivalry Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they did it just off of those nades as well, which is very impressive usage of utility. But again, it all started off with a team knock. Sayed was the man who took down Shockwave, but luckily for BotArmyEsports Esports, they get a reset going, and at the right nick of time as well, because the circle has moved away from them, and they're going to be they will be stepping out into the open in a few seconds. Although Eggy Gaming, what a phenomenal positional performance coming through for this team, controlling the center all this time. Not a lot of eliminations, just 2 points secured, but this was the critique, the criticism for Eggy Gaming. They were good at team fights, but not good at closing out those matches. Revenant Xspark, as they move in, stepping into the line of fire for Eggy Gaming, and Gamla Boy almost spraying down and getting a knock for his team, has drawn a lot of attention on himself. And if Revenant Xspark managed to get close enough, I think Gamla Boy is going to be in a lot of trouble. Because even Aura Esports are closing in from the northern side of the hill.
Well, before we talk about Goblin Boy, let's talk about Aura right now. Altitude in particular. Seems like they are going to be wrapping around trying to go for a pincer onto his Revenant Xspark. And now Eggy, they have found the opener onto his Revenant Xspark from afar, but there's no reason for them to push this. Altitude, if they look up a little bit higher, they might be able to take shots onto his Revenant Xspark, but seems like Altitude, they're playing for position points. They don't want to risk the chance of getting 10 points with this winner chicken dinner. And that would propel them up into the top 8. Seems like patience is slowly paying off for them. But Revenant Xspark, Pain, pretty much getting shot from afar, finds Zin. Pretty much trying to set up an ambush with those vehicles, but again, Eggy, they continue to pummel and capitalize on this. Pain gets picked off by Eggy. And just like that, Revenant Xspark, they lose Pain.
Down to the top 6 teams, 20 players still alive. Revenant Xspark, this endgame they knew was going to be difficult for them. 5 eliminations to their name, down to 2 players. Altitude, that was a brilliant rotation, I have to say. Just moving along that eastern shoreline of the map and finding decent spot to work with inside of the circle. But from the high ground, it is going to be GLITCHREBORN building up the pressure. They secure an opening as Porter is going to be knocked and finished off. Altitude Esports finding themselves down to 2 players. The only teams with all 4 alive, 4 Wolves, Aura and GLITCHREBORN. And GLITCHREBORN, they try to make a move. Gods, the spray comes through, but he does not have any HP to continue spraying these players. And Manus, ooh, just getting clipped on his elbow, I believe, and he falls. Altitude Esports, a slight misjudgment coming through towards the end in terms of positional awareness, and well, they just end up giving a free frag to the players of GLITCHREBORN. In fact, all of those finishes have been picked up by Shorty.
It's a little bit unfortunate there that they missed all their shots while GLITCHxREBORN was trying to push in. A very unfortunate run, but there is still one more game for them to try and fight for the top 8. Meanwhile, Eggy, this time they are going to finish off the games, hopefully with a bang to give them a shot as well. But Oishani Esports now, they are going to be trying to push inside the zone, and Eggy is the biggest problem for this team, and Gunlaw Boy is going to be dropping nades here to try and stop them from pushing in.
With altitude out of the way now, the door is wide open for the top 8 in this match for 4Wolves and Eggy Gaming. This is going to be the match that they need to secure. They have already made their way inside of the top 5, and 4Wolves, they had the numbers advantage to work with, but all of that utility being lobbed towards them by the players of Eggy, by the players of Oishani Esports, has resulted in 1 casualty. But 3 players still left standing, and 4Wolves can just keep their heads down and go for the endgame fights. They should be able to, well, at least topple over the side of Altitude Esports if they walk away with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's going to be very much possible as well. But GLITCHxREBORN might have something to say here, trying to put in the wrench here for all these teams as they get engaged with those Eggy, Ralph down, Troya pretty much getting shot from every single direction. Once they go in for the reset, another nade comes in for GLITCHxREBORN. The vehicle is about to explode, but one of the nades will connect, gets the confirmation. Troya gets knocked as well, but 4Wolves, they go in for the push. They try to take a jab onto his aura. Cleans out a majority of them, but Zin is still going to be on the sidelines here, seeing his teammates getting taken out. But 4Wolves put in a very awkward position as they slowly tumble. They lose one. Zin gets straight off by Immortal. It comes down towards a 1v1, but he's looking at the wrong direction and Shockwave takes him out. Aura Esports cleans out 4Wolves as the lone survivor for Aura. Sin can be said for Eggy, and GLITCHxREBORN has 4 players left.
Down to 4 players. Well, still up with 4 players. I think this win is pretty much guaranteed to GLITCHREBORN. They had 90 points on the board at the start of the game. 8 finishes, that is 98. And I believe the chicken dinner is pretty much guaranteed. It's all about whether they are going to get 20 points and reach 110, or are they going to have to stick with 108 points on the overall leaderboard. Any which ways, it's a very massive feat that they will have to accomplish in the last Erangel that they will be playing after this. And I think it might be a little too late for them to put up these numbers on the board. GLITCHREBORN, we had a lot of hope from this team, but now the 4-man roster has isolated the 2 fights. They're moving towards Shockwave. The nade does a lot of damage. I think this one is going to get the job done. Oh my goodness, so much utility, and Shockwave is somehow still alive. That has to be extremely lucky. Recovers the HP, still not willing to give up. Shockwave fighting for his life, but it's a 4v1 situation. So I'm going to be 100% honest about this. We all know the result. Shockwave finally falls down, and Gamla Boy becomes the only player left apart from the entire roster of GLITCHREBORN.
Yep, now a 4 versus 1 Gamla Boy. He has done what he can here for Eggy. Last lone survivor, catching themselves into the top 2. No conversions for them, but GLITCHxREBORN, they are on the hunt, and they see him and they take him out. That's going to be GLITCHxREBORN securing the winner chicken dinner for this match. But the fight for the final spot on top 8 is still on the line here, and it is going to be a fight between 3 teams now.
Yeah, I think Altitude is going to be there. Well, actually 4. Jux, because they did not get any points in this game. Jux is going to be there. Altitude is going to be there. Eggy is going to be there, and there's one more name that was just lurking right behind. 4Wolves, yeah. 4Wolves is going to be there. So these 4 teams, one last match to go, and I think they are going to be praying for each other to get taken out, but I think Eggy Gaming, a brilliant recovery coming in this game, because they kind of bring themselves into a fighting position heading into that last game. 4Wolves, I'm kind of upset with 4Wolves, because they... 4Wolves and Altitude Esports could have actually fought harder and toppled over Jux Esports outside of the top 8 in this game itself. But again, not being able to move towards the center in the end game is what resulted in them getting taken out. And for 4Wolves, I think they should have gotten a little bit more proactive towards the end. just because they had numbers and they had the height advantage as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very unfortunate as well, because if 4 Wolves was able to get a little bit more placement points and also a little bit more finish points from this,
Yeah.
they should be in the contention to fight with altitude to kick down Jux. Because as it stands, Jux is currently the gatekeepers for their top 8, and they're only like 2 to 3 points away from altitude. And then followed by that is going to be 4 Wolves and also I think it's going to be Eggy as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very, very close here, especially for this one final match. So it needs to be a big game, and it needs to be now, especially coming from these 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely needs to be a big game from these 4 teams, but that's the problem, right? Not everyone can have a big match at the same time, and we all know the reality of the situation right now. There's just one spot up for claim, unless someone just has a 30-bomb performance and they just topple over Versatile, and Versatile again is the first team to get taken out. Unless that happens, there's just one spot up for grabs right now with Jux Esports, who I believe were at 134 points, but we will have to see what their total tally is of this match and where they end up, because even that is going to be a big difference maker.
Agreed, and that's also provided that Revenant Xspark doesn't create this vacuum of just snatching all of those points, because
Pretty much.
they are on the same warpath since Game 1 and Game 2. They've just been dominating every single one out of nowhere, despite being number 1.
Exactly, but one last wrangle remains for Group C in their journey in the grind, and we are all waiting to see who are going to be the top 8 teams moving towards round 3 and which are going to be the bottom 8 teams left behind in round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to find the answer to that, and of course after the last wrangle, after this very short break. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back after this.
And we are back again with the action from BGS, the Grind 2026. My name is Salty, joining alongside once again is going to be the Necro Man, and this time it seems like one last game remains for a group that is playing right now. What are your thoughts, of course, with that chicken dinner?
I mean, look, of course, things are getting mixed up quite a bit now in the overall standings. And I honestly just want to head on and look at the overall standings and find out who is that one team that is barely missing off a mark. Because we know there's always going to be a team who's barely missing out in the top 8 just because of 1 point. And that team's not going to feel too good.
Absolutely, and I think I know who that team is. It is going to be Altitude for a reason. Jux Esports, I think, with that performance, yes, they are going to break open a little bit, but ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to break open your games and look cool alongside it, make sure you upgrade to the Royal Pass. We've been talking about it. She's my crush, by the way. Meet her. It is the Rebel Rogue Fox set. If you are actually wearing it inside of the game, make sure you get a screenshot and tag us on your stories. And of course, along with that, you get that lovely DP28 level 3 because it looks absolutely amazing when you get those long range sprays done. Of course, you're going to look good along with getting your finishing off your enemies as well. But coming back to the conversation once again, I feel like a little bit of a slip-up happening for Team Eggy. All the faith that was bestowed upon them, it is not paying off as of yet.
I know, right? The aggression, the firepower missing this time. The main concern is that Eggy at least was good in taking fights, but now Eggy's not able to bring in points at all, which is of course a major concern. But for a team like GLITCHxREBORN, it's a step in the right direction, but a bit too late. Now GLITCHxREBORN just needs to hope for better in the future stances, right? Anyways, they're going to move on towards the round 2. It's not even a question. But still, this sort of a performance is going to at least have them a good momentum in round 2.
100% agree with you there. The MVP, of course, from that game being Shorty from GLITCHxREBORN, 6 eliminations with them. You've also got Tamilan Esports, Lens with 4 eliminations on the board, a Fan OP as well, 4 eliminations. That is 10 eliminations shared in between these two players. I guess the performance is there. It is coming back, just like you mentioned. The momentum is sort of building up. But for the grind itself specifically, I think it's a little too late for GLITCHxREBORN.
I know, right? That's what I mentioned. For GLITCHxREBORN, it's too late now. It is a step in the right direction, but it's at least going to give you a good momentum inside of the round 2 in the main event. We've got the point standings popping up. Aura getting 12 points. GLITCHxREBORN with that chicken getting 20. Eggy as well getting 10 points. But Eggy now needs one big game to at least keep themselves around that safety block in the top 8. And since, unfortunately, for Eggy, the upcoming is also going to be the final game, I'm not sure if that big game is going to be there.
You know, all these teams were mounting a comeback. You name Eggy Gaming or Esports, even 4Wolf as a matter of fact. They're going to be extremely happy that Jux Esports had a 0-pointer in that one. Even Altitude did not push up a much with 5 points. Have a look at that. 134 being reached already. One final game remains. Altitude closely following up. Just 2-point difference between them. And you've got 4Wolf, 128. If they do find that big game, this one, this can be it. It is going to be the map of Erangel. Versatile look to be safe, at least for now. 144.
Eggy literally needs a chicken dinner. That's the only thing that's going to save him. One game with 20+ points, and Eggy will instantly be there in the top 8. For Jux Esports, 134 points in total. To be honest, it's not a lot. Jux Esports at least needs to work on the consistency, get 5 or 6 points in the upcoming game, and maybe they can be able to pin that spot down. But once again, it all really comes down to teams like Altitude Esports and 4Wolves. If Altitude Esports has a good game, then instantly Jux Esports' position is going to be compromised. So Jux, it's better to shut down Altitude Esports as soon as possible.
And that is what has been happening for a while now. We saw that on the map of Rondo as well. Jux and Altitude just going head-to-head against each other. And I think even on the map of Erangel, we've seen those rotational clashes happen. If Altitude devise a method of where they can pin down Jux Esports, maybe drop clashing against them, beating them down early on in the game, and then proceeding from that point on, that is a strategy which only works when we are talking about it, because inside of the game, anything can happen.
No one's going to do it. We always talk about this, especially when these type of scenarios do pop up. We always talk about a team just drop clashing the other team and maybe hope for the best. But I guess one of the main reasons why that never happens is because the odds are 50-50. You never know. You can be the first one to be eliminated, and you can easily just lose out in that slot towards the round 3. And it's round 3 we're speaking of. It's still a decent bit of gem that you're going to have in the main event, and you might as well want to have your shot at it.
You know, talking about Versatile as well, I think they have realized that it's actually time to give a little bit of play time to their 5th man as well. It is NINZA who comes into the picture. Shreyam, he is going to get subbed out. Or rather, it is the other way around, by the way. Shreyam comes into the picture. NINZA gets subbed out. But for Versatile, I think there's not a lot to worry about. We saw them cross that 140-point mark, 144 points to be exact. You mentioned it, the risks are not there because of that performance. The last game on the map of Erangel. But anything can happen in this one, right?
Anything can happen. VXT, at the end of the day, once again, they have already made it. It's not even a question. I think they're pretty much around the safety block. It's just that one single slot that's left over, which is on the 8th spot. And that too, if Jux Esports has a good game, then that even chances goes away.
Imagine this now, if Jux Esports have a fantastic game and even VXT, they kind of bomb the game, then doors kind of open up for Altitude and the sides of 4Wolves. We talked about how 4Wolves still retain a chance. They're not very far behind, by the way. They are like, what, 6 or 7 points away. I'm really rooting for 4Wolves in this one because one big game they are in, it is going to be a comeback and a half.
Of course, it's going to be a comeback and a half. And soon we're also going to move on towards the upcoming game. One last chance for Group C. Can they really make it salty?
That is a big question, ladies and gentlemen, the answer of which I'm not going to be able to give, neither will Necro be able to give. But you guys make sure you watch out because the final map of Erangel is going to be played. Group C plays their last one. Here it comes. And the big bird goes up to the skies once again as the map of Erangel gets locked and loaded. This is match number 24, the final game for Group C, ladies and gentlemen, as we do fly on top of these tropical islands. Beautiful greenlands to work with, but this flight path, it sort of takes away that southern part of the circle, southern part of the island, away from the picture. If you want to go towards somewhere like a military base, Novorupnoi, it's going to be difficult. But let's have a look at the map standings because it is so important. Eggy Gaming up there, you've got 4 Wolves up there as well, even Rivalry Esports. But all of a sudden, it seems like for all of these teams, the hopes of qualifying to the main event, potentially skipping on that elimination round of round 2, is kind of slowing down a little bit. It's not as shining bright as it was initially, but have a look at this. All the players that do disembark from the plane, are we having some initial clashes? Jux Esports towards Primorsk, you've got Oishani Esports and Medley Esports in the mix of things.
I would love to see some clashes. Vasista Esports dropping all the way towards Georgopol once again. Or it's going to head on towards the apartments of Georgopol, so it's all good in the hood for them. Oishani Esports around Quarry, you've got Medley Esports still dropping left side of the Quarry. Medley Esports, they like to drop a little bit on the passive side of the spectrum. Revenant Xspark around Yasna Poliana once again. It's not even a question. That's where they like to go. You've also got Eggy right there around Severny. And the circle popping up in the centric part. One of the standard circles that you will see on the map of Erangel. And since we've also got the map standings popping up as well, 4 Wolves, they can stand a big chance to make the comeback. A team like Eggy Gaming, though, they need a massive game. And of course, that's going to be a 20-plus point or 2.
We'll find out if that does happen. Eggy Gaming, where do they land, though? On the lands of Severny, no real team to be found. You've got a couple of these outliers. Revenant Xspark dropping in on Yasnaya Poliana, along with Gods for a Reason. Now, this is going to be an initial battle. These compounds do allow you some time, but it seems like one of those players from Gods for a Reason, he has been caught off guard. 3 players in his compound. The first one actually goes down. Spirit being knocked out and eliminated right off the get-go itself. Revenant Xspark, they are off the mark.
Not too good of a start. And Revenant Xspark, at least they kick things off on a positive note. Big Man Spirit's down and dusted. For Gods for a Reason, it's a bad start. But once again, Gods for a Reason, they don't even care. They've already qualified 184 points. It's impossible to catch up to them. And since this is also going to be the last game for the Group C, it's pretty much about the teams who are closer to that 8th spot.
Yeah.
Jux Esports, the main focus is going to be on them. Altitude Esports, 4 Wolves, and Eggy. I don't even think Rivalry Esports can stand a chance to make the comeback. Unless they get a 30-pointer, then maybe there's a chance.
Practically speaking, I don't even think so as well. But anything can happen inside of the battlegrounds. It is just about the intent and how clinically you can wear these fights. As Pain gets his hand on the AK. Punk gets knocked out elsewhere. Got for a reason, a little bit of retaliation fire. And have a look at this Beast OG. What a beautiful knock comes in. Pain, clinical with the AK once again. This time, Revenant Xspark are once again back in the hood. 2 players knocked out, but Pain and Ninja, they're still standing tall, Negro.
And Pain as of now, he wants to inflict some pain, but the timing, it's a little bit off. Shotguns for up close and personal combat. The man's got his hands on the utilities wall. Gods for a Reason. They're pretty quick when it comes to repositioning. Hitman exhausts through all the bullets, pulls out the Scorpion as well, runs out of magazine in that gun as well. I'm not sure what Hitman was doing, just constantly pre-firing around the corner, but he was also running out on magazine. And because of that, Gods for a Reason, they mess up big time. Even Hexe gets caught. And just like that, that's going to be Revenant Xspark coming out on top in a flawless manner. GLITCHxREBORN, even they get caught out in the open. It's Vasista Esports putting in a lot of work. But Hector, the man, instantly gets traded. Avi's out in the open, tossing out the smoke grenades to get the revival on the fallen comrade. Vasista Esports caught off guard in a really bad spot. The same thing can also be said for GLITCHxREBORN, but at least they win that duel.
Having a look at the map feed, by the way, you can see it from the minimap. It is learned from past as well, who are rotating just next to GLITCHxREBORN. Problems can escalate for sure as the reset is there. The smokes are going to disguise their presence. Can GLITCHxREBORN get back to safety and reunite once again? They need those compounds to work with. Shots can come through from Learn From Past. We can see it from the finish feed itself. Oishani Esports in the midst of a fight. Nothing from Learn From Past as of yet.
The main problem is that GLITCHxREBORN does not even have a proper loadout. Look at them. Med situation's not looking too good. Even when it comes to utilities, it's not looking too good. And I guess Salty, we've got a bit of a bad news to break out to the viewers.
Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have thought about it pretty right. It is actually going to be a rehost. We're once again going to be restarting the game. Since there were probably a few issues going on, we just want to make sure that the fair play is maintained. Everyone's going to be on the same spectrum.
Yeah.
That's why this rehost is coming through.
And I guess, gods for a reason, they're going to be pretty happy about that GLITCHxREBORN as well because of that initial knock. But nonetheless, no real such damage for all the teams for whom the stakes were high. Just Jux Esports as well, I think they were quite safe on the lands of Primos. 4 Worlds, they were there on towards Tauber as well. So all these drop spots have sort of been given up. And if the teams who are studying the games as well, if they find out, all right, fine, this is exactly where my opponent is, who knows, there might be a chance of an initial clash. I am just hoping for it, nonetheless.
I know who you're hinting towards. I know you want to see Vasista Esports versus Revenant Xspark, or even Jux Esports versus Altitude. You probably want to see one of those clashes happen.
The second
but
one.
To be honest, look, Salty, I don't think that's going to happen. Both the teams are probably going to be extremely scared. It's understandable. There's a lot of pressure on top of them. It's a direct round skip towards round 3.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams would want to at least be there in the round 3.
One talking point has to be Eggy Gaming over there because I saw a change in their drop spot. They actually went towards Severny, which is usually the drop spot of Medal Esports. Now, that is very wise of Eggy Gaming to target Medal Esports down, get those initial finishes, but that was not the case. Medal Esports did not drop on Severny. They changed their drop locations as well. So, I think Eggy Gaming, they're doing the right thing. They know they need a 30 bomber and they need to start from the get-go itself. It's just about, can these players convert those finishes and get the big number on board? Because usually they start off well, but then they falter.
For some reason, it feels like Eggy, they're just not getting the elimination points now as well.
Yeah.
Before, they were, of course, aggressive. We were seeing those elimination points funneling in, but now Eggy's not able to get the placement points. They're not able to get the elimination points either. Yeah, the previous game was decent, but decent's not enough. The position that Eggy Gaming is, they need nuclear performances. And especially now, they need a game with 20 points plus. Then only Eggy can stand a chance to be there in the top 8. And of course, you cannot even rule out the fact that even Jux Esports can have a good game, so the point requirement just goes higher.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights from the match of Rondo. We saw Revenant Xspark just breaking the Finnish chamber open. All of these players in their arsenal. You've got Pain, you've got Trace, you've NINZA. Everybody just doing so much heavy lifting for the team. Even Punk, as a matter of fact, I think he's doing decent when it comes to the assaulting department. Aura Esports, one of the teams who I personally had a lot of faith in because they show signs of brilliances. But then when you go up against a Titan like Vasista Esports, chances are you're not going to survive.
Yeah, I mean, Vasista Esports, pretty much a brilliant team with a lot of experience. And when you're going to go up against a team that are pretty much the rookies, there's of course a big chance the experienced ones are going to come out on top. And looking at these highlights, I mean, Revenant Xspark just mowing the lawns, coming out on top with these, not even breaking a single sweat in these fights. And it just makes you look so easy.
I love the fact that Revenant Xspark, they've actually devised a hovercraft method, especially on the map of Erangel. They always have at least 1 or 2 hovercrafts to work with. Now, it gives you a lot of damage to tank. It becomes like a sponge where it absorbs all the bullets of the opposition and keeps you intact, gets you in a closer position. But nonetheless, one of the teams we are going to be watching out for will be Rivalry Esports. They have got all of their basic set. It's just about converting those big games, which haven't really been coming in their favor.
Yeah, Rivalry Esports, they've been on and off throughout the entire grind. And I guess that's not the exact consistency Rivalry Esports is searching for. 78 points per game since the start would have been enough, but Rivalry Esports, there have been games where they also got 0 points. And that's one of the main reasons why now Rivalry Esports is struggling. But once again, the same storyline repeats itself. Rivalry Esports, if they want to stand a chance to be there in the top 8, they need one big game. And I'm speaking of 20-pointer, because also considering the fact that even Jux Esports can get a good game.
Absolutely.
And then the point requirement just goes higher.
I think Jux Esports, if they get a good game, the cutoff is just going to get pushed up higher, which means that a majority of the teams are going to struggle. All the teams are banking on the fact that Jux might bomb this game, which I don't think is going to be the case because amazing. We've seen his play so far. We've seen how far he carries his team. For Rivalry Esports, I think they're only one of those teams who have had a chicken dinner and are still in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, their ceiling is quite high, but when they bomb their games, it's absolutely nil.
Since BGIS 2024, Rivalry Esports, when they left out in that slot towards the LAN finals, just because of that 1 point, they have never been able to recover. And right now as well, I'm pretty sure just because a few points, they're not going to be able to push on towards the round 3, which is of course going to be a sign of concern. But it's not like you're going to be eliminated from the tournament. You can once again go back. You can go back to the drawing board, see what exactly went wrong, and you can pretty much just get better strategies done and come back.
You know, I think it also comes to mention all the teams who are actually coming in from the in-game qualifiers, all the aspiring pros out there. I think it is extremely important for them to go past these elimination stages because you get more map time, you get to adapt to the new zone meta really well, and I think that is extremely important. The more number of games you're going to be playing, I think the better you are suited for the semi-finals and the grand final stage.
Of course. At the end of the day, look, there's two different ways to look at it. It's BGIS you were speaking of. I do understand the more games you play, it's better, but you're also going to be facing off against teams that you've never played in the past before. You've got no intel against them, you do not know what exactly to expect from them, and there's so many possibilities that you can be caught off guard. So I don't think you would want to take the odds. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. We'll be right back.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BGIS, the Grind 2026, and this time, I guess we are prepared for the final game, and this time it is going to be Necro with me back on the panel, and once again, continuing on our discussion as well. We were talking about Rivalry Esports, we were talking about Eggy Gaming, and all the chances that they have, but it just comes down to this one game, and I'm so excited.
I know, right? Eggy Gaming, can they stand a chance? Of course they do, but they need one massive game. And just because of that one massive game thing comes into picture, you really think that maybe Eggy Gaming is not going to stand a chance because so far they've been struggling too much. There hasn't even been one big game from the side of Eggy. Yes, they're consistently able to get the elimination points, but even recently they haven't been able to get those.
I think today specifically because the pressure on their shoulders is quite high. And in that pressure, majority of the teams in the mid-pack, I can see them struggling. We saw teams, especially in the first game, teams at the top got for a reason Revenant Xspark doing really well. Why? They've got no pressure on their back. They're just going all out, getting those finishes. In the last match, we saw GLITCHxREBORN going all out. The team Aura Esports playing really well because, again, they've got nothing to lose. Teams in the mid-pack, for them, the stakes are so high. They understand the nooks and crannies of just that one single point where they will have to miss out on that entire round. I think that becomes that major determinating factor.
The previous game was pretty good, though, for teams like 4Wolves and Eggy Gaming.
Yep.
Since Eggy was able to snatch in a 10-pointer. But if Eggy was able to get 10 points even in the first game of Rondo, then maybe that could have been a difference maker. But since it was just the previous game where they got 10 points, even for 4Wolves, they got a decent performance. The consistency wasn't there in Rondo. Because of that, now they require a massive game. But to be honest, still a possibility, right? Now let's start talking about teams who are barely on the cusp. I'm speaking of Jux Jux Esports. And especially if there is someone on top of the board who does not like Jux, I'm speaking of maybe VXT, if there are some shenanigans if they want to pull off, they can really go on and eliminate Jux Esports in altitude. That can really give a big opening for teams like Eggy and Forwolves.
Yeah, I think it is very possible because again, Jux Esports, if you observe their drop location, it has never really shifted from Primorsk on the map of Erangel. But if the circle does shift somewhere towards north, somewhere towards Severny, somewhere towards Stauber, we've seen Jux Esports struggle because the rotation gets quite delayed. Now that is exactly where you can pounce upon. One of the likely teams who can actually do that will be Oishani Esports because they drop somewhere around that quarry region. But Oishani Esports, they themselves know that they've got nothing to lose. So who knows what can happen, man? We are just speculating at this point.
I don't think Oishani Esports is going to go for a target. Oishani Esports is just going to try to refine their own strategies since they know they're going to move on towards the round 2 anyway. So they just want to look as good as they can. It's all about the teams that are still there in the middle pack and the teams that have already qualified, especially the teams that have already qualified. They're probably going to try to pull off some shenanigans. I really would want to see it Revenant Xspark and VXT round 2, but this time on the map of Wrangle, I want to see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Yesterday, what we saw was insane.
I mean, yesterday what we saw was actually funny, by the way, as well. But the funny part is, Vasista Esports, they did not shy away from their drop location on the second game of Miramar as well. Now for Revenant Esports, I think for them, the ball is going to be in their court. They can look to drop in on Northern Georgopol, where Vasista usually go to, but that collision seems to be very unlikely for me. I think RNTX, they love to play the natural game. On the maps of Erangel, they usually start from that Milda region and then, of course, take the hovercraft to wherever the zone is. I think it is a brilliant strat, especially when it's working out.
There's also a few other teams in this group, like FS Esports, that haven't really been able to pop themselves off that well this time. Especially in the first 2 games, FS Esports is completely vacant, nowhere to be seen. In my opinion, if FS Esports wants, even they can pull off some shenanigans. But I guess it is one of those stages where teams do not really want to counter yet. They do not really want to target yet because they know no one's going to be eliminated anyways. If they do end up targeting their opponents, and if they do meet them in the future, then that's going to be a bad sight.
That is going to be a bad sight for sure. I mean, who knows? You can get the taste of your own medicine, right? That is something which has always happened, especially in a long tournament like the BGIS. But you know, one, of course, a big concern is going to be on the undergods. Gods for a reason. For sure, they've shown us that they've got a lot of skills and they are prepared for the further stages of BGIS. But I just hope that this is not a run of form. This is actually their caliber as well. We have seen teams from the other group who are undergods, but they've shown decent promise. I'm talking about teams like Esport Social, teams like Team Alpha. They've also shown us that yes, in spite of not having that much experience in top flight, they can still pull through. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we are preparing the map of Erangel very soon, and you can see the counter on the screen as well, Necro.
Of course, within 10 seconds, we're going to head on towards the last game for this entire group. Still so many questions and so many teams in contention. Can Rivalry Esports make it? Can Eggy make it? Well, to find out, let's move on towards the game itself. The plane is in the skies for one last time for this entire group. For Group C, final chance for them to make a comeback. Still so many teams around the horizon who do want to cross on, but can they really do it? A lot of them need a massive game, and a few just want to sustain that spot. As the plane is in the sky, starting all the way from Quarry towards the opposite side, which is going to be Stauber. This plane flat path, it's a little bit away from the southern side.
Absolutely, it just favors all the teams who love the northern region, right? Georgopol, Shooting Range, Severny, Yasnaya, Poliana. All of these regions are going to be in contention once again. Are we going to see that drop clash in Yasnaya once again? Gods for reason, Revenant Xspark dropping in tandem. That is going to be our main concern. Of course, GLITCHxREBORN. They've shifted away from the drop location of Lipovka, now are moving towards Hospital and the Georgopol region. You've got Jux Esports. By the way, they are moving towards Primorsk and Feripe, but the surprising fact is Eggy Gaming, they are moving towards Primorsk. Now, this is surprising. I love this attitude coming in from Eggy.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? In the previous map, they dropped towards Severny, and now Eggy's dropping towards Primorsk. A little bit weird. Probably these teams want to drop down as soon as possible, get their hands on the weaponaries, and be out there on the hunt. Eggy knows they need a massive game, so Eggy's probably going to try to go guns blazing. Oishani Esports, they like to drop around that quarry side, so if Eggy wants, they can actually take a fight against Oishani. And Oishani is one of those teams that's been struggling with the firepower. Jux Esports around Ferropier, look at this zone. It could not be any better. The final circle, all the way towards military base. Oh man, you already know this is going to be an absolute fest for a team that's going to camp the bridge.
But I guess there's nobody who's going to be camping the bridge. Tamilan Esports, they love those compounds close to the bridge on that military base. They might just be the first ones to actually make that cross on over. From the map feed as well, we can see Versatile, who are looking to chase down the circle as quickly as they possibly can. A little bit of a battle going on in Yesnaya once again. Is Revenant Xspark and G4R, they lock horns. Damage being inflicted on Punk. Have a look at this. Tamilan Esports. Meanwhile, they suffer the first casualty as Aiden gets taken down. It is FS Esports on the hunt.
Big man Aiden's down. And FS Esports just want to hand out the death blow, but they're not able to do so. Maybe Aiden's going to be revivable. And yes, that's what's happening. Man's safe. FS Esports was not able to hand out a death blow, but they're focused on making that rotation down south. Now, as soon as they make the rotation down south, the main thing FS Esports is going to do is get their hands on the loot and then instantly start camping that bridge. And yes, by the way, FS Esports got the confirmation.
Yeah, the HP was actually dwindled too low. Have a look at that, though. On towards Yesnaya once again. Revenant Xspark finding that long-range spray down. One of the players from Gods for a Reason has been taken down. Revenant Xspark looking to close in the distance, but it is a little too risky for now. Pain looking to invade the compounds as well. You've got G4R, who are on their knees, by the way. Not a lot of retaliation coming in from them, Necro, which is very surprising, by the way.
Trace is not even scared of the opponents. Straight up pushes up, shuts down both of them. That's utter disrespect. Does not even care who was there on the other side. Straight up pushed up, barrel stuffed the players down. And Revenant Xspark just manhandling the players of Gods for a Reason. One last guy, Beast OG, standing in his position uncompromised. He's out in the open. Needs to keep his position anonymous for as long as possible. It's going to be tough to await the tracks of Revenant Xspark, but now as we move on towards Jux, this is another one of those important fights. Both the teams are quite desperate to be there in the top 8. Even Tamilan Esports, they step inside of the field.
Oh, but I love this Versatile, in fact. We thought that they're going to be crossing on over, but they're not doing so. In fact, they're huddling around this fight, which is brilliant. If Versatile managed to take down Jux Esports, that just opens the door for all the teams who are chasing. But Eggy Gaming, they are faltering once again. Their overextension is actually not paying them dividends. Couple of their players being knocked out. One will be backed up. But they've lost a player already, Necro.
Eggy's crumbling. A team with a lot of firepower. How does this happen? How is Eggy losing out in this fight? Jux Esports just better when it comes to mechanics. And now this time as well, Repu. It was able to shut down another man. Eggy, mistakes after mistakes, and they need to pay the price for it. Gamla Boy, the only person standing, but VXT from the back, keeping him in check. Eggy with only one man standing. Now the chances of Eggy qualifying towards round 3, even they fade away.
Gamla Boy just being alive as a lone wolf. I don't really think there's going to be much, but have a look at this, Jux Esports. It seems like they've had a good start. Rebo with the first 2 knocks has been taken down, of course, but he did trouble the scorers a little bit. Tamilan Esports, by the way, they are looking to shut down Jux Esports here and out. It's going to be difficult as well. Oishani Esports, we were talking about them. They love the Quarry region. Now they are surrounding the lads of Versatile. The Snowbee from the backlines can do a lot of damage. The nade did fly in, but no damage being dished out. It seems like Versatile, they're going to be finding the upper hand in this fight, and yes, they do so as well.
The man's managed to soften both of them up. And Oishani Esports, not a lot of chances will be given to them. And still Nobi is able to shut down both the players. How is this even possible? Gamla Boy from the back now is trying to keep the opponents in check. Squeezing in a few elimination points. He was able to get one of the knocks against the players of VXT. Also gets the confirmation. For Eggy, the damage is already done. They cannot make it. Gamla Boy is now just trying to fight for his own supremacy. Metal Esports, all the way towards Pachinki, even they're hurt. Pradhan, the man's knocked out. Altitude, for them, these can be 3 points they're searching for. If Altitude gets this squad wipe, that's going to be 4 points to kick things off already with. And Jux Esports is stuck in a massive pickle.
Altitude need these points. Have a look at that. 137 on Jux. 132 for Altitude. At 4 of Metal Esports, they will be almost tied up. Beautiful nade that comes in from Gods is going to knock one more player down. It's 2 on the board for Altitude already. It's a clock ticking for Metal Esports. They need to find a way to retaliate, but it seems like they are failing to do so. They can't choke away the points for Altitude by running away from this fight, and I guess that shall be the method they are going to adopt, but for Altitude, I think it's a good start for them.
Metal Esports. 2 men down. Big concern. For Altitude, exactly what they wanted. But to be honest, Altitude should just move up and hunt them down. They should not let go of the players of Metal Esports. These are 2 free elimination points that they're missing out on. And look at Metal Esports. They're so exposed, out in the open, vulnerable. And let's be honest, Metal Esports' survival is impossible anyways. They need to rotate all the way down south, and they will be eliminated in that process.
I guess it's the line of sight for Altitude, which they aren't being able to find. They are, of course, looking to hunt down the players of Metal Esports, but they do not have information of where exactly these players are. Who are, of course, running away from Pochinki towards the squad house that you do find. The warehouses can be their safe haven for now, at least, but look at the teams on the southern half. Look at the teams on the military base. They are already quite safe. And surprisingly, from that fight of Ferry, it seems like Jux Esports has actually managed to escape with all 3 players surviving. Now, that is brilliant news for them, by the way.
Team Altitude. Gods. He's got the man in sights. Metal Esports, 2 players split from each other. The man towards the rock, he's softened up. Still trying to hide behind it. Not a lot of HP to play around with, and Gods now is trying to form an off angle. There is 1 man from the side of Metal Esports all the way on the rooftop, but Altitude is just wasting time.
Yeah, certainly are. Now they are possibly sure where the rest of the players of Metal Esports are. They drop down on a couple of angles. Nades can come through. I guess another one of those players have been knocked down. Altitude, they are looking to capitalize on the positions of Metal Esports. But it remains to be seen whether or not can they be very effective while doing it. Needs to be efficient. Should not use a lot of resources. Should not get a man eliminated as well. They need their 4-man standing till the end circle so that they do stand a chance against Jux. Potentially make it inside top 3. It is going to be a hard task for Altitude. Even the circle makes it extremely confusing right now because it is a very hybrid one.
Learn from past is hunting down 4 Wolves. And 4 Wolves is another one of those teams that can stand a chance to make the bounce back in the top 8. But 4 Wolves, they need a big game. And if Learn from Past is on their tails, then yeah, the comeback, it's a dream. Gumlet Boy gets blown to smithereens. That's going to be it from Eggy. Metal Esports once again getting hunted down, chased down by the players of Team Altitude. Utilities being tossed out from the opponents to try and stop this rush, but Altitude is not going to be stopped this easily. Metal Esports, though, still, this one single man has given it all he's got. Metal Esports, there's a big chance they can't be eliminated with 0 eliminations in this one as well. And how is he still able to find connections? 1 man against the entirety of Team Altitude, and he was on the verge of shutting down another man as well, by the way.
This is what I was talking about. Altitude needed to finish off this fight extremely clean, and that is what they did. So did suffer a knock, by the way, but at least the man survives. Lives to fight another day. He's done for. Metal Esports, they're done for. Eggy Gaming is done for as well. But have a look at this. You were mentioning about 4 Wolves right now. Learn from past in the proximities, by the way. And Honey is looking to set up the flank angle.
Oh no, 4 Wolves. The hovercraft is the only thing that's keeping him alive. And why is Learn from Past even bothering to take shots against it? Just let it go. It's better to just focus on the placement a bit better now and maybe just camp out the players of 4 Wolves. Be on the edge, be the Guardian Angels. But instead, Learn from Past is just constantly taking those shots. They really want to keep him pinned. They do not want to let him go. That hovercraft is on the verge of being completely blown up. Oh, one of the players, he ejects out of the moving hovercraft. It's one of the biggest rookie mistakes that 4 Wolves could have made. And Learn from Past, they instantly capitalize onto it. That hovercraft was on the verge of being completely blown up, but still, there could have been a better way to engage in that fight.
Well, have a look at this now. Talking about engaging in a fight, it is Revenant Xspark who are engaging against Rivalry Esports, but it seems like Ryder, they fought back in this one. 2 players knocked out, in fact make it 3. 2 players being blown off as well. It's just 1 lad in the name of Pain who is going ahead. Finds a little bit of connection, will find the frag as well. 5 eliminations for Revenant Xspark, but for Rider Esports, this fight is going to be so important, but they are losing bodies. I'm not sure if they're going to be liking it.
Pain is inflicting a lot of damage. And of course, Pain and Hurt. Now a nade being cooked in the front. How does this man even know about that cheeky angle? Jumps up, takes those shots, softens the man up in the front. He's barely 1 HP. And now Pain's going to fall back and probably stick to revival, but no, he's still busy fighting. And I guess the call is being made from his IGL himself that you can pretty much just try and clutch it out. And he actually does it as well with ease. That nade from Pain, that's going to put the nail in the coffin. Another team with a chance to qualify has been eliminated.
Now that is a dream being done for over there. Rivalry Esports, they actually were quite well positioned in that fight, but Pain once again just destroying opponents at his own free will. That was a suicidal nade, by the way. He had things and replenishments to patch himself up, but he chose otherwise. Knew he only wanted to go in for the fight, get the finish point, and that is it. Revenant Xspark are out of the game, and so is Rivalry Esports. I want to see how can learn from past to move inside the circle, though as of now, altitude for them, problems are going to be huge, because look at that cluster on the north side of the bridge. You've got 3 teams, Tamilan Esports, Vasista Esports, and Versatile looking to mark that entry point, and I'm not sure if altitude will be able to cross on over.
For some reason, I'm a little bit skeptical of FS Esports' position. I feel like there's a chance they can't be shot collaboratively. And speaking of collabs, we've also got BGMI Royal and Field collab. My personal favorite is going to be the Continental GT650. You guys can head inside of the game and check out the bikes. They look absolutely beautiful. Salty's a big fan of the classic 350, by the way.
Yeah, I certainly am, and potentially I'm going to get one myself as well. But nonetheless, it seems like there are a lot of these teams who are looking to find these finishes for themselves. It seems like Vasista, they are going to be knocking on the doors of Versatile. And beautiful use of utility over there. Molotov sails in. Couple of those nades as well. And I guess that is going to be the fall of the first man of Versatile.
Utilities just poured in that house. And look at Dead Player. Position was uncompromised for a moment. I thought he can be set up for a good success. But in the end, Vasista Esports knew exactly where the man was. They snuffed him out. And now altitude is also going to be in their targets. Shots were taken against him. No success found yet. Just a few fadeaway shots taken. Altitude's fine.
I feel that altitude should have actually used the waterways to cross on over. Trying to go in for the bridge might just bring in their demise. Jux Esports is still surviving. 137 and 136 is where things stand right now. This is extremely crucial for altitude. They're not looking at the numbers, but we certainly are. And for altitude, I think this is going to be the most important game that they've played inside of BGIS, the grind, because for sure it decides whether or not they are going to be inside of round 3 or are they going towards round 2. If they do take this fight against Vasista, I think they're going to be done for.
The zone shifting on top of FS Esports. Jux Esports as well right around the corner. 4 Wolves, there's just 1 man alive. At 4 Wolves, Paulo just needs to make sure that he's out-surviving the players of Jux and potentially surviving till the top 2. If Jux Esports ends up getting the chicken dinner, then yeah, the odds are already with them. They will qualify no matter what. But if 4 Wolves still wants a chance to qualify, the only thing Paulo can do and his boys can do is actually get a few eliminations and out-survive the players of Jux Esports. Team Altitude, even they're still inside of the race, but to be honest, to make it all the way down south from that bridge, it seems impossible. And right now, a fight against Vasista Esports as well. To win that, it seems impossible too.
Brilliant need coming in from Some, by the way. Exactly where Gods was. Now him being knocked out, altitude are going to be in the back foot. There's no way this man can get revived, but of course they are going to be overextending to get that fallen man back up. Gods has been brilliant, especially in those 4v4 fights. But Team Altitude, you need to find a way to battle the zone and Vasista Esports in tandem, because this does not look good. How are they going to make the cross on over? How are they going to find the circle? Big questions being asked, Necro.
Look at Vasista, the utilities. They seem extremely precise. Another nade tossed out right around the corner. This one's got to be close. Chips out a lot of damage, and luckily enough, it was when the man was still knocked out. If he would have gone back up, and if that nade would have exploded right next to him, that would have been a re-knock. Which means Altitude would have wasted more time. But still the question remains, how can Altitude make it on the other side of the bridge? Look at these shots from Some. They're disgusting. How does he even find that knock against Gods from that little window? That is insane. Confirmation follows up. And Vasista Esports, they're now just toying with the players of Altitude. Not a lot of ways Altitude can win this.
I'm not even sure how Somme gets these lines aside. It is brilliant. Once again, just finds Porta as well. Altitude in a world of hurt. The long-range scope just doing so much heavy lifting as Altitude. Their dreams are coming crumbling down and there's nothing that they can do. They are in the waterways right now.
Oh
Tamilan Esports from the distance now are looking to spoil the plans of Vasista, but I think Altitude, they are done for already. Just one player standing. And Jux, 3 men still alive. They are looking to make their grand entry inside of round 3, isn't it?
Altitude, they've only got Clouds alive. And yeah, as you mentioned, Jux, with the 3-man squad now, they've also got a decent spot to play with. And Jux is probably going to keep themselves pinned down in that spot. Look at Tamilan Esports letting the players cross on. Vasista Esports is up for a big surprise. And what was that knock? Crazy stuff. Hector's position revealed, but so is Lenz's. And now he's trapped. But unfortunately for Lenz, his teammate cannot even provide him the cover because he's knocked out. And look at Somme. What is this entrance? Oh, that was a death trap, and Somme just walked straight into it. But eventually, Vasista Esports, they still clinch their fists and deliver a big punch.
The kings of the bridges for now. But the circle shifts away. Have a look at this circle. This is a death trap that has been set up by the BGMI gods. But Jux Esports, brilliant position coming in from them. Learn from past, GLITCHxREBORN, and as well as 4Wolves. These are the teams who are surviving for learn from past. I think they want to get in the hold of those compounds because that is the only piece of real estate available. But the rest of the players are looking to stop the likes of GLITCHxREBORN, and the way they are moving about in their vehicles, it seems like they're looking to wrap them from all angles. Honey, inside of the vehicle right now, just getting information. GLITCHxREBORN looking to disengage and learn from past. They don't want GLITCHxREBORN to get any angle inside of the circle.
Learn from past. 5 finishes acquired so far. Magazines as well, reloaded. And Learn from past is now just flying by casually the players of GLITCHxREBORN. They're getting bullied. Learn from past, too confident in these type of scenarios. And that confidence is there just because Learn from past knows no one can stop them now. And look at Termi. He's already found the first one, but luckily enough, that run over comes through. GLITCHxREBORN, they're still in the race. Learn from past losing out on the big man, but there we go. Still, there's another man from Learn from past to get the trades. GLITCHxREBORN is constantly getting shut down.
Learn from past. They've gotten themselves the squad vibe for sure, but now it's time for Jux Esports to step up. It's amazing once again. Brilliant piece of utility over there coming in from Superb. As Nidu finds a knock versatile. All of a sudden, they are getting scrambled. They are confused in this fight. Have a look at this. Nobody has an idea of Superb's presence.
Oh no, this is too awkward. The man was running out of bullets and the PP Bison wanted to switch over, and that's when Hector, he pounced and he got that elimination point. Somme, this man is an absolute beast. He's a different breed. The way he's getting those elimination points. And now look at Cloud Salty. In the water lines, the only person with not a lot of HP, barely surviving by the Viscous. Clouds is done.
Oh, for sure. But by the way, just 2 points is all that you want if you actually want to get inside. Now, that is certainly doable, by the way.
Even 4 volts is live.
Exactly, right? So you've got 4 teams and 7 players inside of the circle right now. It is just stage 5, ladies and gentlemen. It is unlikely we've seen something like this before, and this man has got healing utilities. He's got that one first aid kit. He's got a couple of bandages to work with as well. If he can get those loose stranglers, not get involved in a fight, I think with position points alone, this man can actually make it through.
If 4 volts wins this game, there's a chance they can actually move on towards the 8 spot. But 4 Wolves has 0 points when it comes to eliminations. I'm pretty sure if they do end up winning the game, it's probably going to be around 4 elimination points. So maybe 14 points in total. Is that enough? I do not know.
I don't think so as well.
What about Clouds, though? He was not too far away. His team was extremely close. Clouds just needs to try and stay alive till the top 2. And maybe the circle's going to allow him. He can just keep on moving from the water lines.
Now, this is what we call a finale, ladies and gentlemen. Jux Esports, of course, they have been sent back to the lobby. They are going to be coming back to the stream and watching whether or not Altitude are getting taken out or no. If they do get taken down right now, right here itself, guess they won't really qualify. They are going to be tied. But if Altitude find a finish for themselves, potentially make it inside top 3, I think the job will be done.
I like this from Clouds. He's trying to be sneaky, playing for the placement. From underneath the water, just slowly and steadily swimming towards the zone. But the moment he pops up his head, that's when Altitude Clouds might be done. And there we go. The man spotted. That too by Hector. No way. Spoiling, ruining the dreams of Altitude to qualify towards the round 3 directly. Clouds, oh my god, he's barely surviving on 1 HP. He was also suffocating to his death. And there we go. That final tick by the water.
I'm not sure if he's got enough points. I'm not sure if you've got enough position points, by the way. But we'll have to wait for the standings, ladies and gentlemen. That is a finale for sure. But the mathematicians behind the screens, they are going to be at work already. Did Jux Esports have enough points on the virtue of their placements? Or did Altitude just skip past that and make their way inside the top 8? It is way too close for comfort. But another team who can actually make it work has to be 4Wolf. They need all 4 eliminations that remain, but still that is not going to be doing the job, is it?
Not sure. That would be 14 points in total for 4Wolves. And when I last looked at the overall standings on the right side, I think there was around 5 or 6 points separating each other. If you add on a few more placement points that Jux was able to capitalize on, or a few elimination points that Jux was able to capitalize on, maybe you can say there's still a solid difference of 12 to 13 points, or maybe more.
Yeah.
But once again, I do not know. There's a big possibility there can also be a tie. And if 4Wolves ends up getting the chicken dinner just on the basis of chicken dinner, maybe 4Wolves can squeeze through.
It's going to be a tough battle, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not sure what's to come. My prediction for the cutoff has been broken open, by the way, a long time ago. I was predicting somewhere around 138, 139. The exact number was 137, by the way, for Group C.
No. Oh, yeah, your cutoff prediction was around...
Yeah, 137 for Group C. For Group D, it was much higher, by the way.
Yeah, it was around 148 or something like that. I'm not even sure what you were thinking about it.
Well, we'll find out what exactly the cutoff is, but we are here at a standstill, ladies and gentlemen. Stage 6 in front of us. The final stage of the game for sure. As they learn from past, they are just moving about at the edge of the circle. I'm not really sure what their intention is. Not a move of the muscle coming in from 4Wolves and Vasista Esports as they just hold their compounds.
Come on, just do it. Just make a push. 4Wolves playing this scared, understandable. But Vasista Esports, really? Learn from past, really? I mean, you guys have already made it. This chicken dinner is not going to give you extra money, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but then it might be a highlight clip for all of these players, and I understand.
I mean, there cannot be a highlight clip when you're up against just 4 players. That too, by 2 different squads.
Yeah, it's not going to go viral, but for sure it's going to be a clip. Any chicken dinner is worth it. I mean, if I'm playing in the game, for me, chicken dinners are rare, man.
Hey, you know what else is rare? This Porsche. It looks so good. Just look at it. Look at the eyes.
Yeah?
It tells you a tale.
I love the color on the Porsche as well. I think it's pretty unique. I'm a big fan of the Lamborghini, by the way, but I think the Porsche just looks much better inside of the game.
Wow. So you're saying IRL it does not?
I mean, I think Lambos were never about looks. It was always about the sporty aesthetics.
I mean, technically, aren't you still speaking of looks?
Yeah, I guess so, but then it doesn't really matter. We're talking about class, and I think Porsche does have that quite a lot. But this fight, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like finally we get to see a little bit of movement. Vasista Esports. Hector with the nade tried to catch a couple of those players off guard, but it seems like did not pay him dividends.
Just trying to sniff each other out. The crazy part is the next zone is not even the last one. It's just going to shrink even more. Learn from past. I like their position. They're just waiting for the circle to step out in the open. And the moment that happens, Learn from past will have the advantage. If the circle moves away from the houses, that would be a really good news for Learn from Past. They've got a solid crossfire setup. Honey towards the left. Then you've got one of the men from the side of Learn from Past all the way around the edges. So that's a really good crossfire they've got set up. And look at that angle. When nothing's happening, observers, they get creative.
I love that, actually. It's quite cinematic, by the way. Moving inside of the vehicle and then coming out, zooming in. That is a brilliant angle. I've got to give credit to the observer right there.
If you ever own a supercar, which color you would go for?
Certainly not green. Not orange either. These are not the colors of my choice. I would prefer something like...
Pink?
A black one, bro. A black supercar.
Black's a pretty default, though.
With golden rims.
Black's really default.
No, black's not default. I mean, I want a jet black, and then I want it to have golden rims and red brake plates.
Maybe something like this.
Yeah, just change the color of the rims, and I guess we are done.
Okay, that's actually not bad. If I get a supercar, my combination would be a little bit different. I would use sky blue color, and for the rims, I would go full black or full white.
Wow.
Or if I go with red color, I would use white rims. That would be a little bit different.
You already have a superbike, which is of a very good color, by the way. Purple. I'm not really sure if people would love that, but I personally find the purple on the bike pretty good.
I already took it off.
Oh, you took it off?
Now it's black and gray and red.
Ooh. Have you seen Aditya's bike, by the way?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Good design.
He's wrapped it in gray, right?
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool. Superbikes look pretty cool in white or gray.
Yeah.
But as of now, this fight, we literally went in podcast mode, completed the podcast, and still there's nothing happening on the screen. Come on, someone make a move. What are we even supposed to say at this point? But there we go, finally, 4 rules. The players stepped out of the comfort zone since the Blues on the move, and it's forcing these players to move out now. Slowly and steadily, everyone's going to be out of their comfort zones, including Vasista Esports, and Hector now needs to be a little bit watchful of the front lines as well. Salma, if possible, he needs to keep the players in the back line in check, which is, of course, the boys of 4 Wolves.
We'll also have a look at this. I think Learn from Past, they are a
my
lovely
God,
angle.
that nade.
Salma with the nade finds the front lines. 4 Wolves, one of their players has been brought down. Now this is tough spot to be in. Another one. Just goes to show that Avnish and his positioning has just been given up. Learn from Past from the back lines. I think they just want to keep themselves safe. Good usage of the smokes, by the way.
Vasista Esports. Oh, the way they're playing this one. It's so cheeky. Letting the opponents make the mistake, and still they haven't made the push, by the way, because they know there's Learn from Past, and everyone is so desperate for this win. But Salme is pushed all by himself. That is 12K. It's probably going to stop the players of 4 Wolves from winning this fight. And it will. Salme, the man, comes out on top. And now the situation's down to a 2v2. Hector gets softened up with that well-placed nade. The man's going to fall back and patch himself up. Learn from Past. They're here to put an end to the story. They're here to win the game.
They certainly are, but Salme with those nades and the utility usage, I think, wants to do a little bit differently. Hector, of course, with the shotguns up close and personal. Learn from Past, they are trapped as these players looking to break through. The opening needs to be found, but I guess it is going to be up down to Hector, and he fails in this one. It is going to be a 1v2, and Salme gets cleaned up. It is a chicken dinner for Learn from Past as Vasista. They falter yet again in the ending stages.
Learn from Past is too good with their firefights. For some reason, they just know how to win these duels. They just know how to win these situations. Beat a 4-on-4 fight, beat a 4-on-3 fight, beat a 3-on-3 fight. Learn from Past is just really good when it comes to playing that solid defense. This time they were on the offensive side, but they still won against Vasista Esports. And I guess it's all thanks to the utility utilization that we saw from them. That one nade towards Hector, it softened him up. Hector was on the back foot. The man was patching himself up. And by that time, Learn from Past already pushed up.
I think the patience game on Hector was a little too low in that one. But nonetheless, for Vasista, for Learn from Past, this performance isn't going to change anything. For 4 Worlds, for Altitude, for Jux Esports, now that is something something which we need to talk about because Jux Esports had such a beautiful positioning, but still they faltered.
I don't think Four Wolves has taken over Jux Esports. Maybe there's still a chance that Altitude has taken over. I'm not exactly sure how the overall standings are going to look like, but I would love to keep my eyes on the overall standings, but I'm pretty much off the desk. I'm, of course, going to go back to my phone and check the overall standings and see who's made it. But there's a big chance that Altitude has toppled over, but still, there's also a big chance that they haven't.
And that was one big finish coming in from Hector as well, spotting Clouds in the distance. I think Clouds would have actually put himself in a better situation had he crossed on over potentially onto the land surface from the shorelines, taking that fight forward, but he decided to stay in the waterways, and I think that just gave his position away. We saw Somme do so much work when he was on the other side and just shooting all the players from altitude down. I think they're going to be crying if they don't make it.
Sama is just constantly evolving in a good way. He's just constantly improving himself. We saw that man in 2024.
Yep.
Of course, he was really good. Then in 2025, we saw a bit of that dip. Individually, the man was still doing pretty good. But now in 2026, it feels like Sama, this man is just refurbished. He's just really good. He's doing so well for himself, and he's just managed to refine himself pretty well.
You're refurbished. That term, by the way, I think it actually suits Somme as well. That is the reason why I had actually cracked open. But nonetheless, Vasista Esports, they're doing pretty well, to be honest. I think they are well prepared for round 3, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we will come back with the overall standings. A lot needs to be decided. One thing's for sure, Eggy Gaming did not make it. I'm pretty sure Four Wolves did not make it as well. They get eliminated pretty early on, but Jux, Altitude, even Rivalry Esports could not make it as well. So there's a big question mark on these two lineups. All we're going to find out is the overall standings, but that comes on the other side of a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we do have another group playing. Don't go anywhere. We'll come right back. As promised, we are back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching BGIS The Grind 2026, and of course, joining alongside with me is going to be ICBaby12 this time around. And Group C games have been done and dusted, by the way. The first group to finish off all their 24 matches inside of The Grind. And now we are left with the big question on that 8th position. Who makes it? Is it going to be Jux? Is it going to be Altitude? I'm going to ask my fellow caster to actually give me some understanding. Maybe he was doing some math behind the scenes.
It's going to be very, very close. I don't want to spoil it, but it's very clear that I think Jux has pretty much retained their spot, and they are going to be ahead by about 2 points, I believe. Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate for Altitude, and like you said as well, if Cloud survived it, they should be okay.
I mean, had Cloud survived it, but he did not. Certainly, Hector did not want him to qualify. We'll find out when the overall standings comes along, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have to talk about this little lovely red bike, which is the GT Continental 650. Of course, majority of you are going to be a big fan of the GT 650 because I've seen a lot of these videos IRL. Now it's actually available inside of the game. Go check out and ensure that you actually have fun while riding. You can also choose the Classic 350, which is my personal favorite. But I see, since you are in India, you need to get a taste of what a Royal Enfield feels like. And I guess you're going to do it pretty soon.
You know, that's the thing, right? When we were having a cab back towards our hotel as well, when we were riding their way through, I did pass by, I actually saw one. It really, really does stand out among the other bikes in particular. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of that particular match, because he is definitely the standout player, and that is going to be Saul May. A very dominating performance coming from him here from Vasista Esports with 8 finishes in total. Joining him is going to be Rushboy from Learn From Pass to clutch off the chicken dinner against Vasista Esports. We've also got Termi in the top 3, and also Gods coming from Altitude, who had a pretty okay run, just unfortunately got picked off by Hector.
You know, I think Altitude for them, the unfortunate incident was not crossing over the waterways and instead shifting towards a bridge and getting involved in a fight against Vasista. But the point standings from that particular game is in front of us. Learn From Past with 21 points. Jux and Altitude are tied up, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8 points each, which means I'm not going to spoil it for you. Let the overall standings come by. Let's just hold on to our horses for a sec. 4 worlds, certainly, I think that was a good attempt, but 5 points is not going to make the cut. So is the case for Rivalry Esports and Eggy Gaming as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and for 4 Wolves, the only way 4 Wolves would have gotten a shot in qualifying for top 8 here was that they actually got that chicken dinner right then and there and taking the remaining 4 players. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here, the overall standings is in play, and Jux Esports retains the number 8 spot with 142 points, ahead of Altitude with only 2 points of a difference there. And like I said, if 4 Wolves wanted to qualify, they needed all those 4 finishes and a chicken dinner to stand a chance to make it into a top 8.
You know, I kind of feel for Altitude at this point. I think that was a great attempt, especially in the initial phases. They were in the Feripe region. They were in for a fight. They thought that they're going to get a lot of finish points. But look at that, Revenant Xspark, 248. The points, by the way, are subject to changes after the POV checks, as you can see from the text right there. So it might happen that there are some changes. We'll find out, of course, and all the updates are going to be on Crofton India Esports and their social handles. So make sure you actually follow us over there. But other than that, I think the rest of the teams are all set. Revenant Xspark, Learn From Past, Troy Tamilan, G4R. These other teams, in my opinion, they're already quite comfortable for the semi-final. Not for the semi-finals. I guess they are very well built for the quarterfinals.
Yep, but at the same time as well, Group C, obviously the top 8, they are going to be going into round 3. And then for the bottom 8 here, we will see them in round 2 in particular. And they will be facing off potentially the teams of Group D. And what I mean by Group D itself here, I mean by the top 8 of Group D, which we are going to be having very, very shortly here, right after this as well. They are going to be playing their remaining 3 matches from Group D itself, and which 8 will be joining the bottom 8 just now. And this is where things are going to be very, very spicy, because round stages will begin in about 2 weeks from now. Yeah, that's going to be a very long time here, but I'm excited to see when it actually happens. It does give some of these teams, especially the teams who did not qualify from the top 8 from here in Group C, to make those preparations to prepare for that.
Absolutely, and I think majority of those teams will have to do so, particularly teams like GLITCHxREBORN, teams like Oishani Esports, even Medal Esports, as a matter of fact. I think they are carrying the weight of a big banner on the back of their shoulders for them to actually go back to the drawing board. Yes, of course, they're not going to be improving drastically that they become a title contender, but for sure, I guess there can be some improvements along the way.
Don't you say that, because we've seen it happen in 2024. So
that is a very different team, by the way.
Yes, but that's the thing. It's not impossible, but it has happened in 2024. No one expected Revenant Xspark to do that.
Yeah.
I didn't. But guess what? They won everything.
They won everything, for sure. So anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, you do have the text which suggests you where these teams are going to be heading. Let me put it to you simply. Teams from Group D, all the top 8 teams, they're going to be proceeding towards round 2. Teams from Group C, if you are in the bottom 8, you're going to be going to round 2 as well. But the top teams, they have gone to round 3 already. That is, they've crossed an elimination barrier, which is, of course, going to be a good thing, because, you know, especially in these earlier rounds, be it round 1, round 2, you get so many unknown names. You've got no information about how the teams are going to be playing. It's going to be a rabbit hole for all of these teams, and for sure, everybody wants to just cross on over that elimination barrier, for sure.
Well, speaking of which as well here, let's talk a little bit more on the teams that is going to be performing later on here, and it is going to be coming from Group D in particular. These are 2 teams that in the organizations from last year in particular here, it's going to be Team Insane and also BotArmy Esports. These are two orgs that kind of stood out the most last year. But in particular, BotArmy Esports was one of the toughest contenders. They brought in players like Scary Jordan, etc., which again gave them a notable seat in towards the grind itself. However, this time they bring in a completely new roster, but they have been in situations where they have done well, but unfortunately just could not have a very dominating game here. And it's kind of the same for their journey last year as well here, especially coming from BotArmy Esports, where they started out slow, no one kind of expected them to do well, but when the main event happened, wow, you see Scary George just performing as well. So I'm keeping my hopes up on towards orgs. Maybe, you know, the people behind the scene may have something installed or a plan to train their players in particular.
Yeah, to be honest, the problem with Group D is the fact that they are going to be playing 2 maps of Miramar. And looking at the Miramar map standings, you will notice that Team Alpha, they've done brilliant. We'll talk about Team Alpha after a sec because it is a head-to-head between BotArmy Esports and Team Insane. They are tied, I believe, on the overall standings. 80 finishes from BotArmy, meanwhile 72 in the hands of Team Insane. And look at those damage numbers, by the way. That is brilliant. If you look at the overall points, 118 on them, but average survival time for BotArmy.
Now, the current standings for both BotArmy Esports and Team Insane Esports is currently they are tied on 8th and 9th position. The only reason why BotArmy Esports is on top is that they do have a tiebreaker, which is 2 winner-winner chicken dinners over Team Insane, which gives them the 8th position. But other than that, in terms of overall point standings, they are tied. So they are a title, or not really a title contender, more like a contender for the top 8 by the end of these 3 matches.
It depends. It remains to be seen whether or not the teams from the top let these middle pack teams breathe, because there are a lot of suitors for that number 8 spot. By the way, you've got Likitha Esports not completely out of danger, 121 points. Position can be snatched away from them if Rivalry, GENxFM or even Shadow Blitz have a good game. Because the bottom 4, in my opinion, I think they are a little too far behind. But let's have a look at the top 5 players from Group D. It is going to be Viper from Phoenix Esports. I think he has had the best performance in entirety of the grind so far. 43 finishes, 43 knocks, and has also got the highest amount of FD ratio right there. But look at Dope from LHS, look at Adonis, look at Coffin. Team Alpha, they reign supreme on the map of Miramar. In fact, along with LHS, Team Alpha and LHS have almost double the points on the map of Miramar than their closest competitors. Can the teams in the middle pack fight back? I'm not so sure about that, IC.
Well, that's going to be their problem, not ours, for sure here. It's going to be their problem to kind of figure out how they're going to survive this. But again, these are the top contenders. We talk about players that has soaked up a lot of these points to kind of retain in the top. Obviously, you know, Phoenix, Alpha, Los Hermanos, these are the top teams currently in a very comfortable position where they're pretty much guaranteed to qualify for the top 8 for sure. So if we were to base off the cutoff of Group C itself, it was 142 points. So technically, Meta NINZA, who's currently with 146, already passed it. They should be safe. But let's talk about the teams right below them, who's not exactly safe. So 3 games means arguably, statistically, there's 3 more slots available. 3 massive games from teams at the bottom will shoot them out.
3 massive games. Now that is a big ask, I see. What we just witnessed from Group C, if that is a pattern, we'll talk about that. Because teams at the top, they are feeling safe. Predictions from the casters, by the way. It is Anki moving ahead with GENxFM, and so did Johnny as well, just banking their faith on this team. You and Spiro went ahead with Team Insane. Now that is a very interesting stat. And the rest of us 4, Ravan, Engineer, myself and Necro went ahead with Rivalry Esports. Now, Rivalry is a touch and go for sure. I am just banking my faith on the fact that they have a good day tonight. But I want to know your thoughts on why GENxFM, bro. And why Team Insane?
I think, okay, so for me, Team Insane, I prioritize on teams who play position over going high finish games and aggressive gameplay. So far, in terms of position points between them and also BotArmy Esports, Team Insane has more consistent position points over BotArmy Esports. However, BotArmy Esports has 2 chicken dinners. That's the biggest difference here. So I would still choose a team who, well, in this case, has good position, able to farm finishes safely. Yes, no chicken dinner, it's fine. You know, endgame circle is a little bit unpredictable. Obviously, you know, having a little bit of rotation and micro gameplay is involved, but I would rather play safe than just take aggressive fights.
I think, like I was talking about, if Group C is a benchmark, then teams at the top, they're playing really well because they have no pressure. Teams at the bottom, they're playing really well because they have no pressure. Teams in the mid-pack, can you make a difference inside of the grind? Well, last 3 opportunities come right up next to you. The map of the angle gets loaded.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here the final 3 games for Group D on its way. This is match 22 of Erangel right here, right now for the BGIS 2026, the grind phase. And where will these teams belong after this remaining 3 matches solely depends on where they're seated, whether in the top 8 or are they going to be in the bottom 8 here. Bottom 8 will be playing round 1 and the top 8 will be playing in round 2 itself. And on the left as well, we have the map standings for Erangel map for the teams with the highest performance here so far. And currently, as you see, Team Insane and BotArmyEsports, they're pretty close. But at the same time, look at the points. Very, very 50-50.
Absolutely. But one interesting factor is Rivalry Esports. They find their way inside the top 8, especially on the map of Erangel. If they have to make a big bounce back, this is the game where they look to capitalize. If they do get that big game, I guess not a lot of competition to be found from the rest of the teams. GENxFM are one of their closest suitors. It is going to be interesting to see if this team goes aggressive. But the flight path, of course, just cutting the map in 2 halves. Majority of the teams going to the drop location. No real threat to be found early on, is it, IC?
Now, out of all the 4 teams in the middle of the pack here, Rivalry Esports does have the best chance in Erangel because they are the best performing team out of the 4, which is including Team Insane, BotArmyEsports, as well as GENxFM, who pretty much doesn't really do well in Erangel as well, which is kind of weird. So, again, this is going to be very crucial. This is a time for them to score some serious points, especially coming from Rivalry, and then hope to match up with GENxFM, or maybe even BotArmyEsports and Team Insane. Why I say GENxFM in particular, GENxFM has not had a good game in Erangel, but their Miramar maps has been very, very strong. So those 2 Miramar maps gives GENxFM one of the biggest chance to make one of the biggest comebacks. And like you said, they're only about 10 points away from matching BotArmyEsports. So one massive game or a decent game from Erangel to prepare them for Miramar is going to be GENxFM's strategy here, I would say.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to these underdog teams, Esport Social, by the way. I think this team, they've actually crossed on the cutoff by a huge margin, but I've really loved their gameplay so far. Not really a big name in the circuit yet. Yes, of course, they've had massive performances in previous editions of BGIS, in multiple other tournaments, but can this team make it through to the quarterfinals, through to the semi-finals? All of these questions will be answered because certainly they look unstoppable right now, tying in along with Phoenix Esports. It's not a feat to actually scoff at, but one of the teams our eyes are going to be in, especially throughout this encounter. It's going to be Shadow Blitz, and they are in fact looking to take this fight, but they do not have information. There's a man inside the shack. Guys, are you aware of that man's positioning? Because if you aren't, this game is gonna get bombed.
Oh my goodness, I don't think they're gonna check this bush here. Oh no, Wanted, don't make a noise, don't make a noise. They did not hear you. Oh, he needs help. He definitely needs help. But nope, because they actually heard him and they are gonna drop Molotov. He's gonna check that. That is very unfortunate as well. And Shadow Blitz is gonna try and clean him out. Wanted gonna be forced to defend against the wall here. 1v everyone. He gets the first knock. Can he get the confirmation? No, he's dropped down pretty low, but suppressed fire from afar. Kaliuk was able to trade him off and take 2 with him, but eventually Wanted has been taken out. But the rest of Esport Socials, they are coming in and they want blood. They want their vengeance here. Catalyst gonna stall them with that hovercraft, but the nades comes in. That's gonna be the re-knock coming from Fragadoom, and that's gonna be the 3rd one as well. Shadow Blitz, leaving only 1 player left. Esport Socials is going to try and clean them all out. Catalyst is going to be hiding in the hovercraft, but they've got him surrounded. Are they going to blow him up? Is going to be the question as well. Catalyst going to make a run for it with the hovercraft. There's just too many people, and he's going to get taken out. Kaliuk will be the ones to find the last player of Shadow Blitz. And just like that, they are the first team to be eliminated.
Micro mistakes altogether in that position. Once you knew Wanted was in that shack, all you had to ensure was not give away your knock, because as soon as that man got knocked out, you knew the rest of the players are going to come in. Esport Social, that was brilliant recovery. But again, for Shadow Blitz, this was an opportunity which has been taken away from them. They had the first elimination, they had the first upper hand in this fight, but still, they give up. Now, if they have any dreams of a comeback, because they are painstakingly close, it will have to come through on the map of Miramar, where they have been struggling already.
Fair point. But at the same time as well, I think Kaleo is just such an insane player. He is I would say an all-timer, definitely a veteran into his quarterfinals. He's been to semifinals and LAN all year last year, especially when he's run with TWOB and even TWM at one point when he was shuffling in between here. But he has been staying TWOB all year. For last year, for TWM was like the year before. That was a team that had a lot of expectations, they had a lot of experience, but just could not do well in the LAN event itself. So obviously they do have the experience. I really like how he was able to just frag out and instantly punish Shadow Blitz from an angle that I thought wasn't possible at all. From the back with an arch mountain terrain that just blocks him. But speaking of which here, if you are looking for some cool skins, now is the perfect time to check out the Royal Pass. You can check out the brand new DP28, the Rebel Rogue Force, as well as the Rebel Rogue Force set, who looks really, really good. And on top of it all, the cherry on top, if you buy your one-time Royal Pass and complete all your tasks all the way to max levels, you can actually get your UC back just enough to buy next season's Royal Pass.
It is like a one-time investment, and then of course just play the game long enough and make sure you get all the returns and all the benefits of the Royal Pass. That is how beautiful the system is, of course, but nonetheless, we come back into the game. It is going to be Esport Social who are being lined up by GENxFM. Now, this is going to be a big fight. GENxFM, they are looking for those points. You look at the overall on the right-hand side, 108 points, if I'm not mistaken. They are just 10 points away from breaching inside of the top 10, and now they are making the push, but the first player gets taken down. Brilliant recovery from Kaliuk as he prevents from himself getting knocked. That is another good shot. GENxFM are in a rat hole right now.
Oh my goodness, Kaliuk, you are an absolute crazy, crazy player as well. What a hold, taking 2 down. GENxFM now in a very, very difficult predicament here, whether or not if they want to try and retake this. Pop. Depop pretty much stuck all by himself out in the open, trying to go for an off-angle flank. He does have the buggy behind him, but Fraganoop was there to intercept him, so he can't go quickly. And just like that, GENxFM, they're down to just 2 players. It's up to Depop and also Damu to actually kind of figure things out. Damu is gonna skedaddle out there. Fraganoop repositions the regroup as well. Seems like they are gonna go in for the push. They've got the off-angle onto a Depop. And now he is going to get taken out as well. Esports Social just showing you a masterclass on how to take scenarios in your favor.
This is the reason why I've already said, right? Teams at the top, they have no pressure to play with. That is one of the reasons why they are faring so beautifully in these fights. You know, teams in the mid-pack, that they have so much stakes on their shoulders, especially GENxFM, especially Shadow Blitz. We've never really seen them take these fights in such a lousy manner, but that was not the usual Shadow Blitz, neither was it the usual GENxFM. They push up when they have an opening, but that certainly was not the case this time, though it is going to be Mysterious4. Fragger has been playing beautifully across the set of matches that we have seen from Mysterious4. Has been one of the top fraggers for Mysterious4 as well, and now up against Team Alpha. It seems like he's up against a monumental task because his teammates are nowhere near. Team Alpha, they're going to be falling back, I see. It seems like this fight, it will wait for a while now.
Well, speaking of a while now, this circle is going to be shifting all the way to the north side. That means, well, far north now. Mysterious4 has got a great position to work with. Every single team needs to rotate down to the north side, either through 70 or through Stauber. And most likely teams are going to be avoiding Stauber just because of the fact it is a little bit trickier to get out of it if the circle shifts out. So teams, they are going to be trying to push towards center control. Mysterious4 may have a little bit of resistance later on when the teams come through. So they definitely need to shove up all the teams away from them, considering that they are smack middle of it all. But what about the teams outside here? White Walkers from Georgiapol, we've got Esport Social still outside. We've got BotArmyEsports, we've lost Hermanos also outside his zone. Do they need to win this game? Let's talk about the stakes here. Who needs this win? BotArmyEsports, they are furthest away.
Yeah,
so I'm very surprised.
BotArmyEsports, if they do get a big victory, I guess they solidify their position inside the top 8. 2 of officials too far behind. It seems like once again they're getting taken down in these open lands. Is NINZA proud for yet another finish? They get off the mark with Apollo. But NINZA, They are quite safe. In fact, they are in the regions of Severny, where they know that they've gotten themselves the central parts. But it seems like 2OP officials' problems never really end, because they went ahead away from NINZA and fall into the grasp of Team Alpha. Long-range encounter. Goku from Mysterious4. I mean, I can't even see which player it is. Who is that?
That's a player from Gravity, Draxi actually. That's a little bit of an interesting rotation coming from them. But Mysterious4, again, like I said, resistance, right? They've got a very good compound. All they need to do is just scare everybody off. And considering that the circle is 50% inside the water, that means, well, everybody is going to be looking for skirmishes on towards the shoreline. So denying them those shoreline sneaky angles is going to be Mysterious4's game plan. And that's a very important game plan here, because they need a lot of ammunition to actually fire off on everybody. Well, speaking of rotations here, Likitha Esports, one of the furthest from the south side of this circle. And even then, they're looking to try and reposition, get center control. Not exactly sure where the other teams are, but Rivalry seems like they have dominated 70 by themselves. A very wide range spread, which gives them the information that they need, but considering that no team except for Rivalry has made their way here, this might be a good indicator that tells them the rest of the world are on the east side and not in 70.
Something which is interesting on our screens right now is, of course, the damage leaders, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Team Alpha leading the charts. You've got LHS, Phoenix Esports. But the surprise factor in this list will, of course, be BotArmy and GENxFM and how aggressive they've been on the past. I think that is the case of why we were banking on these teams making that big comeback. But the problem is, when pressure is on your shoulders, majority of these teams fault, and that is exactly what we witness. In spite of having so much damage, in spite of having so much battle experience inside of the grind as well, these teams, when your back's against the wall, the best of the best will go down to their knees as the circle pushes up further north, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a shoreline battle. Not really a lot of compounds to work with, but a couple of these teams, they are going to be insanely happy. Team Insane as well, they find themselves a good spot. So does Gravity Esports.
This is such a rough circle here for BotArmyEsports. They're not exactly resettled in health as well. Them pushing from the south just doesn't give them a lot of room to work with. They are the latest inside the zone. White Walkers from the west is going to be able to push through Rivalry, which is okay because it's 70. But again, they can play around the shorelines if they want to play a little bit safer. But again, like I said, the biggest dictator, or in this case, the boss that every single team is going to face here is going to be Mysterious4. They're still inside the zone while everybody is struggling to find some sort of space. Phoenix right now is stuck out in the open, and they are forced to take a little bit of pit stop. And again, inside zone, but no cover.
Absolutely, they are being shot at from all different directions. You've got Mysterious4 from the north, of course, shooting him down. You've got two teams lining up right next to them on the west side. It is going to be NINZA as well as Rivalry, who are looking for that space inside the circle. Which just goes to show that Phoenix Esports for them. I think this is going to be tough times. How do they survive this onslaught is the question. Fragger, beautiful tracking over there, but no real success being found. Team Insane as well. They are in a good spot at the observatory up north. They've got the likes of Esport Social just huddling right around them. So this is going to be an interesting fight. You've got White Walkers and Evolution MIZORAM. And White Walkers, of course, they will need those finishes. Can White Walkers start with a strong hand in the map of Erangel? It is going to be a big question. Of course, Evolution MIZORAM, they've been rather weak in these firefights this time. Against White Walkers, they're going to whisk past them. Evolution MIZORAM, they've been given a lifeline, I see.
Yeah, definitely do, but it seems like they don't realize that there's a reason why White Walkers ran away from there. They're heading the direction where White Walkers are coming from, and they are going to be colliding into this rivalry. Evolution MIZORAM is going to be scouting ahead, but it seems like they are going to take a little bit pit stop here, because I think he did scout out the players coming from Meta NINZA. Well, in this case, Shadow in one of those compounds. But again, they're not exactly in zone. They're still hoping to find an entry point. Seems like vehicles, they might be able to hear a couple of movements here. Rivalry, they heard those gunshots, but seems like Evolution MIZORAM, they don't realize that Rivalry is still around, and they're going to drive right past them as well. And now, here comes the spray. Ayush finds Oxygen, finds Gion, and Evolution MIZORAM was caught out in the open, not knowing that Rivalry was rotating right beside them. And now, even then, Meta NINZA is going to take shots in as well to try and capitalize on Rivalry's greed. And seems to me, Apollo's, he does have the off angles. He needs the first knock, and that's going to be the first one. It's going to be with the help of Phoenix Esports. but it's going to be Apollos was the one that finds those confirmations. And now, Rivalry, they've got their backs against the wall, completely pinned by Phoenix and Meta NINZA.
Polo did manage to survive that nade over there. Rivalry Esports, all of a sudden, they are in a world of trouble, and now they have been eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. Meta NINZA coming out on top in that fight. Phoenix Esports, they're going to be thanking them as well. A little bit of tag team effort. Rivalry, they were doing pretty good, to be honest. iQOO, especially with those 2 knocks, being brought down from the vehicle itself, but could not manage to go to safety. Being sprayed down on that western flank of the circle. There is a high traffic region that has been set up. Meta NINZA and Phoenix go head to head against each other, and this time Shadow finds the opening. Phoenix Esports, it is Smoker who has been brought down elsewhere. It is Gravity versus LHS, and for Gravity, problems never really cease to exist for them, is it? Dope has been fantastic in these situations. 1v1 once again, and he comes out on top.
Great stuff here coming from Los Hermanos. And fortunately for them, there's not a lot of teams looking on towards them as well. On the far horizon, we've got Damu with GENxFM. He's all by himself. But again, Los Hermanos, they're in the clear. A majority of teams are not there, which is a good sign. Meanwhile, Phoenix, they take a little bit of tumble there. Meta NINZA was able to get a knock in. Seems like they are going to be able to reset on towards the gas stations. As Meta NINZA still decides whether or not if they want to push Phoenix. Phoenix not exactly in zone. And Meta NINZA, they're in zone, but not a lot of cover to work with.
Certainly not a lot of cover. Phoenix Esports have right now, they found themselves a lovely little position, a lot of covers to work with as well. You've got Sim trying to spray the opposition down. Esport Social, they're on the right side of the circle, but now they do not have that manpower as Kalyug, the only man who is still surviving. I like the fact that teams at the edges, they understand that there isn't really a lot of compounds to work with, so they're taking these late rotations inside, but can it pay them dividends will be the question. Meta NINZA, of course, is stuck in the open. Smoke's the only piece of utility for Apollo. This time Shadow's going to go out in the open. Brilliant knock being found by Shadow over there on top of Simp. It seems like Phoenix Esports, they are dismantled by Meta NINZA this time.
A huge win here for Meta NINZA. Knowing that Phoenix needs to make a move first, clean them out, and then make it a little bit easier and more space before they push in. And because of that, Phoenix, they get completely taken out as well. Shot them right under the legs here while Viper is peeking through the fences of the gas station. Meanwhile, the teams inside the zone here, especially coming from Stauber here, we do see BotArmyEsports somehow finding an entry point. Surprise, surprise, being one of the latest to rotate inside the zone. They do find a decent amount of space, but they are caught in between 2 teams. And that's going to be Likitha Esports and also Team Insane, who's currently in no position to engage against each other. Just because BotArmyEsports has the high ground and Insane doesn't want to give up the highest high ground right on the north side of BotArmyEsports.
For sure, but then of course there is Team Insane from the back lines. Likitha, I kind of feel like for Bot Army, they might just get in a sandwich situation if these 2 teams do tentacle light. Ranveer OG just inflicting some damage, trying to break this fight open, but it seems like Likitha Esports, they will have to focus and prioritize the circle, and they do so as well. As this circle shift is going to take up further north, it is going to be a lovely spot for Eve X2OP official, and so is the case for Mysterious4. Look at that spread.
Yeah, perfect game for Mysterious4 as well. They've pretty much set the tempo for every single team, and now BotArmyEsports, because of this circle, they have no choice but to push up. It seems like they will push up at the expense of losing a couple of utilities here. Even the vehicles coming from Insane. This time Insane, they were caught mid-rotations trying to get down, and BotArmyEsports was able to keep them at bay. But wow, this is engaging as well. Likitha Esports was able to hear this commotion from behind, and they themselves are looking to try and pin onto his box, BotArmyEsports.
I don't think Likitha Esports will be looking to take a part in this fight because this is too much out in the blue. Bot Army, they themselves are looking to disengage, potentially moving inside the circle, because prioritizing circle right now is going to be of prime importance. Elsewhere, it is going to be Team Alpha and White Walkers also duking it out. So it is going to be interesting who gets control of the southern flank of the circle. There are too many teams fighting for a single spot.
Well, speaking of a spot here, Likitha Esports, they do not want to commit. Like you said, they're inside the zone. Seems like they are going to shift their focus down towards White Walkers. Instead, Team Alpha, Coffin Dreamers down in the open. That's going to be a confirmation here for Suguna. Likitha Esports snatches a point. But as of yet, they're slowly inching in the zone here. But on top of the right of the minimap as well, BotArmyEsports were able to re-rotate ahead of Likitha Esports. And They will be able to get the spot in, but Insane seems like they ran into his Damu. They take Damu down, but at the expense of the Molotovs coming from Aryan. Or in this case, Insane pretty much just taking out each other themselves rather than getting points.
Let's just talk about the mid pack for a second. You've got Likitha Esports, BotArmyEsports, and Team Insane. All three teams for them. This is going to be an extremely high stakes affair. Team Insane, possibly the first one to go down in that occasion. They've just got one man surviving. On the 9th spot, they know they've got to get at least 10 more points if they want to get their position into the safe grounds. BotArmyEsports surviving with all 4 players in lovely position, and so does Likitha Esports as well. In extremely close proximities. Look at those overalls as Likitha Esports inch a little forward with 124. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they are just here to spoil the party for them. White Walkers, they go down as they get eliminated. Just with one man surviving. No, they have been eliminated. 2 OP officials. The only team from the bottom half of the leaderboard who can certainly make a difference. 3 man surviving, but all pinned in one corner. I don't really think 2 OP have what it takes to actually make a difference.
It's going to be a tough year. They're going to try their best. TOP official. They're completely surrounded. Gunshots everywhere as well. They're kind of centered in the zone. They don't have a good vantage point here to kind of punish all of them. They have a small little ditch here to try and buy time and play for position, which gets them into the top 6. But whereas the rest of the world, now it all comes down to who makes the first move. It is down towards the final 16. Mysterious4 has a wide spread. They've dominated every single team from the northwest corner, forcing everybody outside. And now with the circle shifting in favor onto his Mysterious4, a beautiful, beautiful setup from Mysterious4 right from circle 1 until now. It seems like with that small little house there that they have that is inside zone, they are going to play for the chicken dinner this time.
What remains to be seen is how many frags do they find. It is Likitha Esports who are under fire right now. In the open lands, BotArmyEsports are going to get that finish all day of the week, but it seems like they've been fought back. Likitha Esports, they can get this finish. This is brutal. EVEX2OP doing the hard work from the distance, but it is Sukuna who is so quick on the trigger. 3 finishes for this stat already. We've always seen Likitha Esports getting supported by Sukuna and his services. This time, once again, just holding the team all by himself. BotArmy from the backlines, they are in a deep world of trouble. Can they hold that position? Doesn't seem like for long.
Yeah, they need some points here if they want to retain the top 8 as well. Likitha Esports might be caught slacking here, but NINZA comes in for the push against Likitha. They get the first knock through. Likitha is hurting as well. But at the same time, Apollos needs to get a little bit of reset here on top of them. It's going to be BotArmyEsports. NINZA still decides if they want to push this. And BotArmyEsports, they actually drop like 5 OP, joins in with the third party. And now NINZA is going to go in for the slam. OP official, they're hiding in the trucks. They know they're inside. NINZA, do they know it's going to be an all-out brawl? Fierce going for the shotties as well, but he's missed his shot. He's going to get taken down. Shadow7 re-rotates his hovercraft to try and box them in. Apollos from the flight, they are going to shoot from the outside, but Apollos gets picked off from the sides instead as BotArmyEsports wants their revenge and they want to chime in on all this points. Shadow7 still inside the hovercraft, hasn't made his mark. He finally takes down all of TOP official by himself, but the nades are coming in. Los Hermanos, they are going to chime in with all this fiasco that's happening.
NINZA just running for their life on the Shadow7
oh my
with
goodness.
that hovercraft. It is 2 hovercrafts next to each other. 1 for LHS, 1 for NINZA. Just 1 man surviving for this team. It seems like a bit difficult to back the chicken dinner, but they've gotten themselves 14 eliminations already. Meanwhile, Mysterious4, they've gotten themselves an enormous spread across the circle itself.
Oh.
1 player, Fragger, extremely close down to the south lines against NINZA. It seems like they will be able to clean them up. 1 man knocked out. But the rest of the players just holding on to the compound of the circle. Los Hermanos will be their biggest threat, of course, I see.
Yep, but at the same time, Shadow7 is all by himself here, coming from NINZA. A massive game, a massive collide. They have his snatching points left, right, front, and center. But now it comes down towards a battle between Los Hermanos, Mysterious4, and Shadow7 himself. Mysterious4, they've got a wide spread. They have gotten themselves towards the end game, and this is about closing out now. As Los Hermanos somehow was able to third party at the perfect time. Shadow7, ooh, he dodges in the vehicle. They don't know he's there. They're going to go for the slam, but Fragger with the nades, they are going to try and chime on towards Los Hermanos. They disengage. Shadow 7 gets spotted out. Eventually goes down. But Fragger is going to chime in on this as well. He goes for the shotties. He takes the first knock through. 3v2. But it's all by himself. The rest of the pack is coming in with the zone coming through as well. Alto is able to trade him off 1-for-1. Now it comes down to his 2v2.
Certainly does, right? Fragger just looking to confirm those eliminations, but from the distance, it is LHS who gets those final few knocks in his favor. A winner chicken dinner that has been backed beautifully on the map of Erangel. This team is showcased that it doesn't really matter which background they are playing in, be it the map of Erangel, be it on the map of Miramar. They're always going to come out on top, isn't they?
Well, the top teams are still performing, and in this case, Los Hermanos, well, I would say, you know, they capitalized on the perfect third party as well. That was the most amount of teams. Everybody needed to drop onto his 2OP official. We've got Meta NINZA, we've got 2OP official, we've got BotArmyEsports, we've got Likitha Esports. Everybody was just there out and open, and they just waited to the last moment, came in, swapped them out. But when it came down to his Mysterious4, who tried to gobble up some points, unfortunately, it was a 3v3, became a 2v2, and then when Mysterious4 tried to split up, both the players from Mysterious4 lost their 1v1s against Los Hermanos and get taken out. That was just so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate as well as unlucky, by the way, but I think efforts were there. And just like I said, teams at the top, they don't really have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Meta NINZA know they have actually made it. Mysterious4, they know they have actually made it. Even LHS, as a matter of fact, they know they are topping the leaderboard as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a good look at the final stages because it was just so confusing for all of us as well. And I'm pretty sure for you as well. Shadow 7, by the way, this was one of the greatest performances that we've seen inside of the grind. Survival instinct on top for sure. He was just outnumbered in that occasion, but this is LHS in that situation. Of course, Fragger did find the first knock, but then the numbers advantage was just so high that you could not do anything about it.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, you know, the idea from Meta NINZA was really good to slam in towards the smoke with those hovercrafts and vehicles. It's just that 2OP official had a big brave move. Oh, they're gonna try and pick us off while we're blind. Let's just hide in the car. And when they slam and made mistakes, I thought like, oh, maybe there's just nobody there. Got out and then just got shot from inside. That was just such an awkward moment here for Meta NINZA. Well done to 2OP official, but still, again, I like this Meta NINZA now. No fear, no retreat, just doesn't care. And I would say the pressure is no longer on because, you know, initially, the first few weeks, you can see Meta NINZA kind of like feeling pressure, playing very safe. But now it's like, oh, we are in a comfortable position. This feels like a proper team now.
I feel like that is also because of the format of the grind, because you play 24 matches before the main event begins, right? If you have to fine-tune certain things about your team, I think Meta NINZA will be the right example that they have actually worked that up, and now they certainly are playing so well, ladies and gentlemen. But conversation back to the teams where things get extremely tight. The mid-pack, ladies and gentlemen, BotArmy get taken down, Team Insane got taken down as well, and of course all the teams around that region, Likitha Esports also could not fare really well. I'm not really sure who is actually making it. 2 maps of Miramar remain. I want to know your thoughts. Do you think there are going to be any comebacks?
It's still very, very close, but it gets even closer now because with 2 more maps to go, it's going to be anyone's game. But for now, we're going to be taking a very short break, and right after this break, we'll be back with the match of Miramar. See you guys right after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and after watching that first game of the day for the entirety of Group D, now it seems like, yes, comeback possibilities, they're a little bit more stronger now.
Exactly, because the entirety of the middle pack basically went out at the same time. So there aren't any changes in the teams that are fighting for qualification. And that is going to mean that the maps of Miramar are just going to be more intense than we expected.
And that also means that the cutoff is not going to go too high, which is, of course, a good thing for the teams in the middle pack once again. And if there is a vacuum from the top of the board over and out in the entirety of Group D, which also means it's sort of a good thing for the middle pack once again. All it takes is that one decent game for anyone around that bottom 8 to pretty much just make a comeback.
100% agree, and that vacuum has already begun to well, basically take away all of those points, because that is what happened on Erangel with Mysterious4 and of course Los Hermanos finishing in the top 2. But if you want to have a top tier aesthetic inside of your matches, do make sure to check out the Frozen Flora set, ladies and gentlemen. It is available in-game. Try and see if you can get it for yourselves. Of course, it looks amazing, and you're going to look amazing while you're getting all of those frags inside of your BGMI matches. But coming back to the amazing performance that we just saw on Erangel, of course, the top tier teams, they continue to perform their best. As you mentioned, the middle pack, it will get extremely volatile. But the question is, which will be that first name that kind of first pushes at least BotArmyEsports outside of the top 8, or maybe Likitha Esports outside of the top 8, and takes away their spot? And then, will anyone be able to reclaim that spot heading into that last game?
Probably Team Insane or Rivalry Esports, because they are the closest
pretty
towards
much,
that
yeah.
spot, right? For Team Insane, it is still possible, since if we look at the overall performance graph from Team Insane recently, it's always been going up,
yeah,
which is, of course, a great thing for them. They've got the win, the sales, they've got the momentum with them. But hey, we've got the top players of that previous game. Shadow7 is going to be the man to lead the pack with 6 finishes wrapped up. Then you've also got Apollo from NINZA coming through with 5. Altu as well right there with 5 finishes. And Fragger from Mysterious4 getting 4 in total. But back towards the conversation of the middle pack. Now you've also got names like GENxFM, Shadow Blitz, EVE, and including Gravity Esports. I believe even Gravity Esports can stand a chance to make a comeback.
I mean, they can, but it is going to be extremely tough based on their overall leaderboard position. But for GENxFM and Shadow Blitz, I think this game got completely ruined. Because these two teams, yes, they were close to that 100-point marker. They would have been able to push past 120 in this game had they finished in the top 2 with a decent amount of eliminations, but they were one of the first few names to get wiped out inside of this game. But that leaves Rivalry Esports, Likitha Esports, BotArmyEsports, and Team Insane still in that fight. 126 for Likitha, 124 for BotArmy, 119 for Team Insane, and 111 for Rivalry Esports. Let's count GENxFM and Shadow Blitz still in this contention, 108 and 104, but they will need big matches in order to get themselves into a comfortable position in the upcoming matches.
True. If you look at the performance graph at Rivalry Esports, it's been really concerning. At the start, they did pretty good. Now, in the later phases, it feels like Rivalry Esports is starting to struggle once again. We're not even seeing that one decent performance from the boys, which is not a good thing, especially when you know your head's on the swivel. You need those big performances. GENxFM, we're seeing a slight improvement from them. Shadow Blitz, it feels like it just takes that one decent game for Shadow Blitz to instantly spring back in the action. As I mentioned, even for Gravity Esports, they've got 80 points on the mark. If they get one decent game with 20 points, even Gravity Esports is in the race.
I mean, they're going to need 20 points in the next Miramar itself to hit that 100-point marker, and then they're going to need another 25, well, let's just say 2 25-point games in the next 2 matches in order to comfortably qualify, because right now we are sitting at 124 on BotArmyEsports on that 8th position. But as you were talking about GENxFM, I think that switch in their pace of play that they're trying to bring again getting hyper-aggressive is the thing that's kind of keeping them outside of the top 8. They need to try and figure out how to survive to the late game stages with all 4 players intact. Because one thing is for sure, GENxFM still have a lot of firepower in them.
Probably try and bring in that balance of how exactly you want to pretty much minimize things between aggression and passive nature. Because we have a team in Group C which has learned from past, and they know exactly when they want to apply the brakes and play defensive. To be honest, for learn from past, defensive nature is their strongest nature. For maybe GENxFM as well, you can try and fiddle with things, you can try and experiment with things, because right now is the time where you can actually experiment. You are not going to be eliminated from here anyways. You've got an ample amount of games. In the final 2 games, of course, you can try and make it in the top 8, but if you're not, it's fine. You can use these games as an experimental phase. We've also got a bit of a substitution coming through. Arklin is now going to be back in the playing 4 as another man from Rivalry Esports is going to take a backseat.
Yeah, Artifex has been a key player for Rivalry Esports since the start of their journey inside of the grind, and I'm quite surprised he wasn't included in the previous match, and now Well, he was included in the previous match, and Arklin wasn't, because I believe Arklin is the main IGL for Rivalry. And of course, let's see how things change, because now Artifacts not being there. I remember in the first game that Rivalry Esports played in the grind, Artifacts was the man who was bringing in those finishes, at least in the first few matches. So you're putting out a fragger, bringing back the IGL, bringing in that brain power, and especially in a position where one good game could change everything. One match is going to be the difference between round 2 and round 1.
You want me to be brutally honest?
Yeah.
I think having the fragger makes a lot of sense. But I also do believe that you also got to have a bit of those brains in the lineup as well.
Yeah.
Now, in my opinion, bringing Arklin in is also compensating on that firepower that you've got, which is not a good thing. But at the same time, you need the man with the brains as well. But the man with the brains also needs to start franking out.
It is, and Arklin for him as an individual, I think the one thing we have noticed that if you compare him to the top tier IGLs, I mean, of course, we are going to compare him to Somraj, of course, we are going to compare him to Shadow 7 or Punk maybe for that matter, because that is where every single IGL wants to be, right? His frags are not at par with the rest of the team.
Exactly.
If, as you said, if he can bring in that frag and potential, if he can bring himself to just be on the same level as the rest of the squad and bring in those finishes as well, I think Rivalry Esports all of a sudden are going to feel like a completely different team. Because their positional play, to be very honest, isn't that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's just all about having that fragging power, especially when you know you're on the verge of qualification. You need as much fragging power as you can, because you need to start winning those fights. And especially in the final few games, you know, Johnny, things are so random. You will see the top of the board just going absolutely crazy, going ham on the lobby, taking fights left, right, and center. The team at the bottom of the board as well, they don't care. They know the game's already done. They're probably going to use these games as the experimental phase and just try and bring in new strategies on the board.
Of course, but another team that needs to bring a few new strategies to get to safety is going to be BotArmyEsports. That previous game was decent. They got very lucky that all of the competition around them on the overall leaderboard also was taken out very early. So that is why having few finishes did not seem to matter. But in the upcoming Miramar, I think BotArmyEsports, they need to have a big game just to get that safety cushion.
But hey, it's not just about BotArmyEsports, right? Even Team Insane Esports, they only had 1 point in that game. So there's still so many question marks. There's still so many possibilities and potential teams that can make in the top 8. But can they actually do it in this game? Well, let's find out. The planes and the skies for the first time in the deserty lands, this time starting all the way from Partona towards the opposite side, which is going to be La Cabrera. Now this plane flat path heavily tilted towards the left side of the map if the teams do want to go on towards right. For example, Los Leones, Impala, Minas Generales, Truck Stop, El Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Campo Militar. That's going to be an extremely tough stretch, which means there's a chance we might see a few pit stop clashes off the rip.
Oh, for sure, there are going to be more than few, I believe, for those vehicles, as you mentioned. But looking at the stats for Miramar and, of course, focusing on the teams that are still fighting for qualification side of the top 8, looking forward to moving towards round 2, we did see that, well, Likitha Esports was there among some of the best performing teams. Their Shadow Blitz was 36 points secured in the Miramars that they played so far. And apart from them, I think the other teams, it will be about aggression. It will be about getting those finishes. Teams like GENxFM, BotArmyEsports, Team Insane. Although, Necro, we talked a lot about Rivalry, and their performance on Miramar so far hasn't been the best.
True. I mean, for Rivalry Esports, I think in general their performance recently hasn't been that good.
Last few days, yeah.
Barely they have secured any sort of points, Johnny. I think in 3 games they haven't even managed to secure double digits in one of the days.
I think so. I agreed with that. I mean, but you can't deny the fact that their start overall in BGIS, the grind, was quite decent. I think the earlier days they were doing quite well for themselves.
The start wasn't good. The second day was good because they established a major comeback.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, that one particular day where they actually managed to bring in that comeback, it was insane. But then after that, we haven't really been able to see that same performance from that banner.
It got them very close to that podium at one point, I believe. And that is where we were surprised by the performance from Rivalry Esports. But as you said, it just completely faded away. But am I seeing this right? Team Alpha going after Phoenix Esports in El Pozo. I mean, both the teams are at the top of the leaderboard, so there is no incentive. Maybe just checking the competition that they're going to face in the later rounds. What do you think?
I don't know about later rounds, but for now, BotArmyEsports, for a moment I thought maybe there could have been a chance that BotArmyEsports would have taken that fight. But the opponent's pretty quick on their feet. And for BotArmyEsports, the room for error, it's extremely low. One single bad fight, your position will be compromised in the overall standings, and then the pressure will be doubled up. I mean, there is still a lot of pressure on BotArmyEsports, don't get me wrong, but at least they're in the top 8, so that's a bit of that sigh of relief that they've got.
I mean, just a little bit of a sigh of relief.
5 points separating Team Insane from BotArmyEsports. It's not too bad.
It's still bad though, man. I mean, this game can change everything. Like, imagine BotArmyEsports going up against Likitha Esports early, getting taken out, and then Team Insane finishes in the top 3. Then all of a sudden, instead of 8th, you are on that 9th position. But yes, they have a lot of potential. They've managed to hold on to that 8th spot so far. So even if they can have a decent outing with 10 to 11 points, I think that is what they should be looking for. Don't overexert yourself. Don't overcomplicate things. Just go for the basics and just get the bare minimum done. Sometimes that is enough. And especially right now, I mean, there's not a trophy on contention. We're just talking about moving into round 2 or round 1. So, yeah, just take the comfortable way out. Why complicate things? Why go for the harder option?
To be honest, if I was in Group D and if I had my own team playing inside of Group D, my call would be like, listen, guys, the best possible outcome we can have is that we're just going to skip one round.
Yeah.
It's just round 2. We're going to move on. And I don't think playing inside round 1 and round 2 is going to make that big of a difference. Yes, I do understand there will be a lot more teams, but still, at the end of the day, the anonymity of teams are still going to be there because inside of round 2, you're anyways going to face off the similar teams that you've never faced off in the past.
Necro, for you, I would say it would be the difference between getting eliminated from BGIS in round 2 and round 1.
I'm also talking about the situation where I'm actually a professional player, Johnny. In an alternate universe.
I think at least a few people have seen you play. Oh, at least in an alternate universe.
Yeah.
All right, maybe then. Yeah. What would be your dream team then? In that alternate universe, and where would your drop spot be with a flight path like this? Where would you like to start from the game from?
I mean, look, my drop spot on Miramar.
Same flight path, western side.
Same flight path around Power Grid, I guess, and also a few compounds around it. I feel like that can be pretty safe, and you can also have a decent bit of loot, and you can also be pretty quick on the rotation as well.
All right, sure. I mean, quite central drop option.
And my dream team just from this particular group itself,
yes.
You're saying? Oh, man, that's actually tough. I would low-key take Team Alpha's Punisher, Los Hermanos' Alto and Shogun.
You're going to split up the duo of Alto and Dope?
Yeah, I'm going to take Alto and Shogun. I feel like Shogun is one of those players that brings in control inside of the team. He does have that fragging power, but he also brings in that control. Alto is someone who has raw fragging power.
Yeah.
So I would like to have one of those players.
And then, of course, you're going to be the 4th player. Who's the sub?
My sub will be Viper from Phoenix.
Ooh. I mean, that's an interesting roster. That's like a pretty decent playing 4. I think you will have options with Viper and Punisher swapping in and out. And then
or maybe even I can sit out if they want.
I think you would just sit out and let all the other 4 players play, huh?
I would act as a coach, just like how Robin used to in God's Raid.
I think he's still doing that, but let's see how things turn out for them once they eventually show up for the matches. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about the match again, because Team Alpha, they've done something very interesting. They dropped in El Pozo along with the players of Phoenix Esports, but they've made a very quick rotation heading towards the western edge of the play zone and taking control of the city of San Martin early. Now, Team Alpha has options to gatekeep their opponents once they show up late, but there are a few names that have charged for the center, like Team Insane, like Likitha Esports, and Mysterious4, who have kind of surrounded the nearby terrain of El Azhar. Mysterious4 and El Azhar and Insane and Likitha Esports taking control of Truck Stop right now.
Can we talk a little bit more about Mysterious4?
Yeah.
Their climb in the top 8 has been so subtle. They haven't really been that flashy, but at the same time, they're there consistently getting points.
You did not see them. They just flew under the radar, and all of a sudden, they're sitting on the 6th position and with a decent average as well. 146 points. That's actually good.
It's been so soft, so subtle. They haven't really made a lot of flashy plays, but it's still been working out for Mysterious4. And to be honest, we had that little bit of reliable factor on them as well. We knew that Mysterious4 can make it, but I'm going to hold on to that thought for now. As Gravity Esports, they decided to chime inside of a fight against the players of Esport Social, and Esport Social wanted. The man's down and knocked out. Confirmation as well just follows up. Gravity Esports, it seemed like they were surrounded for a moment by the players of Esport Social, but wanted getting caught off guard like that. That just brings the entirety of course of action in the favor of Gravity Esports.
Yeah, and both these teams are fighting just east of Chumasera, the blue zone. is going to cause some trouble for them, but Shubh steps out from behind the cover. Kalyug was trying to tap away, tried his best to secure a knock. Unfortunately, wasn't able to dish out enough damage for a knock. Although a trade is going to be found by Fragger himself as Draxi drops to the floor.
Oh, Gravity Esports. Still too adamant to go for that fight, but Osiris, he wins that duel. Pump shotgun up close and personal. Of course, that's going to give him the advantage. Fragger's in the back. Even the man's around the hut. Constantly trying to play for the intel. Fragger knows he can't do a lot. This DP-28 in the hands of Osiris. Hands out the death blow to the man up close. Gravity Esports with the man advantage inside of this entire situation. But still, the position they've got, it's not too good. Fragger can disrupt the flow anytime.
For sure he can. 3x scope on the M4. And there's not a lot of distance between the two sides. The problem is that Esport Social, they're down to 2 players and they're just holding on to this position for a very long time. And look at that, Rivalry Esports passing by in the nearby vicinity, but are the numbers between the two sides equalized now? Yeah. They are, 2 versus 2.
It is a proper 2v2. Unfortunately, somehow another man from Gravity Esports was knocked out. And now looking at the third party as well, or potential third party that might just be there. But as of now, we move on towards Team Alpha taking a fight against their foes. And Team Alpha, oh, it's just trades happening back and forth. Mysterious4 as well. They're not someone who's going to be that easy to try and unravel. But still Punisher. He's constantly punishing the foes. Another man knocked out from Mysterious. But still, for some reason, Punisher, he's not willing to give up just like that. Not a lot of HP for Punisher to work with, but this M416, all it takes is a few bullets for the man to seal the deal. And Punisher, he comes out on top as he shuts down 3 players all by himself.
What a brilliant play coming through from Punisher, taking down 3 players, isolating those fights to perfection, and being the saving grace for Team Alpha. It was the last man left alive. It was down to a 1v1, and of course that beautiful jump spray connecting right on the noggin of the opponent. I don't think Mysterious4 saw that coming, but Mysterious4, valiant effort to them as well. It was down to a 1v1, so it was down to even odds between the two sides. Although, fights are now going to take place a little bit more frequently in this map because there was a hard shift of the zone right before this. It moved towards Hacienda del Patron. And TOP official, they have a decent spot inside of this map all to themselves. Max Center. NINZA wanted to move in, but players getting knocked out is going to result in the pace of their rotation being taken away. I don't think I see a lot of options for them, Necro. I mean, they move towards the west. There's Phoenix Esports. They move east. There's going to be Evolution MIZORAM. Of course, right up front, TOP official waiting for them.
NINZA. They get the revival done. Now they're looking pretty strong and good. And looking at the position they've got to, for NINZA, yeah, right now it's good. But when teams do start to rack up around them, it's going to be hell. It's too exposed. But NINZA, they're not scared of anyone. They straight up just bum rush against 2OP official, and they've already found the opener. 2OP with no other option left to then just back away, and that's what they do, but they're still in the same compound.
I think this was the point of concern for NINZA from both of us, that they needed a little bit of solid cover to work with, and that's one way to take it away from the players of 2OP. Just picking off the isolated player bot fire, but it seems like NINZA, they are done with this. Shady knocked out, a brilliant nade coming through, and that just leaves the last player left alive from the side of 2OP. That is INF God in the backlines. It's a 1 versus 4 situation. He can't do a lot over here. Of course, the zone shift as well now, right on top of head of NINZA, gives them a lot of priority. A nice nade coming through from Apollo. 4 finishes on the board for NINZA. This team has had a very interesting journey in the grind. I want to know your thoughts, because the way they started off, at least for the first few days, it made all of us question what is going on with them. Like, what is wrong with this team? Because on paper, this is supposed to be a championship roster.
It is supposed to be a championship roster, and I would still question their capabilities. You are playing inside of the Group D, Johnny. You're supposed to dominate in a whole different level.
That is true.
But still, a roster with this caliber but they were not able to dominate. We have seen clear signs of struggle. Unless it's intentional, then that's a whole different thing. But still, I believe NINZA, they've got a lot of potential. We haven't even seen 10% of it.
I think we were expecting a kind of performance that we saw from Revenant Xspark in Group C.
Yeah. You are supposed to dominate in that way, especially if you're someone who you consider yourself to be a T1 team.
Yeah. Los Hermanos. Now, this is a team that was a pleasant surprise, and it's still a surprise seeing them on the first position with 230 points. Just an impressive performance in the start of the day for Los Hermanos. Has been quite brilliant as well. This time around, just a few moments ago, we saw them quite eager to make that push, that pounce on the players of GENxFM. I wonder if that will work out, especially since BotArmyEsports were visible on the radar as well. Look at that position towards the eastern edge. There's GENxFM up front, BotArmyEsports right behind them. And both these two teams, by the way, GENxFM and BotArmyEsports, are going to be happy to welcome those 4 points from Los Hermanos if they can, because both of them are just fighting for that top 8.
Circle shifting towards the top right. The Blues on the move, slowly and steadily. It's going to close in. Everyone's waiting for the next zone because that's going to be the major revealer. Is it going to shift right on top of the players, the White Walkers? Is it going to go top right once again? So many things depend on it. Rivalry Esports. Slow and steady start once again, but around the players of Rivalry Esports, there's still a lot of teams. Evolution MIZORAM being one of them. All the 4 players still intact, playing this one a little bit passive. On the edges. Evo MIZORAM needs to understand one thing. If you want to play around the edges, you got to be aggressive and you got to have your mechanics on point. But it is one of those teams that does not rely on their mechanics.
I agree with you on that. I mean, if you're playing the edge, you're supposed to be the gatekeeper and not just stay there and wait to move to the next zone. The way for survival is going to be to control the center. But of course, even sometimes being at the center is going to result in everyone around you just piling on top, and then you have to pick up your weapons and start fighting. Not a drastic shift of that play zone, by the way, this time around. I think everyone that was playing on the eastern edge is going to be on the move, and that is going to result in a lot of chaos. But NINZA, Phoenix Esports, White Walkers, Shadow Blitz, Insane, Rivalry, Evolution, MIZORAM, these 7 names don't have to move a lot. And if we finally see the players from Esport Social show up on our screens, quite an easy breach into the zone from that southwestern edge, I have to say.
Yeah. They can also have a free compound, but Johnny, I'm sure the circle's going to move away from them. So yeah, for now it's easy, but the future is tough. And look at GENxFM, able to get those straights. What was that from Ghost? Turns around, slaps another man's down. And now for Los Hermanos, they're down to just a 2-man squad within a second. Situation is down to a 2v2. Anyone's cup of tea. Utilities from Dope. If that's going to land, that can definitely be the suppressor they're looking for. Los Hermanos, they just want to save the day for the fallen comrade, so they want to make the pounce as soon as possible, and already one of the revivals coming through. This fight's going to be interesting. Los Hermanos, they've lost out on another man. What just happened there? Shogun is sticking that revival, but the Blues doing so much damage, and now Shogun's getting pushed, but he still wants that duel. It's done for.
Oh, Los Hermanos quite unfortunate, and I have to say, Ghost, he's an incredible player, man. We have seen him make a lot of impact in terms of grabbing those finishes for the side of GENxFM. And this time around, as we spoke about it, Los Hermanos, it seems like there was a third party, because 2 points only for GENxFM. BotArmyEsports, they have 1 on the board, so 1 third party was successful. They get 1 finish. Point split between the 2 sides. BotArmyEsports move up to 125.
Yeah.
And GENxFM 110.
Struggling to get points, the mid-pack is. Even Team Insane Esports does not have a lot of points, and now they're clashing against the players of Team Alpha. As Team Insane actually are on the verge of winning the fight, but still you've got a man like Punisher. Oh, he's got a lot of caliber, but he still gets shut down. Team Insane, these points are so important.
Yeah.
And that just means they are an inch closer to the players of BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, I believe just 3 points separating the 2 sides, and BotArmyEsports, they are going to struggle since they are present towards the southeastern edge of the zone. Of course, there's Likitha Esports right behind them looking to move in, but Rivalry on the other side. They have just picked off a few individuals from the side of Evolution MIZORAM, but now the runover comes through, and Phoenix Esports just annihilate Rivalry in a matter of seconds. Rivalry only able to secure a single point from this match. That is not going to be enough.
Yeah, Rivalry's lost. I'm not sure what exactly their game plan is, what exactly they want to achieve, but Rivalry's lost. They do not have proper positioning inside of the circle. They're not able to win the fights. They're playing scared. Confidence is lost. It's like Rivalry's given up.
Yeah. But they need to realize that this is a time where you have nothing to lose. And this is the time, hence, to go aggressive, to take that risk. It is a zero-risk, high-reward situation for you. If you win, you progress to round 2. If you get, well, if you don't win, anyways, you are going to start from round 1. You are 10th on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
On the other side, a big fight about to break out. This one is going to be between BotArmyEsports, Likitha Esports, and Shadow Blitz, I believe. Because look at the position where all these three teams are, with GENxFM sitting smack center of that triangle between them.
Just imagine this, right? The worst-case scenario is that you're going to play 6 games extra.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not even that bad. You might as well just think and just straight up go aggressive. But yeah, the next zone, shifting on the bottom right. BotArmyEsports finding themselves in a decent spot. Shadow Blitz as well, right around the corner. Then you've also got GENxFM still that one man surviving somehow. And Likitha Esports playing a little bit passive, waiting for the right moment to approach. But I don't think that moment's going to be there.
Yeah, if they stay on that edge too long, then the blue zone pressure could result in a panic move from Likitha Esports. And that in turn could result in them getting taken out. But shots fired on the players of Shadow Blitz. No concrete cover available. They're just playing with the help of these ridges. And with how we see Nanu position himself, I think the intention is to just make sure that their backlines are going to be clear. They can just keep BotArmyEsports and Likitha Esports at bay, but this is a very risky move. Again and again, he wants to make that peak. He wants to lob that nade, but every single time he does, he takes a lot of damage getting shot at from the backlines.
A few shots taken on that vehicle. Likitha Esports still a 2-man strong squad, taking things a little bit slow and steady. Oh, GENxFM spotted. That one man is spotted, but still for some reason no shots are being taken. That's a free elimination point just lying in front of you. If you eliminate that man, you can take his position over. But hey, something that you guys can also take is going to be this beautiful Porsche skin that's available in the game. My personal favorite is going to be the 911 Carrera GT. Even you guys can hop inside of the game and actually check it out.
That's one of my favorite cars IRL, but this is going to be a brutal one. Evolution MIZORAM. Oran was the last man who was able to make it into that broken building. He blinks and gets eliminated at the hands of Team Insane. 5 elimination points for Team Insane. Just a single point separating them and BotArmyEsports. And considering Team Insane have an incredible position to completely shut down the players of Shadow Blitz as well, I think they're just waiting for those few extra points. And then just waiting to get themselves inside of the top 8 before the last Miramar of the day.
Team Insane Esports, 5 finish points already racked up. Maybe that distance between Team Insane and BotArmyEsports is on the verge of being covered up. Just 1 point separating each other. And for BotArmyEsports, this 3-man squad, that's going to secure more points. Team Insane just crossing their fingers and probably hoping that BotArmyEsports will be eliminated anytime soon. But then you've got players like Henry, Ernie, and even Dope. To be honest, it's not going to be an easy one. Zod, I'm pretty sure he's just there in the back lines looking at the enemies. Likitha Esports, they finally closed on up, but he's got no clue that there's someone right inside of the shack. This is a little bit weird from Sukuna. And even Xerath hasn't moved a single muscle. He knows what's going on around him, but the opponent does not know that there's someone inside of the shack.
This potentially could be a big mistake from the players of GENxFM. As you mentioned, they have no idea of the man just lurking in the shadows. And Xerath, he's been waiting for an opportunity to strike. He does not know where the other players from Likitha Esports are, but he hears the footsteps from Sakuna. Once he has the visual confirmation, maybe might just see Xerath take that risk. But again, GENxFM as well is one of those names that's in that middle pack. So I believe he's going to try and stay back for as long as possible. On the other side of things, a small conflict did break out between Phoenix Esports and Team Insane. One of the players was knocked out, but Team Insane now have finally recovered.
All the players back on track. Team Insane looking decent. Phoenix Esports now trying to pull off a big move as they try to rotate away inside of the circle. And Phoenix Esports, they are catching a bit of that hurt upon themselves. There's also NINZA in the nearby proximity, and NINZA, even they're catching a bit of that hurt upon themselves. And NINZA, they're down 2 players. Phoenix Esports, they have managed to do a lot of damage, but Smoker's all the way in the far fray. Even Apollo's still surviving for NINZA, and NINZA now just want to get the revival back up. The Rev's going to be stuck. Smoker's not going to be able to survive for too long, as Phoenix Esports has been eliminated.
Now finally we're down to the distribution of placement points between these sides, and Likitha Esports, BotArmy, Team Insane, GENxFM, Shadow Blitz. They will be happy to make it this far, but the chicken dinner is definitely going to be a big difference maker between who gets to stay in the top 8 going into the last match of the day, and of course of their journey in the grind of BGIS 2026, and who will be sitting out and under pressure of that climb. GENxFM, Zeref gets 1 extra point, but the pressure from BotArmy is a little too much to deal with. This nade should get the job done. Ernie has all the info he needs to lob it to perfection, and there you have it. GENxFM also forced to take an early exit in this match. And BotArmy Esports with that have pushed Likitha Esports down to the 8. Team Insane, they get a few finishes for themselves, and Likitha Esports are now outside of the top 8. What just happened in a few seconds?
Oh no. Likitha Esports. We didn't even think this was going to happen. But yeah, now Likitha Esports is out of the top 8. And Team Insane Esports and BotArmy Esports both are inside of the top 8. So everyone's happy now. Other than Shadow Blitz, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Shadow Blitz aren't happy for sure. They have 4-man roster, but the position, it is going to be under heavy fire soon.
Yeah, but they've also got a decent spot. The only spot inside of the game, which is a solid cover in the Smack Center. So yeah, for Shadow Blitz, they've got a big chance of actually winning the game. But the moment I say so, one of the men actually gets knocked out. The revive is being stuck, so it's all good. The man's going to be back up. Team Insane Esports now slowly and steadily inching towards the players of BotArmy Esports. And BotArmy Esports backing away from that spot, respecting the opponents.
Shadow Blitz, they need to realize that they do not need to put a lot of effort in order to secure this match and secure the chicken dinner. They just need to stay hunkered down inside of that building and just wait for everyone else to fight it out. The circle moves right on top of their heads, and a chicken dinner could be a game changer for Shadow Blitz. They have 4 eliminations on the board already, and since Team Insane, BotArmy Esports, White Walkers are going to be forced out into the open, Shadow Blitz will have potential to secure more finishes before the chicken dinner is secured. Now it just comes down to, can you make sure that your aim is perfect, your shots do not whiff?
But at least as of now, Team Insane, around the outskirts, the only thing they need to worry about is going to be BotArmy Esports. Yeah, Shadow Blitz is of course going to be a threat, but not as long as they themselves engage in a fight against him. Team Insane can definitely barely scrape inside of that circle on the edge. Shadow Blitz, as I mentioned, the only cover inside of the circle, which is in the Smack Center, and is also a solid compound. So Shadow Blitz, they've got the advantage. There's a chance they can actually come out on top and secure a chicken dinner as well, which also means that they will be inching closer to that top 8 spot. And teams like Likitha Esports, Rivalry Esports, GENxFM will fall down even more.
Shadow Blitz are at 110. A chicken dinner will be 120 points. They need about 10 more eliminations, I would say, to be in a comfortable spot inside of the top 8, because BotArmy Esports, Team Insane, we see 129, 127. And BotArmy Esports, as soon as they try to make that run down the hill, are going to be under immense pressure. Look at that, shots fired on Harry. Just a sliver of HP left on him, but he still finds a decent spot to work with, and the entirety of BotArmy Esports instantly follows up. But this UAS is constantly getting shot at, and Harry finally gets knocked out.
Oh no. Too many problems. BotArmy Esports continuously getting absolutely peppered. Shadow Blitz, oh, that one little slip up. Exploser, the man was trapped. And Exploser gets caught instantly. At least the man's knocked out for now. Maybe an opening that Team Insane was searching for if they do want to make the pounce on top of the players of Shadow Blitz. Team Insane will have the man advantage in total. It will be a 4-on-3 duel. But still, Team Insane's going to take it a little bit light, a little bit slow. The circle still centers on up once again, equally dividing the map into two different halves. The road is the separation.
You can't move along the roadside. There's a ridge that can provide some cover to the players of Meta and NINZA, but it will only protect them from the players of Shadow Blitz, from Team Insane. I believe White Walkers. Meta and NINZA will have to take that fight head on. The players completely pinned. Mortis expecting someone to be there inside of the smoke, but finally the players from Meta and NINZA are going to be spotted out. Damage dished out. HP bars getting chipped away, but the players still alive. The smoke's going to be lobbed out. Movement space created, but as soon as they step out from behind that wall and any one of these players gets a hit marker, they are just going to spam in that smoke. Just like that, as Fierce finds the opening for Meta NINZA.
I just can't believe what's going on with White Walkers. They're getting shredded. It's not looking too good. White Walkers, it's such a bad spot. To make it out alive from that situation, it seems next to impossible. They're out in the open, too exposed. They're constantly getting shot at. They're being peppered from all the different directions. Now they're also the center of focus. Oh no. Meta NINZA, White Walkers. Yeah, these teams are going to be finished off within a matter of seconds. Team Insane Esports as well. Look at one of the players, Neo. Around that haystack. Neo was knocked out. How do they get the revival on Neo?
I don't think they can. Anytime someone will move out into the open like this, they will get annihilated. Because look at that slope that is in the control of BotArmyEsports. And of course, Team Insane, we're maintaining a high ground advantage as well. But BotArmyEsports, down to 2 players, but they've racked up 8 eliminations among themselves. Oh, there was a line of fire, but the distraction is going to be used. Aditya finds a knock onto Zod OP. Leaving Ernie, the last player left alive. He steps out from behind the cover. Could be spotted out by either Shadow Blitz or Esport Social. And he was spotted out by Kaliuk, but still finds that extra frag. BotArmyEsports, they hit double digits in this game, Necro.
They indeed do. But look at Shadow Blitz, even they're still standing. 6 eliminations in total. If they do manage to get the final 2 as well, that's going to be 8. Which means 18 points out of this game. That's a step in the right direction. Still a major catapult in the overall standings. That's going to keep you around the top 8. Shadow Blitz, this chicken dinner is so instrumental, so key. And they're not going to let go off this one just like that. They know where the last man is as well, because there is a smoke right in front of Aditya. And White Walkers, they get ran over. Shadow Blitz with an 18-pointer. This is a big chicken dinner from Shadow Blitz, and it comes when it matters the most.
It does, but the problem is that it also comes in the same match where all the teams that were there on that 8th position, 8th, 9th, in fact even 7th position, because Likitha Esports slipped outside of the top 8, let's not forget about that. It happens in the same match. That is what is unfortunate about it, because even though they will sit there with 118 points, I believe, to their name.
No, 128.
128?
Yeah,
all right,
above
128.
Likitha.
I think, yeah, above Likitha, but still on the 9th spot.
Yep. Just
going into the last match, it's quite intense though.
Exactly, just one spot shy, Johnny. All it takes is maybe 10 points on the board to pretty much nail that spot down inside of the top 8. So yeah, now it's just even closer. It's just even more intense.
You know what? Now is the time I would like to say risk it for the biscuit, man.
I know, right? Probably just go frag heavy, just go for the fights.
Yeah, Likitha Esports, you know they're not doing well. Just drop on them.
Or maybe Evo MIZORAM. That is one of those teams that is lacking on the firepower.
Yeah.
You might as well just drop right on top of them, get that 4v4, probably come out on top. You've already got 4 elimination points to kick things off with. Then later on, place yourself in the center of the circle and just camp.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of options on teams to take out, right? Just make sure you take them out. You need those points right now. And as we said, this is the perfect time to take that risk because, well, there is a reward waiting for you on the other side, a progression to round 2. And the loss is going to be, as Necro said during the match, 6 extra matches in round 1.
Exactly. That's not too bad, right? You're just going to be playing 6 extra matches over here for Group D. So even if you are not able to make it in the top 8, it's fine. It just means that you're going to have more practice.
Exactly. And, I mean, if you think about the fact that, oh, we are going to get eliminated round 1, well, if you don't play in round 2, you are going to get eliminated round 2. So, well, what does that change?
And if you're also going to have that mentality of getting eliminated, maybe you just don't deserve to progress.
I mean, So that's why, I mean, take the risk, go for it. It's the last game in the grind, and if you do well, you're going to have that morale boost and that momentum heading into round 2.
To be honest, for Shadow Blitz now, since the fact that they have closed in towards the 9th spot, just imagine how intense it's going to be. Imagine the nerves in Rivalry Esports. Imagine the feelings of Likitha Esports and even BotArmyEsports just barely on the cusp. Man, I can't feel the intensity. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel, and just one last game separating from us to find out who are going to be those top 8 teams who will directly proceed on towards the round 2 in the main event. IC, now that Shadow Blitz have got their hands on the chicken dinner, that's going to be 18 points in total, which also means they're going to be on the 9th spot in the overall standings, just 1 spot shy.
Yeah, and speaking of this 1 spot shy as well here, this is the 3rd game. A team that was on the top here, in the top 8 here, is Likitha Esports. In 2 games, they've pretty much tumbled their way down under towards the bottom 8 here. It feels really, really sad. Now this is a time for Likitha Esports to prove themselves whether or not they deserve to be here, or, well, in this case, it's going to be round 1 here, I'm sorry to say. They're not going to be eliminated, but still, it's going to be a longer journey for them.
I mean, look at the worst case scenario, right? You're just going to be playing 6 extra games. That's not too bad, right? And if you're someone who thinks that you will be eliminated from round 1, maybe that's just a loser mentality. You're not supposed to have it, right? Maybe you're just supposed to be a little bit better. Since we are speaking of teams like Likitha Esports, in the past, these teams have been T1 teams. So you will always expect them to be there in the later phases. Now, if you talk about the real downfall, it's also been with the players of Rivalry Esports. But if you guys do not want to face downfall, maybe you want to get your hands on this beautiful Rebel Rogue Fox set, which is of course level 3. You can just look at that set. It looks so beautiful. With that, you will also get your hands on the Rebel Rogue Fox DP28.
Now, on top of it all as well, this is a one-time purchase investment for you guys here. Once you guys make a purchase onto his Royal Pass and complete your missions all the way to maxed out here, you can actually get back your UC just enough to buy the next season's Royal Pass. So be sure to get it right here, right now. It's worth your money. It's a one-time purchase.
Exactly. You might as well just spend a little bit of UC, get your hands on beautiful skins, and then instantly next season as well, you can buy the same UC and you can pretty much just invest into another Royal Pass. But hey, we've got the MVP of that entire game, and that's going to be Ernie from the side of BotArmyEsports with 7 finishes and damage number of 735. 3 knocks and survival time of 29.36. As you move on towards Esport Social, Fragranub as well, getting 4 finishes. Aditya from White Walkers. Yes, surprisingly for White Walkers, that was a decent game too.
Yeah, that was a very decent game. But again, is it enough to push into his top 8? That's going to be a completely separate matter as well. BotArmyEsports started their journey here in this remaining 3 matches, 2 matches prior to this itself here, gatekeeping the number 8 spot. But now, with a little bit of consistency and with that performance coming in from them, they have pushed themselves a little bit higher. But now, when we speak about a little bit higher here, Shadow Blitz now with this winner chicken dinner gives them a shot for the top 8. BotArmyEsports will overshoot the top 8 and will be on 7th position here with 15 points. White Walkers with 10 points. Team Insane with 10 points. Esport Social with 9 points. NINZA with 7. GENxFM with 4. Phoenix with 4. And again, the list goes on down. But again, we want to pay attention to the teams that matter the most, especially for the top 8. That's going to be Likitha Esports, who's currently gotten 1 point in that map of Miramar. Ouch!
I think now we can start counting Rivalry out. There's a big difference between Rivalry and actually the 8th spot, so Rivalry now needs a major game, which is probably going to be a 35-pointer, and I don't think it's possible for a team like Rivalry Esports, who has been struggling for the past couple of days. For Team Insane, they've got 129 points, and look at Likitha Esports, they've got 127, and Shadow Blitz getting 122. So my calculations were a little bit wrong. Don't get me wrong, I am pretty bad at math, so yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, so this gives us a little bit of opportunity here to predict how many more teams is going to stick in here. Right now, Team Insane is right at the border from bottom 8 here, so it's going to be a fight between Team Insane, Likitha Esports, and Shadow Blitz for this one final spot here. I would say arguably BotArmyEsports, but that, again, between Team Insane and BotArmy is a 10 points difference. So the only way BotArmyEsports loses this is they lose right from the get-go, and Team Insane, Likitha Esports, and Shadow Blitz has an amazing game, or in this case, a vacuum of points being absorbed by these 3 teams, then BotArmyEsports will be kicked out.
There's only 1 slot available, and 3 teams are trying to fight for it.
Yep.
And of course, Shadow Blitz, that previous comeback, is also going to give them a massive momentum. If they keep on latching onto it, and if they keep on moving on with that same momentum, maybe they can breach in and crack through. If Likitha Esports is able to get a bit of that decent bounce back once again, then Likitha Esports can crack through. If Team Insane is able to have a sustainable performance, then Team Insane can keep themselves pinned down in the top 8. So the odds are currently stacked with Team Insane. All they need is maybe double digits in this game, and they can easily pin that spot down.
Well, long story short, win the chicken dinner and get 10 finishes, and you're set here, I would say.
Yeah,
you're pretty much secured.
Team Insane does not need to win the chicken dinner, though. If they just get double digits and make sure that the opponents are already eliminated, if they manage to out-survive the opponents, the job's done.
I like that you're being very objective and average as well here. I'm giving the highest amount of points in a single game so far in the map of Miramar was last year from Seoul, 28 finishes and chicken dinner. So technically, it's a free-for-all, but I don't think I'll be seeing that.
I mean, look, today itself, we saw a game with 37 total points.
Hey, that's from Revenant Xspark.
Yeah, that was on the map.
But it's in Rondo.
This is, yeah, I mean, that's of course a different thing. But hey, it's still doable, right? If one of the teams just goes absolutely bonkers, they just go crazy, and even if they manage to bring in a 35-pointer, then there's still a big chance. If Rivalry Esports somehow wake up and just rise back up from the ashes and get a 35-pointer, even Rivalry Esports can directly propel themselves in the top 8. But we're just being too optimistic. For now, let's move on towards the last game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one final game to decide the fates of Group D, and one final game for Day 2 itself, or Week 2 itself. And we are going to see how all these teams are going to be happening as well. It's Week 2, Day 4, apologies. And it is going to be a very, very long journey for some of these teams, or a very quick one for some of these teams. Is going to be advancing into his Round 2 itself. It is going to be a tricky situation. But let's see how they perform here, because the flight path is going to be coming in from the northeast corner and then ending towards the west side of La Drilla. So it's pretty northwestern shift for some of these teams, but it is going to be a long journey to Puerto Paraiso, Portona, and also Prison for some of these teams looking to head towards that direction.
Looking at the map standings, Likitha Esports have got better stats compared to the players of Team Insane Esports on this particular map of Miramar. So there's a big chance, as the stats say, that Likitha Esports can definitely make the bounce back. But Team Insane Esports isn't doing too bad either. Right underneath Likitha Esports, there's also Team Insane. And as I mentioned, if you are Team Insane, you just need to make sure that you're out-surviving your foes. That's going to be making sure that Likitha Esports and Shadow Blitz have already been eliminated from the game. And speaking of being eliminated, right now, Mysterious4, they're on the receiving side of the spectrum.
Well, speaking of a fight here, Mysterious4, all they need to do is just take the fight towards Gravity. Win or lose, regardless of the outcome here, Mysterious4, they're pretty much set and stone for the top 8. Mathematically, they still can be kicked out, but getting a few points here isn't too shabby to just retain those spots in top 8. But a drop clash from Gravity. Wasn't expecting this in Hacienda in particular.
Honestly, I love it. Gravity knows they're anyways done. They're anyways shaken in the overall standings. There's no way they can make a bounce back. There's nothing that's going to give them that value. So might as well just go for a drop clash. Have a bit of fun. Sharpen your gun skills. And make sure you're mechanically prepared. And that first knock was insane. 2 men down for the opponents. Gravity Esports with a major man advantage now in the fight. Situation's down to a 4-on-2. And look at Mikey. This man pulling off some shenanigans. The parkour moves are definitely insane as Gravity Esports is able to crack through some new angles. And just like that, Gravity Esports, they just glide through like hot knife through butter.
Yep, good stuff here coming from Gravity Esports. Unfortunately, we'll be seeing you guys in the round 1 stages. Still, a very good Valiant attempt here as well. They were able to win the drop clash against Mysterious4, which is great. But continuing on here is going to be how will they rotate out is going to be the question here. Because we are going to be expecting gunfires from them early on. But I think Meta NINZA, who's right beside them in San Martin, may consider dropping by on towards them here. So that's going to be a little bit of a skirmish they need to worry about as well here. As you can see on the map as well, Meta NINZA is circling around Hacienda del Patron. May consider taking a fight directly in towards them.
At this point in time for Meta NINZA, yeah, there's just going to be like Mad Bulls. Go, take a fight, try and make sure that you're at least getting some value, sharpen up your skills before you move on towards the main event. They've already made it. Team Insane Esports around the block. For them, Meta NINZA is definitely a big threat. All the teams in the mid packs who still stand a chance to qualify, they just need to make sure that they're avoiding some of the big dogs. That's it.
Well, speaking of the big dogs here, it seems like Likitha Esports might run into Shadow Blitz right from the get-go outside of Chumacera. If that happens, Likitha Esports or Shadow Blitz, the chances of qualifying the top 8 pretty much dims down unless you get a complete full team wipe yourself. And even then, you are going to be expecting company as well. You can see 2 OP official. Interesting enough, I think they're rotating outside of the zone.
They indeed are.
Huh. Okay, they might have not gotten to their usual drop spots yet, but at the same time, they're rotating outside to stock up. They might actually run into Shadow Blitz as well.
Yeah, just scouting the compounds. They've got the basic loot. Lacking up on meds, though. You can see with Gersh inventory. Does not have any first aids. Neither a lot of utilities. He's only got 5 smoke to try and cover himself. Shadow Blitz, even they're on the move towards a better spot inside of the circle. But Shadow Blitz, they need to keep their eyes out for a team like 2OP. I'm pretty sure they're going to be there to pretty much try and spoil the day for Shadow Blitz.
Yeah, it's weird to see TOP official right at the bottom, considering that, you know, at the start of week 1, they wanted the teams to beat. They were in the top 5 for quite some time, at least for 2 days in a row. And then suddenly, everything has just tumbled here for EVEX2 official. They did good as well. It's just unfortunately, good isn't just enough because everyone else is also getting better day by day. Speaking of which here, Likitha Esports, just 2 points away from Team Insane, needs a massive performance here. They had a huge performance deep in both Erangel and Miramar just now. In this game, they need a massive game. But speaking of which, it seems like 2OP official, they may have scouted up a small little glimmer of Shadow Blitz. They may have heard them drive off, but unfortunately doesn't see anyone. But here comes the major clash in El Pozo. Team Alpha versus Phoenix.
The table toppers, once again, it's not really going to be a big difference maker. Whoever comes out on top, it's a fight for the brag. And I'm sure Team Alpha, there's a big chance they might just have the better bragging rights. If they shut down a banner like Phoenix Esports, that can definitely give them a lot of confidence in the upcoming stages. Punisher, this man is so reliable. Always finds positive trades, always finds proper connections. The utilities as well, chipping away a lot of damage against Phoenix Esports. And look at Punisher, almost punished Stranger. But luckily enough, Stranger had the UMP45 to work with, but it's still fine. The trades, they're pretty quick from the side of Team Alpha. They've got each other's back. Coffin instantly hands out the death blows as well. Collecting the elimination points, collecting the scrappy points. And Phoenix Esports, now they just want to try and bounce back in this one. And Simp, he pushes up with that TBS, strikes down another man at Team Alpha.
My goodness, Sim, he's going to try and clutch this big time as well. He's got the nades, he knows exactly where they are. Tries to pop one. Unfortunately, gets the second knock. That's going to be the re-knock here. Drops him down low. Unfortunately, could not get the third one. But it is going to be Phoenix that comes up on top with Viper at the flank. Team Alpha completely shut down. But they do take 2 off Phoenix Esports.
That was pretty easy for Phoenix Esports, to be honest. Especially Simp. Just one man breaching in. Getting those 2 knocks, almost was on the verge of getting the third one as well, but Viper was right there around the corner, so he stole it. But yeah, Phoenix Esports, down 2 men. As I mentioned, it's not going to be a big difference maker. These teams have already qualified towards the round 2 anyways, so it's all good in the hood.
Well done here coming from Phoenix Esports, but at the same time, We have two teams that has been eliminated here. That's going to be Team Alpha and Mysterious4 right from the get-go. And time is ticking, especially for teams in the bottom here. If they want to stand a shot, they try and climb up. White Walkers a little bit far-fetched, but they're right beside Likitha Esports while they're trying to rotate it in. Team Insane, they're right in the zone as well. They're going to try to make a dash inside for middle control. Insane Esports going to play the macro game rather than go risking their lives for this. As Johnny did say, risk it for the biscuit. Is it now the perfect time? I don't think so. When the stakes are this high for them.
Maybe. They just don't want to have the biscuit. But look at the Esports. Slow start. Still all the way back in the blue. Not a big fan of it. The later the rotation, the more the problems. And right now, look at the Esports still pinned down all the way back in the blue. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. But I think look at the Esports should just close in. They're playing this too passive. They should be at least around the edges. They're not sure where the next zone's going to be shifting. And oh my god, it's a curveballing shift. Shifts away from Likitha Esports, and now the problems are going to be doubled up.
Yeah, seems like they were a little bit afraid of maybe teams still tanking the blue inside Monte Nuevo. That's why they're a little bit hesitant. But seems like with this circle shift, they have to make it really quickly to actually make a dash here onto the zone. BotArmyEsports are already in the middle. Rivalry also going to be at the top. So Insane has pretty much drove past Meta NINZA and GENxFM. So that's going to be an okay sign for them. But obviously, for Team Insane, they are going to be the first team to encounter some sort of gunfire first. So in this case, if Team Insane gets eliminated right here, and Likitha Esports is able to get like some sort of a top 8 position with a decent amount of finish points, they should be able to catch up.
Oh, a lot of shots peppered on that vehicle. That truck, it's still unstoppable. And GENxFM, even they're unstoppable. Oof. Constantly on the prowl, constantly on the hunt. And Team Insane Esports, you would not want to lose on this fight. Team Insane, you're barely on the cusp. You cannot lose your men. You cannot lose this fight. You need to come out on top if you want to sustain that 8 spot. And maybe Team Insane, it's better to just give up on that fallen comrade. And that's what they wanted to do, but the second man falls down as well. Team Insane, down 2 players, now just 2 standing. And GENxFM, they've got heavy man advantage.
Oh, Maxus and Neo remains here for Team Insane. GENxFM, they're going to try and go in for the wrap round. Great shots here coming from Neo. Gets the first knock, but it's still a 2 versus 3. GENxFM going to be looking for the push here. Namu going to be closing up the distance, try and go in for the flank. Unfortunately, gets scouted out. There's going to be the second player coming from GENxFM. Nades are coming in. Team Insane, they're trying their best. But seems like there is a third party, a saving grace from BotArmyEsports that helps out Team Insane. God. But with the nades here, Damu was able to clean out one more. Team Insane, only Neo remains.
Oh no, for Team Insane, this is a nightmare. They cannot afford to lose out of this fight at all. But Neo is still trying his best. Still not giving up. Team Insane constantly fighting back, giving it all they've got. Neo, the only person, the only glimmer of hope standing. And Neo is constantly fighting back. GENxFM as well, getting shot around the block. And Neo, this is the final chance, and he actually does come out on top. Neo, that one elimination point that he got saved the day. The other were stolen.
Well, in this case, the knock onto his Fierce from the side of Meta NINZA with the third parties are coming in. Fierce gets picked up, so there's only 1 point from Neo. He gets a small little restock, but he's pinned by both BotArmyEsports and Meta NINZA. As BotArmyEsports chimes in from afar, Meta NINZA looking to try and clean out what remains of the players inside here. But it seems like Meta NINZA, they don't really want to engage as well. They are looking to back out of this fight. And Neo might be able to survive here. And he will? What? Okay.
Yeah, it somehow makes it alive. For Team Insane, they don't even have a lot of points though. Oh, just 1 elimination point, and they don't have any placements yet. The circle centering on up on top of Truck Stop. It just gets even worse. And Neo needs to make sure that his team's going to be staying inside of that top 8.
Oh no, it's going to be a tough one here for Neo. He needs to push in the zone as well. That's going to be a big concern. Meanwhile, whereas the rest of the world trying to push in towards Truck Stop, you can see a huge influx of teams coming from the south side. We've got Los Hermanos, we've got TOP Official, we've got Esport Socials, and guess who is right behind them? It's going to be Likitha Esports outside the zone. Going to be traveling along the shorelines. That's a lot of teams they have to run through as well, as Likitha Esports Like I said, 3 points away from Team Insane. They cannot afford to drop here as well.
Oh
The
my
NINZA
God.
seems like they do scout out Gravity. Draxi pretty much caught out in the open.
Wow.
Tried to swap the vehicles, but gets headshotted instead.
The M16A4 is not a weapon that you will see being used that often, but look at this guy just calmly tapping away. And Shadow 7 is somehow able to find those connections as well. Successfully was able to find one of the connections, gets the man knocked out as well. The confirmation racked up to NINZA. Now, how can they make it inside of the circle? There's still so many teams around that edge. There's going to be too many Guardian Angels. 2OP official under heavy fire from the side of Hermanos. And that knock, it's going to be right on point. 2OP official. Instead, now they try to run away from that spot. They know it's too risky. Hermanos is also getting shot at by the players of Esport Social. It's third party after third party.
There's so many teams coming from the south side. It's just absolute chaos. Everyone is just firing over everyone from all directions here. And now Hermanos pretty much caught out in the open here. Dope lost his vehicle. His teammates a little bit far off. They can pick him up here, but Likitha Esports, they just barely made it in the zone. And they got spotted out by Kaliuk. No, they're about to bleed out. Likitha Esports, they need some points. They won't be able to catch up like this. This is not good.
If Likitha Esports gets eliminated right here for Team Insane, it's literally going to be a date with Destiny. But then they still need to worry about Shadow Blitz, and Shadow Blitz, look at them. All the 4 players still standing in a decent spot, not in the best, in a decent spot with all the 4 players. That still keeps the odds with them. Team Insane, the man's just trying to out-survive both the teams that are still alive, Likitha Esports and Shadow Blitz.
Oh no, speaking of Likitha Esports as well, they've just lost Ranveer to Evolution MIZORAM. They just got into the zone. They haven't reset it yet as well. Esport Social, Kaliuk, Mercy. No mercy from Kaliuk apparently. But Likitha Esports, they re-rotate away. They've lost Ranveer from the side. Seems like they are going to go and commit to this fight. As Fragadoop scouts out the rotations here, they do get a couple shots in. Ray gets shot through the window. Fragadoop finds the second opener. And here comes the push from Esport Social. They are going to shut down Likitha Esports right here, right now.
Esport Social, they're like the Bloodhounds. Extremely thirsty for elimination points. They've already found the opener. They know the bottom's opened up now. It's going to be tough to seal it back up. And Sukuna falls down too. It's like a domino effect. The moment you find the first man, instantly the second one's going to wrap up as well. And now for Likitha Esports, they're also getting shot at from the back. It's a whole different team. It's Evolution MIZORAM, that third party.
It's over for Likitha Esports. Their run for the top 8 ends here. They will be heading into round 1. As Evolution MIZORAM and Esport Social completely denies them that chance to fight for the top 8. However, the journey continues here. Evolution MIZORAM going to be taking a couple of shots onto his Esport Social, but the damage has already been done onto his Likitha. And it all comes down to whether or not Team Insane and Shadow Blitz fight for the top 8 now. And like you said, Neo, last man standing from Team Insane. He's looking for placement points to try and pull ahead. A very, very tough battle here.
And I guess Neo is going to run into the open arms of Phoenix Esports soon. What is that wraparound Neo has pulled off? He's all the way towards Elazar. And now Shadow Blitz. They've also found one of the players of Gravity Esports pinned behind that vehicle. Just constantly tapping away, wants to find those toes, a little pixel, but even that's going to be impossible to do so. Shadow Blitz. Oh, these taps, missing. And that man from Gravity Esports, he's just constantly patting himself up with the bandages.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to survive it, but at the same time, Shadow Blitz, they need those points. Mike just deny himself right there. That's going to be the points denial here. As he's about to bleed out to the zone. He's bandaging as much as he can, but no points for Shadow Blitz. They desperately need those points if they want to catch up for the top 8. 7 points remain between them and Team Insane. 11 teams remaining as well. There's a lot of opportunities, but they still need to close the gap first.
Problems after problems, and Team Insane's Neo, the man's still alive. Neo has actually placed himself in the worst possible spot. Esport Social, they're down a man, but lost Hermanos as well. An instant trade happens against him. So Esport Social, they're keeping the lobby in check. Dope and Zyrex now want to play in tandem. Alto's in the back lines. It's a rare sight. But Zyrex, if he's able to thread the needle, find another knock against Esport Social, things can be so different. But at least the fight's down to a 3v3, so it's anyone's cup of tea.
It is truly indeed anyone, a free-for-all all the way through. As you can see, the top dogs are battling against the rest of the world. Viper, last man standing from Phoenix, getting hunted down by Rivalry. The hounds they are. As the rush comes in, Viper, he tries to defend, but could not do so. Gets ran over instead by iShot. And that is going to be Phoenix Esports bowing out on third place. Potentially.
Oh my god.
But
Look at
Neo, whew, last man standing for Team Insane, he heard all these commotions. And he's going to try to sneak right behind Rivalry here to push inside the zone. As the zone is about to completely close in. The next zone shift comes through as well. Rivalry, iShot, they might check below. Neo needs to be careful. And it seems like they do not know. They skip this. He will be able to survive once more, but the circle forces them away again, Neo. He's got so much rotating away to do.
Neo needs to fall back to the same spot he came from. Just needs to go back towards the same spot he was. But Neo, he's surrounded by too many people. NINZA on the right, Rivalry on the left. Probably Neo needs to wait for Rivalry and NINZA to duke it out, and that's when Neo can actually make that run. Once again, we know that there are two teams next to each other. Neo doesn't. Neo's clueless on what exactly is going on the other side of that hill. And Neo probably is waiting for the right moment too.
The best scenario from Neo right now is just to get 2 points based on the condition he is. But NINZA has pretty much rotated inside the zone, so that is a small little room to work with. But Rivalry, they're setting their focus on towards NINZA as Apollos try to retreat here, so this might be a free pass for Neo to actually sneak in.
Yeah, but the problem is the blue's going to be doing a lot of damage now. Look at the HP. It's being chunked away. And Neo needs to keep on running. Not a lot of time. Neo needs to keep on moving with the blue. If he gets caught out in the blue, that's a lot of damage dished out against him. He's got a decent bit of first state, so at least he can tank the blue for a little bit longer. But you need to keep on running, Neo. The HP, it's been taken out in chunks. You cannot keep on patching yourself up. You cannot keep on running away from the circle. You need to chase it down. You need to make it inside of the circle. The entirety of Rivalry Esports, they're not even looking at Neo yet.
He's still got 2 first aid kits. He can still tank it here as well. He just needs Rivalry to get the heck out of here, but they're not moving. And Neo, best case scenario, is getting 2 knocks. It seems like he's going to find the shot. He misses his connection here, looking for the knock. Yes, he does get the knock, but he needs those points. He's going to make a mad dash, but the zone is about to take him. He's not going to get points. No, he does not get the point. And he bows out on 9th position. Not even a position point now for Team Insane.
Out of all the plays he could have made, he chooses that? Really? Rivalry Esports had no clue that there was someone on the tails. Neo could have spoiled the day. There was a tree in front too. He could have used that tree as cover. There were so many different plays he could have made, but we'll continue the conversation after this. As Shadow Blitz. Man, oh man. Exploser was knocked out, but that nade, it's going to be on the mark. Evo MIZORAM out. Shadow Blitz still in the game. Exploser's revival's going to be there too. So yeah, Shadow Blitz seems like all things are now starting to fall in place.
Agreed. Esport Social also out as well. This is going to be a very important run here from Shadow Blitz to stand a chance. They've got the winner chicken dinner in the last round. They just need 4 more points and they should be good. And BotArmyEsports might just be the biggest obstacle on Shadow Blitz right now.
It's crazy. They just need 4 points to be on the safety block. Team Insane's eliminated. BotArmyEsports, they're already in the top 8, so it's not a concern. Shadow Blitz just needs to survive this wrath of BotArmyEsports. And if they do manage to survive it, things are going to be so better. But no, Yashu, he finds another knock. 4 more points needed. Shadow Blitz, come on. It's in your reach, but Shadow Blitz. Oh, they're getting absolutely rushed. BotArmyEsports constantly just rubbing salt on top of the wounds. And Shadow Blitz, they're not even finding a single sigh of relief. They just need 4 points to make it. But Shadow Blitz, they're constantly being denied of those 4 points.
Oh my goodness, they're trying to survive. They're trying to get points here. There's only 1 player left from the side of Shadow Blitz before we conclude the top 8. Catalyst has got to pull the big one. He makes it inside the zone. But little did he know, there's just more teams available there. White Walkers inside the city. They are spread out. And guess what? They're not clearing out the houses. So it might be an opportunity for Shadow Blitz to get some sort of position points while the rest of the world battle it out. There's NINZA conquering the north side. There's Bot Army from the south side. There's White Walkers in the city. Rivalry outside the city. And 2 OP official having 1 solo red inside the city. So this might be an opportunity for Catalyst. He just needs to be very patient. But it seems like Rivalry is going to be joining in the fray to enter Truck Stop itself inside those compounds or buildings. But on the screen now, Meta NINZA, they finish off one of the players from Rivalry, so making it in towards a 2-player roster from Rivalry. Oh boy. Shadow Blitz. 1 man against the world. So many people. So little time as well.
Oh, Meta NINZA. The split that Meta NINZA has. It's crazy. They control the entirety of Northern Side. Southern Side being controlled by the players of BotArmyEsports and Shadow Blitz Catalyst. The man's in Truck Stop. White Walkers, they're on the verge of approaching that player. Catalyst, all the man needs to do is just stay silent. Stay quiet. Not even move an inch, not even move a muscle. Just let the flow of the game take over. You just need 4 points, buddy. You can do it. And you've already gotten a few placement points, by the way.
Now, the 2 expected teams that is going to make it to the top 2 here is going to be BotArmyEsports and Meta NINZA. They've all set their sights on locking down any team coming out from Truck Stop itself. And because of that, we are going to be expecting an absolute chaos of a battle. And Catalyst, all he needs to do is just sneak in through the mist of chaos while BotArmyEsports and Meta NINZA takes out the competition for you. Hopefully, you can get a couple of freebies while rotating in.
He just needs 2 points. He's got 2 placement points now. He just needs 2 points in total. If he manages to survive till the top 4, the job's done.
It should be. It's going to be close. And I think Shadow Blitz has a winner-winner chicken dinner over Team Insane as well. So technically, in a tiebreaker, it would give them an opportunity to go so. Because Team Insane has not gotten a chicken dinner yet.
Yeah.
So Shadow Blitz might be able to beat that.
Big opportunity, even if they do tie up with 3 points. That would be pretty insane too. But yeah, they need 4. And they just need 2 more. The placement points will be added to the total points soon. But BotArmyEsports, the circle actually favors them. Catalyst, he just needs to keep on inching towards that circle. There's still an edge around the compound wall.
Yeah.
He can be safe.
It's going to be tough here as well. It all depends on White Walkers, whether or not how they want to rotate this. They have the numbers, and they're going to be focusing on 2 OP official and Rivalry as well, as they do have a spread focusing on them. So all Catalyst needs to do is avoid White Walkers for a bit, and they should be fine.
White Walkers is probably going to fight against 2 OP soon. It's just 1 man. The moment he gets eliminated, Shadow Blitz will be tied up with Team Insane. That means they will make it. He just needs 1 point.
It's close. It's going to be very, very close. Now, seems like White Walkers, they are going to rotate away from Catalyst, which is a good sign, but they go in for the slam to OP. Botfire was able to get a couple shots in. Eye shot as well from Rivalry. Going to go head to head. Here comes the nade to OP. Botfire gets tagged up, but no confirmations yet as they slowly get out of the city. The circle forcing them out. Last nade for eye shot, but he gets scouted out by White Walkers. As Aditya goes in for the push, takes him out. That's going to be the sound of rotation coming from Botfire to crossover safety.
The final man, Arkelin, stands for Rivalry Esports. It's a bit too late to wake up, Arkelin. Should have performed better in the previous games, but now the chance for you to qualify is gone. And yes, Shadow Blitz have made it, I see. They are in the top 8. That 1 placement point that was needed, they've already got it. And as you mentioned, in the tie, Shadow Blitz will be the one to come out on top.
No, it's not yet. It's not safe yet. That placement points has been included in towards the point system as well. That means they need 3 more points here for Catalyst.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he needs this knock. He needs this knock.
Oh my god, wait.
He gets this knock, that's going to be 2 points. Oh, Botfire. No, he misses timing. Catalyst. Now his position's exposed. And Botfire knows it's there. And from BotArmyEsports on top of the mountain, they might be able to scout it off. And here comes a shot. They might not qualify. It's going to be close. It's 1 point difference here. Botfire goes out as well. We're down towards the final 2 teams. Meta NINZA and BotArmyEsports for the final game here for Group D. In the final
God.
2 in this endgame zone.
Oh my god. That's got to be heartbreaking. But hey, the worst case scenario, you're just going to play 6 games extra. It's fine. Hopefully that makes him feel a little bit better. But NINZA now in a bit of a duel against the players of BotArmyEsports. A proper 4-on-4 fight. Who's going to come out on top? Is BotArmyEsports better than NINZA, or is NINZA better than BotArmyEsports? Technically, NINZA should have the odds with them. But still, that well-placed nade from BotArmyEsports, it's really going to cripple the players of NINZA now. But still, the reinforcements, they instantly arrive. The cavalry's there. Fierce up close and personal. The man is indeed quite fierce. He does take a lot of damage, but there's still Harry in the back. And Harry, he was able to chip away Fierce, but Fierce instantly pops that first aid. And look at the players of NINZA, still going for that revival. Almost ran over White Tiger as well, but he's still up. BotArmyEsports now playing in tandem. It's just Fierce in the front. Man advantage with the players of BotArmyEsports. But the moment I say so, now it's down to a one-on-one.
But at the same time, Yashu's got cover as well. NINZA, they're providing the information. They are going to resurrect him. Shadow 7, he needs to go in for the dash as well. The drive comes through. They manage to secure the pickup, but he just disembarked as well. It's going to be a 2v1. Yashu going to try and buy time. He loses his trade, and Shadow 7 will clean them both up. And that is going to be NINZA that takes the winner chicken dinner.
The moment I saw that P90, I knew he's going to win that. It's just P90 supremacy. You can just hit fire with the maximum momentum as well, and you will pretty much just come out on top. So yeah, P90 is what the difference maker in the final few moments. But NINZA getting that chicken dinner expected. BotArmyEsports in that game, pretty much securing that second spot with decent bit of elimination points was insane too. But something that was pretty intense was Shadow Blitz. Almost were on the verge of making it to the cusp, but unfortunately, he was shy 2 points.
Oh, he was just so unlucky. If he gotten a finish on bot fire and then survived, he might be able to somewhat tie it. I think it was just like 1 point difference. But we have to wait for the official scores before we actually realize whether or not if Shadow Blitz actually qualifies in towards round 2, or they have to play from round 1 all the way together as well. Like you said as well, 6 matches. Well, it's a full reset, but they have to reclimb everything.
I mean, you were anyways just going to make it to the round 2, right? It's not that big of a jump from the main event. So you're just going to be playing 6 matches extra. And even inside round 2, you're still going to be facing off against teams that you've never faced off in the past. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a curveball for them. NINZA in the final few moments, we thought that NINZA was on the verge of slipping out in this entire fight. Fierce up close. This man is definitely fearless. Pushes up, gets that knock, falls back, patches himself up. In the end, Fierce was not able to stand a chance since all the players of BotArmyEsports, they reunited, grouped up, and pushed in tandem. But still, Shadow 7, the moment I saw that P90, I knew he's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this was an insane push as well. Great comms coming from NINZA. Shadow 7 was able to clutch it big time as well. BotArmyEsports tried their best to go in for the flank here. The vehicle flat rush from Yash was able to equalize in their favor, but Shadow 7 was the one that helped trade it off White Tiger, despite White Tiger being caught out of position because of the vehicle rush. It did not knock him out, but it pushed White Tiger into their position, which was very awkward, but well, a freebie is still a freebie.
What else is awkward is the rivalry downfall we have seen so far. It is extremely awkward, especially with a man like Arkelin, who does have a lot of experience. But for some reason, it feels like Arkelin, there's still a lot of things that he needs to improve on. And one of the main things is going to be the firepower.
Oh, boy. Sometimes coaches can't be players, huh?
I mean, he used to be the IGL in the past as well, right? With Beast, Ninja Boy, and Slug, Arkelin used to be there. He was like a combo with them. But then later on, we of course saw them separate as well. And now Arkelin is with a whole different banner. But I do feel like he needs to work on the firepower a bit more.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on the same track as well here. But all things considered here, this is where we've seen a lot of interesting games coming from both Group C and Group D. It's been an amazing week 1 for them. But the question remains here, will it be the same for Group B and Group A, which is going to be happening tomorrow? Because that is going to be a completely separate matter, because different teams have different approaches of the game. But before we conclude today's games, let's talk about that match itself here. The MVP for the game is going to be Fierce with 5 finishes on the MVP board.
Exactly. Fierce, as you mentioned, with 5 finishes and the damage number of 1,098. That's some crazy stuff coming through from Fierce. And of course, since his team was the one to come out on top, even the average survival time is right there. You've also got another man from the side of BotArmyEsports, which is going to be Yashu with just 4 frags on the board. Shadow 7 from NINZA as well with 4 frags. And then Ernie from BotArmyEsports with 3.
Yep. And of course, these are the top 5 players on screen right now. Let's take a look at the point standings from that match before we announce the overall standings first of the match. NINZA with the chicken dinner and 12 finishes gets them 22 points. BotArmyEsports, who was the gatekeepers at the start of the day here from Group D at top 8, and now getting themselves another 14 points. They should be somewhere in the top 6 now. What a defense coming from BotArmyEsports. Shadow Blitz with 7 points in this game, which is a very, very impressive run here coming from them. Even though it was just one player who survived all the way to the end. But was it good enough with the chicken dinner from the previous run?
You want to hear it? They missed out barely with 1 point.
Oish, that... You're a party poo-poo, aren't you?
At the start of the game, they had 122 points. They got 7 out of this. They just barely missed out with 1 point. That is going to sting them for the rest of the competition. But once again, as I mentioned, right, if this makes them feel better, they're just going to play 6 extra games. So it's not that big of a downfall that you're going through. You just need to play the round 1.
Yep, for all things considered here, the overall standings are subject to change after POV checks. So as of now, this is pretty much the rough official score until the official announcements are made on the Krafton Indian Esports pages. Be sure to check it out later on. But this is currently the standings that is been recorded for all these teams. But of course, Los Hermanos, Team Alpha, NINZA, Phoenix, Esport Social, BotArmyEsports, Mysterious4, and Team Insane will be heading in towards round 2, while Shadow Blitz, Likitha Esports, Rivalry, GENxFM, White Walkers, 2OP Official, Gravity Esports, and Evolution MIZORAM has to start their journey in the round 1 stages, where elimination is also on the line.
To be honest, if you look at the teams on the latter half of the board as well, they're still pretty stacked, right? Rivalry is one of the banners that you've been looking at since the past couple of years. The same thing can be said for GENxFM, White Walkers, Likitha Esports, Shadow Blitz. All these names are quite known in the community. Even 2OP Official, Gravity Esports, we have seen them in 2025, and Gravity Esports was doing wonder. Evolution MIZORAM, they have been constantly there since 2023, but they have never been able to surpass that Stage 3 or Stage 4.
Yeah, it's just a long journey for some of these players and also teams as well. But for all things considered here, that pretty much concludes Group C and Group D just for today itself after 2 weeks of back-to-back action, 24 matches each group respectively. That's 48 matches that we have watched so far. A lot of data has been implemented. This is where whether or not Group A and Group B, did they do their homework based on this?
I know, right? Of course, and they probably have been watching the games. But I'm pretty sure they are trying to improve on themselves more than just watching these games and focusing on them. Because they know it's at the end of the day Group C and D that they're looking at. And they know this is not the maximum level of competition that they're going to face. They are probably someone who are the best in the country. We're speaking of Group A and B. The best of the best we've got. And of course, these teams, we know how they play. The competition, it's going to be much more better.
Yep, it is going to be tougher. It is going to be better here. But I know for a fact that there is going to be, well, let's take a little bit of prediction here. Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be in the group as well. That's going to be something that a lot of teams are going to be excited to see for. Seoul is also going to be looking forward to actually, a lot of fans are going to be looking forward to see how the revamped Seoul is going to be looking like here, especially for 2026. And I believe there is also a couple of names here which kind of slipped my mind here.
I mean, there are still so many big names, right? Especially if you just remember the Showdown and how those names were doing so good for themselves.
How can I forget Orangutan? Oh my goodness. How can I forget Orangutan? How can I forget True Rippers? My goodness, these are teams that, well, represented your country, you know, to play on a global scene.
Of course, of course. The big names are going to be there in Group A and B. That's why I mentioned the competition's going to be leveled up even more. And it's going to be extremely fun. I mean, there are still so many teams that we're missing out on, man. There are so many teams in the International Cup as well. Nebula Esports, did you forget them?
Yeah,
Maximum Aggression.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Nebula Esports, but there is one particular team that I'm eyeing out for. Is going to be K9 Esports as well, because that was a team that almost joined Orangutan for the Globals.
I mean, look, K9 Esports, they were just barely shy, I think, so what, 1 or 2 points?
They were just 1 point away. Orangutan was able to take the first slot first, but when the second slot in towards BMIC, well, it was True Rippers who got second place.
Yeah, it was a whole different story for K9 Esports, just unlucky when it comes to Showdown. But I'm pretty sure now they're not someone who's going to let that slot slip away just like that. I see Group C and D games are done. Any final words for them?
Good luck to those who's going to be playing on round 1. Good luck to those who's playing in round 2 and round 3, because that is going to be a A-okay, but eventually the journey is to try and make it towards the semi-finals or in this case the quarterfinals, because that's where you get a second life in case you make mistakes. Because right now, elimination is on the line for every single team from Group C, Group D, the moment they begin round 1, 2 and round 3.
With that being said, the level of competition will be amped up from tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow.